One day.
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day to ignite power and promise. One day to transform your community. You can make a big impact. It's been a challenging year, but Big Brothers Big Sisters is committed to providing caring adult mentors for our littles, who need your support now more than ever. Your gift today will empower their resilience.
Please donate now.
Please donate now
Please donate now.
to help me.
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 Donate now to help me reach my full potential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane.
Here comes Santa Claus,
Here comes Santa Claus,
right down Santa Claus Lane.
It's a wonderful night. You gotta take it from me.
Hey guys, we are officially kicking off the live stream. Anybody out there watching, let me know. Can you hear me? Everything's sounding good. I am just about ready to go to bed. You can see it's a little bit dark. It's not as festive down here as it will be when I come back at 9 in the morning. But I just wanted to say hello. I wanted to throw this banner up in front of all of you to say that we have a tinyurl.com. It makes it so much easier to donate. Just go to Geekscape Gives 2023, tinyurl.com / obviously in front of that. And if you're a night owl, I hope you enjoy this. I'm really proud of everything that we've done with these past live streams. For the next 9 hours, we will be playing some of my favorite moments from the first 3 years that we've done this. And then at 9 o'clock, myself and the Podfather, Jonathan London, we will be back to officially kick this off. We have so many cool things lined up for you. Can't wait for you to enjoy it. But until then, enjoy the clips that I have put together for everybody. If this thing ever unfreezes, I am so sorry. Nothing goes right during lives. I hope you know that, and I hope you're prepared for it. All right, here we go.
Hello. My name is Johnny Neutrino, the world's greatest rock and roll supervillain and leader of the Order of the Crawling Hand. When Matt Kelly came to me and asked me to provide a rock and roll extravaganza for his charity live stream, I said, no! No, Matt Kelly! Charity is beneath me! But he looked at me and he said, Johnny, I've got the charity for you. Big Brothers and Big Sisters is the only charity dedicated to transforming little brothers and little sisters into humongous brothers and gigantic sisters. I said, Matt, that doesn't sound right. But he assured me. He said, and I quote, Big Brothers and Big Sisters uses atomic technology to mutate their tiny child bodies into grotesque super monsters. And that is a charity that I can get behind. So without further ado, I present to you Johnny Neutrino and the Order of the Crawling Hand, live from the Nowhere Zone. My heart is beating with
It's time we go live with, I mean, I love every show that's on the Geekscape network, but I make it no secret that I think that 91 Donkey Lane is one of the funniest podcasts I've ever heard in my entire life. So let's bring in Bacon and the Nader Boy himself.
Woo!
I am Poof, a magical book that knows all, developed by wizards and enchanted by scientists to discover all human knowledge. My secrets could be used to cure disease, end hunger, and advance civilization. Instead, I've been stolen by two idiots and have been forced to help them produce a game show. This is Poof, the magical game show.
That's a good song.
Man, that is a great
That's
song.
a really good song.
I did a great job of picking that song out. I did not make that song.
Well, I'm very handsome.
Oh, welcome to Poof, the magical game show. Sorry, Matt Kelly, I cut you off. I hit that button too fast.
He was complimenting us too, and we missed it.
Yeah, I couldn't take it anymore.
That was I don't get very many compliments.
I can't get any. I'm
so-
still waiting from one from my dad, and then I could accept any compliment that I get.
I don't.
Welcome.
This started off so well.
This started off. I
Whoa.
mean, it's perfect.
Should we start from the top one more time?
It's already off the rails.
It is.
We're 2 seconds in. Hey guys, welcome to Poof, the
Welcome
magical
to
game
Poof.
show. The only game show that has a book that knows everything. Nate,
Yeah.
don't ask it a question. I
No?
forgot to
Okay.
queue up.
All right. It does know everything. Trust
does
us.
know
It
everything.
knows
Trust
everything.
us.
So
And basically what we do is we ask each other open-ended questions. We have a champion that comes on a little bit later. And then Poof scores us based on those open-ended questions.
Yeah.
And it, because it knows everything, it could tell us like
it
how
chooses,
close we are.
Yeah, it chooses a winner. So it's a real game show.
It's a
I think we need
100%
to-
game show. Put that down. Well, that's what we have on our IRS forms.
That's the Geekscape guarantee right there.
I put Geekscape as a dependent.
We do.
And then
I also claim Geekscape as a dependent, so
you shouldn't.
we should not say this on air.
I'll
No.
take the geek.
Okay, I'll take Scape.
Escape. All right. Hey guys, before we get started, we got an advertisement.
Yeah, we do. I'm very
Yeah.
excited for this.
It's
Should we
our-
tell the story of Dr.
Dr. Damps. Oh, sorry, you guys. So Nate, I guess I never told you.
No,
You don't know about Dr. Damps?
I do not.
Dr. Damps was killed in jail.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what I expected.
Yeah. So we don't, unfortunately, he's usually in charge of all our ads. But I put out there, that we're doing another poof.
Yes.
And that, it would be to raise money for
Yeah.
Big Brothers.
Do we get an ad?
We got an ad.
I'm so happy.
But it's kind of competition against who we're trying to raise money for.
So it's a normal ad.
It's
I got you. Yeah, no, I'm on board. That's how
All right.
advertisements work. It's really
Yeah.
just it's the rat race, y'all.
Yeah. So I just want to say, you guys, big shout out to Rent a Stepdad. Rent a Stepdad. Call anytime, just a 24 hours notice. He could be there, beer in hand, ready to be your stepdad.
They're all named Todd.
Yes.
Every single one is
Hey,
named
Todd.
You're not my dad, Todd.
I know you're not Santa, Todd. You don't have it on over your face. You're getting real relaxed, Todd. And they sent us two. They sent us this one. I don't
this
know
one's
why
good.
they sent us this one.
It's a long day of watching golf right there. All right.
Yeah. For me, it's who sleeps like that? Who has their leg up
I mean,
like
I'll
that,
do that
on top
occasion.
of the couch?
I'll
Really?
Well, when I want to assert my dominance.
I guess that's why this couch looks the way it does.
That is why this couch looks the way it does. I assert dominance 23 hours a day. And the other hour, you know what I'm doing?
What, Nate?
Being dominant.
Oh, God. Can we cancel this? There's a reason why we stopped doing this show. And I'm starting to remember right about now. So much rage is inside of me.
This is a lot of fun, though.
Do we want to say hi to Matt Kelly real quick? Matt?
Matt
Kelly, are you on the other side? Can you hear us? There he
Hello,
is.
Matt Kelly. We're sorry we
Hey.
cut you off. He did it.
It's all right. I was just I also run from love. So
I am Poof.
I couldn't. Sorry, go ahead. I couldn't help it.
That was
I
really
couldn't help
funny.
it.
nothing. I get it. We all run from love sometimes.
Oh man.
How
you doing?
Yeah, how's the stream going, Matt?
Yeah.
It's going, honestly, I don't want to say anything because of fear of jinxing it, but this is running fairly smoothly so far. But then I don't know. I've been watching the last what are we at? 8 minutes, and it's definitely gone off the rails. So I don't know how to fix this.
That will happen. Yeah, it usually happens at weddings when I pick up a microphone as well. So
Yeah. When he picks it, it always makes that.
I start with that.
Like it's yeah.
I can do a Michael Winslow voice, so I just make it.
Oh, let's hear it.
I love to hear it. Yeah, you can't say something like that. What's a Michael Winslow voice, Nate?
Oh, did someone scratch a record? It seemed like someone said something awkward and a record scratched
I
suddenly.
am available for the Police Academy reboot that has got to be in the works, right? It's got to be.
It's
in
gotta
the works. I feel like if
Matt Kelly, how many police academies are there?
There's 7. I actually just bought. I put the 7 film collection on my Amazon wish list.
Oh,
I love that you call them films.
I like that it's still called a wish list. But that's
I have a favorite of the franchise too. Which,
What is it and why?
Part 5, Operation Miami Beach. For no other reason than I remember as a kid who was easily scared of things. There's a scene where a shark is coming towards the beach, and Tacklebox just points a gun at it and says, "Go away," and the shark just turns around and goes back to the ocean.
Part 5. So that's without Steve Gutenberg,
That
right?
is
That's
the beginning of the
second time?
that's the beginning.
I
of the
don't count
non-Steve
those.
movies.
I don't count those.
Oh, I count them the most.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
there was
Steve's place.
there was a scene, I can't remember if it's in 2 or in 6 or 7, that scared the shit out of me as a kid, where it's like, I think it's City Under Siege, and they're like the only way to figure out who's really, like, they're like, oh my god, it's like the chief of police, and they're like, no, it would never be the chief of police. We got to give him the Pinocchio test. and they just grab his nose and start pulling it. And his nose keeps stretching until eventually it rips to reveal that he was wearing a mask and it was the mayor all along trying to make the city shitty. But like as a kid, just watching this face get torn off of somebody, like when you got free HBO for the week, I was like, what the fuck? Like,
may I ask a question?
When you're raising your hand?
Yes. Why would they not call that the Scooby-Doo?
Because they made a long nose by pulling on his nose the Pinocchio. It's the Police Academy movies are very layered, brilliant films, as I'm sure you're aware.
On that note. Oh, great. I don't hear anything.
Oh, man. Dude, you dropped that third beat. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that means that a champion has been selected.
A champion is selected.
To face us off tonight. Champions, show your faces.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
they've come to play.
Yeah, wow. We got Morgan and Dave.
Yeah, hello. Please introduce yourself to the audience, please.
Please.
Thank you for having us. We visit you from the world of Omicron Persei 8. You may have heard of us recently.
Yeah.
It's
scary.
My name is David. This is Morgan. I guess you can introduce yourself. I don't know why I did that.
Hi, I'm Morgan.
She's mute.
I'm Nate. This is Bacon. So,
and we make a podcast called the Maximum Mediocrity Podcast, where we interview people that aren't famous but should be.
I love that.
That explains why we've never been on.
Yeah, we are very famous
because we're super
too famous. We Google you all the time. Too much comes up. You guys are too. Too high profile for us.
Thank you. I would like to point out that it is all accused. Okay, never convicted.
Never convicted.
Yep.
A lot of mistrials.
We said famous, not nefarious.
No. See, I don't know the difference.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
Are they? Yeah, I think they're the same thing. Are you guys ready to play Poof the Magical Game Show?
Born ready.
All right, awesome. I'll start out with the first question.
Wonderful.
This is a layered question.
Ooh, like a cake.
It is too.
Or an onion, if you're
like an onion.
Definitely thought onion.
Like a parfait.
Like an onion parfait cake.
Gross. These we're going into the 12 questions of Christmas.
Oh wow.
So I have 12 small questions that are all built on top of each other.
Okay, you sold this as one.
Okay.
It's a lot more layers than I thought.
So I snuck it in there.
Yeah. We've only got 3 layers. We have a cake, a parfait, and an onion. I don't know any more
layers. I don't know food that's got 12. This is a lasagna of questions.
12 layers.
That's a good layer.
That is a good.
Like
all right,
that.
so the first question is part of this one.
Okay.
This is the base. This will be the base for all the questions. You are forced to live in a Christmas movie. What movie do you pick that you're forced to live in? Now, keep in mind, I'm going to be asking more questions about this. So you just need to kind of pick it and give me kind of a reason why.
Okay, I have my answer.
Okay, Nate, what are you going to be on?
Home Alone. Easy.
Oh,
I'm living in the Home Alone universe. 1, cops are not very attentive.
No, they are not.
2, criminals are hilarious and easy to beat.
Very hilarious.
3, I think rents are affordable. I don't know. I don't think the Mr. McAllister, I don't know what he does for a living, but I feel like that house is affordable in that world.
Oh, and somehow in that world, but in real life, that's like one of the most expensive suburbs in Chicago.
Easily. Oh, also macaroni and cheese looks way good in that world. So that's fine.
Good.
That's
And the
fine.
pizza
Home
looks
Alone.
good. I'd say the pizza looks good in that universe.
Home Alone world. That's what I choose.
Dave Morgan?
I would say the Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
Oh.
All of those kids are spoiled rotten. I saw mountains upon mountains of presents.
Yeah.
And they get to have a feast at the end. And I'm just assuming I get to live every single day like that movie. So I get a mountain of presents every day and I get to feast at the end. And I get to make a new fuzzy friend.
That is such a good life. Plus, you
and
guys
the
sing that
dinners.
song?
The songs. The songs are good.
Yeah.
I love a good Christmas song. I'm not jaded. I didn't work customer service, so I love Christmas music still.
I absolutely adore it. May I ask a question?
Stop raising your
I
hand.
want to raise. I'm trying to be polite.
No.
Oh. Would you live in the cartoon or the live action Jim Carrey Whoville?
Yes.
Oh,
that's a good answer.
All right. That's actually
I would like to point out I live in Home Alone 1, Not
Not
Home
two.
Alone 2, 3,
4.
4, or the reboot.
Well, what about 5, Holiday Heist?
I'll do that one.
Okay, you're in 1 and 5. There's 6 of them.
I didn't know that they made it past 2.
Me either.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone did.
No.
The Home Alone cinematic universe kind of dwindled off.
Do you think they went back and changed his name to Macaulay Culkin?
Yeah.
In the credits.
I love that.
That's good. Dave, where would you be? What
I would
Christmas movie?
I would choose to live in a classic, A Year Without a Santa Claus.
Oh, best songs of all time.
Because that's just real life. First of all, A Year Without a
Spoiler
Santa
alert,
Claus.
children.
Hold on.
Children.
Hold on, children.
Hashtag fuck them kids.
No presents.
How come every time we do a show, there's something like that happens?
Well, I think we attract that type of person.
I also like that the title of the movie is misleading, in which Santa Claus is actually there. So it's completely unexpected.
like
It's
that.
a twist. That's a twist for the ages. That's a what's his name?
That is M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Shyamalan twist.
Yeah.
I do like that. It kind of opens the door for lying. Yeah, I like that a
Yeah.
lot. That's a good answer. Yeah, that's a good one.
And
How about
not
you,
a lot
Vicky?
of songs, but they're all bangers.
Yes, I agree with that. Yep. Bacon, what's your answer? Where would you live?
I would live in A Christmas Story.
Oh, in Cleveland in the 50s?
First of all, it's Indiana in the 40s.
It's all the same.
And it's close to Chicago.
May I ask our guests a question? If I showed you a picture of Indiana in the 40s and Cleveland in the 50s, could you tell the difference? I could not. It's like an alligator and a crocodile to me. I don't know.
In both areas.
Yeah.
Or Pittsburgh in the 2000s. It all just bleeds together.
Yeah.
I'll defend my answer as we go on. I mean, I'll tell you, I wrote down all my answers. Don't know why I picked them. I really wish I wrote down why.
This is why I go off the cuff, baby.
Yeah, I should have went off the cuff. Second part of the 12 Days of Christmas. In this movie, you have to kill one character and take their place. Who is it? So out of anybody, and I could look up these characters too. So Nate, do you know who you're?
Well, I didn't say Home Alone 2. Otherwise, I would have said Donald Trump. But
you screwed yourself.
So Home Alone 1, who am I going to be? If I have to kill one person to be in that, I'm going to go with the old man and the shovel. I think I'd be a good scary old man with a shovel neighbor. I think that's where I'm going. Old man with the shovel. So I'd feel bad killing him, but you know, what are you going to do? You have to do it for comedy. So
for comedy.
that's my answer. Old man with the shovel.
Does he die? What do you mean?
No, you said kill him and replace him.
Oh, I mean, yeah, sorry.
So I'd feel bad killing him.
I thought you were talking about in the movie.
I mean,
well, it'd be easy to
would
get
I
rid
do
of
it
this
on
man.
camera? How? Like, can I choose how I kill him?
Well, I guess that could be part of the question.
I kill him with love.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, he's a handsome young man.
He is a handsome young man.
Yeah, it didn't last long.
Oh,
The only scarier old man is Stephen King.
I know.
It's like Cleveland in the 40s.
God damn it.
That's the 10-year difference right there.
That is shocking. So what happened after you turned 50? I let it all go.
They let
I just
it-
let it go.
I turned into a wizard. Yeah, he wished. In the picture on the left is right before he wished to be big.
You know, back in those days too, I'll bet you he's probably like 23 in the picture on the left. You know, they look so old back then. I don't understand.
People look older. Morgan, do you know who you would replace?
I absolutely would be the Grinch. You don't know it, but I've been training to be the Grinch for the last 3 months. I haven't shaved my legs.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm already representing my character, and I get to be a huge dickhead who gets forgiven at the end. And I'm just saying that sounds like my everyday life.
That does sound pretty amazing. That sounds amazing.
Look,
Can I ask
I already
you-
smile like that.
Is that like a part of the clothing, that thing around your neck then? Or would
Yeah,
that,
or is that
that
just weird fur?
Is that fur? Yeah. What is that?
Oh, that's actually a necklace that I own.
It's like a neck girdle.
Mhm.
Oh,
It's to
that makes
accentuate my neck.
It's
I don't wear clothes in this reality.
Okay.
Well, he is naked.
That's a bold choice. Yeah, I do like
Yeah.
that choice. You know, except for the
Ooh.
Santa gear. I do appreciate that choice.
Oh.
I think having Jim.
I want to change my answer. I live exclusively in the cartoon world.
Yeah. No, I think I would too after seeing this. This is
Yeah.
a horrifying picture.
Yeah, I don't like the. So
That
many
wasn't a good
whispers.
angle for our man here.
Yeah. All right, we'll go straight with this one.
Yeah.
There we go.
You know, have you ever
fine.
listened to that
Classic.
song, the Grinch song? It's just they're just singing about how shitty the Grinch is for like 3 minutes. That's it. They're just, he's a kind
It's
of
the original diss track.
right?
Yeah.
Serious. And
Are you sure you don't want to kill and take the baby's place?
oh my
Baby
god!
Grinch?
Jeez.
Holy shit! That looks like a mutant from Total Recall.
That baby's 50 years old.
Yes, yes. That
That's the
baby has
coolest baby I've
seen
ever
shit.
seen.
Yeah, it drinks water from
God,
Cleveland.
that baby holds your hand and says, "Open your
Baby takes
mind."
Dave,
Good Lord.
Grew up
Dave,
in-
who would you
grew up
replace?
If I was to replace anyone in a year without a Santa Claus, I obviously am going to have to pick the Heat Miser
Oh,
for one reason and one reason alone.
Okay.
I'm too much.
Yep, I agree. I was gonna say, you know what? I'll bet you I know his reason. He's too much. Heat
I'm too
Miser.
much.
HEAT. MI. There you go.
Also, it never is really clear whether or not the Heat Miser actually believes in Santa Claus either.
I feel like
Man, you'd have
I don't
hair
know.
again.
I would finally. That's the whole thing. Is
That
I'm just
is-
trying to get this.
that is a good looking
Yeah.
name, by the way. That's just a well designed character. I mean,
It
he's
is.
super ugly, but God, what a good design. I like this choice. I think it's a good choice
Yeah,
for
It's
you.
a good choice.
I already have
Yeah,
my
look at that.
Yeah.
This one? I think
My
that's the
hair just
one.
has to-
David Bowie clothes.
Oh yeah, your
Right.
outfits would be amazing.
He's fashionable. I can raid his closet. I don't have to buy any new clothes.
Man, he has excellent superpowers.
He's like the
Right.
original like Hades from Hercules.
I do like that. That's yeah, I agree
Mhm.
with that. That's a very good comparison.
Yeah, he reminds
Yeah.
me of the kid from The Incredibles almost.
A little bit. I see
Right?
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
He
What's that
reminds
kid's
me
name?
of the fat guy from Beetlejuice if he like just became a little bit more flamboyant.
Oh yeah, Ortho.
Otho,
Otho?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I thought you meant Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
It's like, did you forget the name?
That guy, you know, from
Yeah, that guy.
Beetlejuice, the main guy in the suit.
Because like he's got crazy hair, like that.
For mine in the I would choose
Okay.
Scut Farkas.
Yeah, this tracks.
His name's Scott,
Scut.
but they call him Scut.
Scut Farkas.
Scut Farkas.
He had yellow
Look
hair.
at that.
Look
I
at
swear to
that.
He's
Yeah.
fucking deplorable.
God,
He is so grody.
That's why I'd kill him.
That
Take
is
his
the
place.
He's like
Ah.
every 90s villain ever.
Right?
that's
God.
the most
Holy
punchable
kid.
face.
My
Yeah.
God,
No,
the
that's Matt
squinty
Damon.
eyes.
That's
There it is.
Oh,
That one right there. He's got those little beady little eyes.
good lord.
Goddamn
braces.
giant
Whoop.
grin.
Oh,
He's like a it's like somebody like a witch cast a spell on an opossum
right?
Yeah.
Yes,
and turned it
yes.
into a child.
Oh my!
But you know
God.
what?
You can tell that it's a spell because he's wearing his old skin. on
Yeah.
top of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a hat. That's he can't take that
Yeah.
off.
Oh,
All
This
right.
is he looks worse as
That
like a
didn't help.
normal human. This
You
is
think
not-
so?
oh,
I
God.
think he's a handsome
I
man.
think he looks terrible.
Look at that. That's a
regardless.
handsome man right there.
we
Yeah,
can tell
well,
which one of you's gay.
Is that him? Is that him?
that's good hair, I guess. I don't know, man.
It's gonna. Can you go pull that image back up of like the one where?
Oh,
not that
there
one,
he
the one to
is.
the
That's
left.
a handsome man. This
pull
one right
this
here.
one.
Yeah,
Where?
I don't know how else to say this, but it's like his face is too big for his face.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, it's so weird looking. I
This
don't.
guy.
That's
Mouth
I
is
don't
so
like him.
little for the rest of his face.
Oh, and his nose is so pointy. God, yeah.
Bulbous.
I don't like. This is what happens when like a freckle gets a wish.
Oh God.
This only proves that gingers don't have souls.
I did it again accidentally. All right, 3. We're only on 3. you
Oh
guys.
my God!
I know.
We might have to start paraphrasing.
We just
Okay.
don't go.
Yes, please do. I gotta get back. I can't see anything
All
right now.
right,
Here we
let's
go.
Pull us. There we go.
All right. Question 3.
Uh-huh.
Their body has been found.
Okay.
You are the prime suspect.
Yes.
What do you do?
So I'm the guy, the old man with the shovel, and
Yeah.
the old man with the shovel has been found.
Yeah, and they're like, huh.
Oh.
I'd be
that's
like,
weird.
what? That's so weird. And that's it. That would be my defense.
All right. So Nate goes to jail.
You're in good
Morgan.
company. I think.
Morgan, the Grinch is found dead. and you're the Grinch, and you're the prime suspects. What do you do?
Man, I have to say that is my twin brother, actually,
Nice.
and he slipped and fell on his heap of trash in his trash mansion.
I like
If you
that.
remember in the live action one, he definitely lives in the dumpster.
Yes, he
Yeah.
does. Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's
He
a good.
slipped and
And
broke his neck.
I don't think in the live action one there are cops in this universe,
I
right?
think so, yeah.
I don't think they're very good. I think you'll be able to get away. I think they'll believe anything you say. Also, it's the
know.
Grinch. I don't think anybody would be like.
Do you think Whoville has a judicial system?
Is there like a Who lawyer?
Yeah.
I'm just a small town Who lawyer.
I'm not used to all your frumpets and crumpets and widget and wadgets.
I think, yeah. I don't think anyone would be seriously like sad if the Grinch turned up dead. I think you'd be okay.
It just depends. Do I kill him at the beginning of the movie or at the end of the movie? Because everybody's friends with him at the end of the movie.
I say it's at the end. Then it's afterwards. You're taking his place.
And I feel like they're just okay with him. This man still stole Christmas like
But he
2
gets
hours.
everything back.
I know you can forgive him, but then at the same time you're like, keep that.
Still, yeah, I'd be like, next Christmas, I'm like, hey, we're not inviting the guy who stole it last year. Are we cool with that? Is everyone cool with it? I mean, yeah, he's decent, I guess, but I don't know.
We'll send him a Christmas card, sure.
Sure. I mean, he didn't even bring anything to the last one.
What he brought was all the stuff
All
we
the stuff
already
you already
had.
had.
Yeah.
You should bring something else. Anyway, Dave, what would you do? You're the prime suspect.
Oh, first off, awkward for all of us. I think this doesn't look great, you know, but
You're wearing all of his clothes, yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna hey, I'm the guy.
Do you blame it on
It looks weird. I'll ask for a lawyer, I guess, and I'm not from New York, but I am now.
Yeah, no, that's how you're supposed to ask for lawyers. Yeah.
The Heat Miser's from New York.
Yep.
I think so.
I'm too much.
No.
He's from Staten Island, right?
The Heat Miser?
Yeah, definitely Staten Island.
Definitely.
I believe
from
that's
the
canon.
island.
Yeah.
Let's just put through here. What I would do is, if they found Scott Farkas, I would just kill again.
Yeah.
I would just keep killing. I'd keep killing until somebody stopped me. Until Ralphie. Until then, I'm basically the most powerful kid in the universe.
So you're
at
just
this
gonna
point.
kill everyone in the Midwest in the 40s.
In Indiana.
I mean, that was peak serial killer time. So
It is. I could
see it.
totally get away with it.
Oh, maybe in Cold Blood would be about you.
So after that, guess what?
Okay.
Doesn't matter. We're all caught.
Nice.
We all got caught.
Okay.
And we're all on trial.
Okay.
What Christmas character do you choose to defend yourself?
Oh.
So now you need a lawyer.
I want.
It doesn't have to be from the same movie. It can be from any Christmas movie. Who do you think would be a good lawyer?
I want Santa Claus's lawyer from Miracle on the 34th Street.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's who I want.
That's a
that
good
lawyer.
one. Santa
'Cause
Claus's lawyer.
He's got experience defending Christmas characters. He's already got a suit.
That's smart.
Yeah.
That's smart. Dave, Morgan, do you guys know what yours would be? I don't even know what mine is.
I would have to pick Tim Allen.
That's a good answer.
He already
He's
gets
been
away
on
with
both
murder.
sides of the
I'm
law.
pretty sure he can defend me and kill him.
But this trial needs us more power.
I do like that. That's a good answer. That's a
Do you
very
remember that
good
movie? I don't remember the movie what it's called, but he's Santa,
Santa
in one of
Claus?
those movies.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, the Santa Claus. He's a lawyer in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, so he's.
Is he a lawyer in that one?
I assume.
I
don't
thought he was
know.
just a businessman who's too busy for his son.
I just assume that means.
Oh, he's a lawyer now.
Got it. He's a lawyer.
That's
Change
canon.
profession.
He's from Staten Island. So
Yeah. Dave, who's yours?
I would pick the father from Elf.
Ooh,
Oh,
good
the book
one.
publisher, yeah.
He's a lawyer.
Book? No, he's
Yeah.
a book publisher,
He's a
isn't he?
book- but I'm
Yeah, he's
sure
a
he's
book
got a
publisher.
legal department.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He looks like a lawyer.
Plus he's Caan, James Caan. Yeah, you can't go wrong.
And
with
He can put up with Bruce. What?
I was saying that he kind of looks like the Heat Miser already, so he's already kind of in my court a little bit.
Yeah,
I see that.
I
That's a
could
good
see
answer.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, now I can't unsee it. Actually.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a really good parallel. He does look like the Heat
sleeping.
Miser. That's a good answer. Who's your lawyer?
My lawyer is the snowman from Rudolph. Easy, hands down.
May I?
That guy, like, may I slide to the bench?
Oh, so you just heard his voice. So it's just his
Yeah,
voice.
may I approach the
Gotcha.
bench?
Okay, all right.
It was between him and the bad guy from Die Hard.
So Bacon's going to jail as well.
Yeah. And we're all going to jail.
Yeah.
Question 4. We're only on 4. We're a third of the
My God.
through. You are
you know what?
caught.
At least we're not getting birds.
Oh, never mind. I already did that. I already did 4. We're on 5. You were
Okay.
found guilty. There it is, and sent to prison.
Okay.
What Christmas character would you like as a bunkmate?
Oh no. This is a tough
So
one.
you're in prison. I can go first. I wrote this one down.
Okay, yeah.
The Abominable Snowman
Man,
from
that's
also
fine.
from Rudolph, because he would. I think we'd get along, and I think he'd be
Okay.
able to protect me around the yard.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I'm Scott Farkas. I look like such a little dick.
But he's a little clay figure, so he's only that big.
Yeah, you are kind of at the bottom of the totem pole.
Should have thought about how big he was. Is it too late to get the bad guy from?
Too late.
Damn it!
Nope,
Die Hard,
you're
damn
with
it.
the
All
Abominable
right.
Snowman. So.
Any of these could have been the bad guy from
Yeah.
Die Hard.
Yeah.
Although
Oh.
I think if you were to, I think you can put him back together. So if he gets squished, it's not like he dies.
Yeah.
You can just—he's like Gumby.
Oh,
right back together.
Okay, that's a good
And I don't
answer.
have to deal with all the obnoxious sound
Okay.
effects.
All right. I
All
approve.
right,
Yep.
Nate. Do you know yours?
Yeah, I know.
Who's your
mine is.
bunkmate?
Yeah, my bunkmate is Gizmo from Gremlins.
Oh,
Automatic Army.
Yeah, you get them wet.
Yeah,
Get out of
like
there.
if I get messed with, if the Crips come in, I'm like, hey,
The Crips come in.
I'm like, I got this Gremlin.
You just
dog.
happen to be put in an LA jail.
I don't
in
know.
1990.
Yes, Indiana in the 40s.
All right, moving on. Morgan, what's yours? We gotta keep
All
going.
right, I got a controversial one. I'm gonna have to
Yes.
pick the Heat Miser.
Oh,
I know. He keeps everything warm, and I hear it's pretty cold in prison. So he could like spoon me at night and keep me nice and warm. And I mean, he'd be so fucking hot that nobody wants to touch either of us.
Yeah,
That's
that's
smart.
a good answer.
That's
Dang it,
smart.
That's a good answer. God,
Little to know,
Heat Miser.
he's dead, and I have now gone in his place.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh, we got to figure out if this is a shared universe or not. Something called Doctor
Yeah.
Strange. No
Dave, what's
spoilers.
yours?
I would have to pick Buddy the Elf.
That's a good one.
because-
That's-
The problem is when you're on the bottom of the totem pole, you got to find someone who's just a little lower than you, and then
Yeah.
you
Yep.
feed him to the wolves.
I like that. I like that answer. He's a
That's
good
a good one.
patsy. Plus, he'll
Mhm.
never catch on. All you gotta do is be nice to him like once a day, and he'll
Yeah,
just do
just-
whatever you want.
Just don't be more annoying than Buddy the Elf, and you can
Oh.
cruise.
You know what? I would trade cigarettes for noise canceling headphones. I would do that right away. Just as his talking would just drive me up the wall. But I think
Mhm.
that's a good answer. I like it.
I'm just going to do one more, so we
Okay.
could that way, so everyone can ask a question. I forgot how much we talk on these. All right, so let's just skip through all this. Okay. So you escape from prison with your
Okay.
bunkmate. Okay.
Oh.
And then you get a job together.
All
Okay.
right, nice. I like that.
Your new boss is found dead.
Oh.
You're the prime suspect. We're just gonna keep. You don't have to just think about these.
We
These will
just
feed in
can't,
this.
we can't quit killing.
I can't get
Narnia
taste
Santa
buds left.
visits you.
Narnia Santa.
and
Okay.
offers you refuge in Narnia.
Okay.
The police find you.
In Narnia.
Yeah. Okay. Here we
in the
go.
projects of Narnia.
In the
Here it
projects of
is.
Narnia.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Where
let's
the
just say the
beavers live.
police find you no matter what you said.
Okay.
Okay. And they surrounded your house. What Christmas character would you like as a hostage? I had a lot of fun writing these.
Holy cow. What Christmas character would I like as a hostage?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Santa's elves.
Oh.
I had so many of them. Could start, and they like scream like children. Could pop off a few of them, to let them know that you're serious. That kind of thing. And
yeah,
they're
that,
easier to
you're
carry.
serious, and you still have they're
Yeah.
expendable in a way.
I like that.
Exactly.
I like that.
Every elf is
Yeah.
expendable in the Santa universe.
I like
think.
that.
That's
yeah,
what I
yeah.
think.
David, who would you take as a hostage?
I would take old Saint Nick himself.
Oh,
That's a good answer.
from what movie?
Ruining.
Tim Allen?
Oh. Yeah,
Tim
Tim
Allen? Santa
Allen.
Claus? From the second one, or is the third one? There's a
I
Santa
think there's
Claus
a third
2,
one.
and the third one
Martin
is
Short's in
Martin
the third
Short,
one,
and
yeah.
he's Winter
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm definitely taking. Oh, I'm taking from the first Santa Claus. Not
That's the right answer.
after he gets. I'm taking Tim Allen. We're going because he's got hot chocolates. He's active,
Yep.
so people know
Yep.
he's real. There's a penny
Yep.
whistle, I believe.
Yep.
And yeah,
Got a cool sled.
you're ruining an entire industry if he goes down. So they got to treat you, with respect.
I do like that. And plus it brings you full circle since we started because you didn't have Santa in your world. And now we're taking him hostage.
It's perfect.
I told you he was real.
Nate or Morgan?
Morgan, do you have an answer?
I would pick Cindy Lou Who. I've already duped her once. It won't be hard to do again.
Yep.
All
The
that
world
good stuff we
stops.
got.
Yeah, get back in that well. I like it. I like it. That's a good answer.
I mean, she's probably the most beloved person in Whoville.
Yeah, I would say so.
Very dupable.
I think in any Christmas
Very
movie,
boopable.
basically like the cutest, like perfect hostage.
Yeah.
Hands down, great one.
Yeah.
Nate, you know yours?
The Griswolds. I
That's
feel
a
like,
good one.
yeah, I would. They've
God.
been in a couple hostage situations already,
yeah.
so they wouldn't freak out.
Yeah. Well, I'd kill Chevy Chase again to let him know I'm serious.
I just feel like they would be the easiest to handle. It would be very nonchalant, and they'd have eggnog. So it'd just be like, "Hey, I'm just holding you guys hostage," because they'd be like, "Yeah, we know." That's what the Griswolds.
Going through the motions.
Exactly. It's old hat.
I have heard enough.
Whoa.
I have tabulated your answers
so
into
nervous.
scores.
I'm so nervous, you
Let's
guys.
see here. Let's see if maybe there's a possibility. They can't see it yet. And there we go.
Oh boy.
All right.
All right. You know what? We're close. We're not out of it.
you
We're
know?
not out of it.
Yeah.
Ooh, you know what?
Two more.
We just gotta get 2 more points.
Yeah. After the first round, this is kind of the best we've ever done.
Dude, I'm really, we're not in the negative. So,
yeah,
you know
usually
what?
we're negative.
Yeah. All right. So don't say
They're
anything about
actual
it.
numbers.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
It's not
exactly.
a sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Did we just win solitaire? We just won solitaire.
Yo, this
All
poof
right,
is some good shit, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why it's called poof. Do you guys, do you either one of you have a question that you would like to ask Poof?
Would you like to go first?
So, the world has lost electricity. The whole world.
Okay.
What is your job now?
Oh.
So
that's
do
such
we?
a good
So
question.
and we have the job that we have right now in real life. That's what you're saying. That's what we lose.
So there's
I
no
mean-
batteries.
No batteries, no electricity. There's no possibility of it coming back either for the foreseeable future.
Okay.
All right. So Nate, just so you guys know, Nate is very dependent on electronics. Do you want to say what you do?
I'm a trainer for a semiconductor company. I would quit that job immediately. I'd be so happy. I'd be so happy.
Your job's got a
Can't
lot
run any
easier.
semiconductors.
Let's see. Oh, I got to think about this. Do one of you have an answer?
Yeah, I know what I'd start doing.
What would you do, Bacon?
So in real life, I'm a video producer.
Uh-huh.
So I would just start drawing drawings and like showing them to people and then like turning the pages over and kind of just like making my own. Basically what I did as a child to my parents of like making my own cartoons.
So you'd be a guy on a pier.
Yeah, I'd be a peer guy.
Just drawing.
Except for, but I'm not drawing anybody else. No caricatures.
Gotcha.
I'm drawing my own, like,
I see.
my dreams.
Okay.
I'm making a lot of flip books.
Yeah.
Yes, basically, but like, basically, what I would probably do is, from memory, I would make all the storyboards of all the movies that I
like
could
that.
remember the most of.
Oh, so you'd be like a movie theater.
Yeah, and I'd be
like that.
and then this is when, do you know in the South Park when they lose the internet and then they have to make a computer when they put a piece of paper in there? That's basically what I would be doing. I'd be like,
Nice.
and then Iron Man flew off into the sky.
I like that. That's a good answer.
Yeah, but I guess comics would exist in this unit. Anyway,
Yeah,
I would
who
do
cares?
something. Inception would be my most difficult one. I'd have to like pull a piece of paper through the piece of paper.
All you have to do is jam it in your butt, pull it out. It'd be just like that movie.
Yeah, that's Tenet.
How about you, David? What would
Slap
your
you in
job
the
be?
ears. Yeah.
So, in my personal life, or I guess in my professional life, I work for a bank. I'm a banker. So the only thing that really changes for me is that waiting times just skyrocket. It is the same job of disappointment.
I like that.
Either that or I just dedicate to being a bard.
May I ask you a question?
A bard. That's a good one. Yeah.
May I
Put down
ask-
your goddamn.
I'm trying to be polite. May I ask a question?
got it.
Would you keep the same banker's hours, or would you extend them?
Or
how would you know what the hours are?
Or make them worse. Like
If
10 to
anything, I would narrow them a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, that tracks.
10 to 2 is a great nobody can come in.
I have doctor's hours, basically.
Yeah. Or like 1 to 3.
Like 8 to 10,
Yeah.
and then 2 to 4.
Oh, you have a siesta.
What are they gonna do? Call and complain?
Exactly. You got all the money. Yeah, I like that.
Wow.
You know what I would do?
What?
I would push a cart from town to town and make food. That's what I'd be. I'd just be the food guy who goes.
You'd be a
around.
food truck.
I'd be a food truck.
But you
I'd be a
just-
food cart. I'd be a food rickshaw. That would
That's
be
a
me.
good- that's a
yeah,
good
that's what I would
Steam
do.
buns.
Yeah, it's. I like that.
That's
yeah,
good.
right. We make a little fire, make a little food, and move on to the next town. That's my job.
Just causing fires along the way. Just, and here he comes again.
Okay, so I'd be an arsonist
Smokey's like-
slash cook. There'd be a lot of. I mean, if nothing works, there'd be a lot of fires to start. That'd be fun.
Oh,
okay, so I'd be an arsonist. All
Yeah.
right, let's just get. let's cut
Yeah.
to the chase.
Get the rickshaw out of there.
I would go to jail with the Santa Claus from Santa Claus, just in case we're wondering.
Question 10.
Morgan,
Oh, wait, Morgan, what would you do?
yeah, what would your job be?
Well, right now my job is I'm an electrician, so I just eliminated my own job.
Congratulations!
Congrats.
Yeah, that's a big day.
Yeah, it's like a plumber being like, and there's no more water
or pipes,
Yeah.
or human.
Pussies.
But I would be a bouncer at Dave's bank. I would just grab people by the face and smoosh them. The bank is closed now.
I like that. That's a good answer. Yeah, I like that you guys combine your worlds. That's much. Yeah,
That's really
good.
nice.
That's smart.
We never do that.
No, we do not.
I have heard
would
enough.
burn
I
your
have
art studio
tabulated
down.
your answers into scores.
All
Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous.
Is it possible?
I hope. I just. Oh,
Let's
God.
go.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Son of a-
I knew it.
We did it!
We win.
God damn. Apparently-
Arsonist,
so-
I think, really hurt you, honestly.
Yeah.
We lost 12
apparently-
points for arsonist?
So I'm looking it up. It's not a job. It's a crime.
Yes. You always get jobs and crimes mixed
I
around.
gotta stop using Bing.
Yeah, no, God, every time I keep doing in the intro.
You're just you're so bad at this.
I'm so bad. It's bad.
Matt Kelly's not even here to get cut off.
I know.
No.
No, he has a ringing in his ear. He
Yeah,
can
he
feel
knows.
it. Yeah.
He knows.
David, do you have
Let's
a
call his
question?
mother.
Like
For me, I would think, because one of my dream goals is I would always love to be part of some giant medieval war. So my question is, if you could take any animal and blow it up to be approximately horse-sized to ride into battle, what animal would you choose?
Oh, don't say horse bacon.
I was gonna say pony.
Oh, horses! All the horses are dead.
What about zebras?
The electricity.
Mad
got him.
horse disease. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
electricity. Yeah,
Electricity.
They died in the big electricity
Yeah.
fire.
I mean, my
Yeah.
instinct is a cat, but I'm not going to go with that because
Okay,
I'd be too scared if something.
I
would
have an
happen.
answer.
You already have. Put your.
I have an answer.
I'm going to electrocute you.
I would ride a centipede into battle.
Oh God!
Yeah, right. Right. I ride that fucker into a war, man. Ooh,
Any
yeah.
bird blown up would be the most terrifying thing on the planet.
Right.
Imagine replacing those hooves.
Oh my God, that would be
Oh,
awful.
the shoes?
Shooing a centipede.
They're just
go
like little
bankrupt.
cylinders.
No, I'm friends with the banker.
Yeah.
And the bouncer. I'd be right in there. Oh, we lost the light.
Oh well, yeah, that's how it's
Well,
done.
Such is life.
Oh, it's
That's
begun.
It's
Yeah.
I'm gonna go start a fire. I'll be right back.
Get my charcoal ready.
I would pick elephant.
Oh,
you
ooh,
shrink
shrink
the
it down.
Mhm.
Compact.
I've always wanted a pet elephant, and I mean they're too big to fit in my house right now as is. So I would shrink it down to horse size, much more
like that.
manageable.
I like that.
And I think
I like
it would
that you're like.
gain speed now that it's a little smaller.
I do
Oh,
like
yeah.
that you're like. I want an elephant in my house.
Yeah.
A horse-sized elephant. will live in my
Mhm.
I mean, he could totally fit in my trash mountain.
I love it.
That was good.
Oh yeah, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I withdraw my objection. I love it.
What about
David,
you, Bacon?
I guess I just kind of get a loophole in there, and I would just pick a giraffe because they are horse sized.
So you just shrink a giraffe?
No, I
neck?
wouldn't shrink it. It'd just be they're horse sized.
So you would just ride a giraffe?
I'd just ride a
I
giraffe.
feel like that'd be easy to trip.
I really hope your enemy's on the top floor.
Right?
Yeah, most of them are. I am not friends with other
He
dog creatures.
really, he does not like it.
Yeah, it's like a bird seeing another bird.
You're riding a giraffe into battle.
That'd be awesome.
How do we defeat it? Hit one of those spindly legs.
No, have you ever seen giraffes fighting? They could take a hit to the leg. They stand next to each other and they head whip at each other's legs.
Oh my God,
and they get hit right in the knees. And they could take it. So I think I'd be fine on that.
All right.
Yeah.
Dave, what about you?
I would pick I'd pick an unassuming animal. I'd pick a rabbit.
Oh, fat. Does it still keep that quick speed?
Oh,
yeah. You can't. I have a rabbit, and so I understand their biology very well. And even when they're about a foot, they are impossible to catch. If you size one of those things up, we're going light speed.
That is true.
I mean, I'm not surviving the rumble, but that's the price of war.
You know what though? Yeah, I think you run away, live to fight another day. I think that's the term.
And rabbits are really good at chewing through cords,
right?
So you can cut off electricity.
Plus, if it dies, you'll have like 20 more
They're
rabbits.
the ones that cause the great electricity shortage.
Rabbits. I knew it. See,
That's how electricity goes down.
That's
right. I'm glad they never get to eat tricks.
I have heard enough. I have tabulated your answers into scores.
What a thing to say.
A bitch.
Ah, damn it.
Who hates centipedes and giraffes?
You know, we know this. We know it hates centipedes and giraffes, and we still made the
Everyone
mistake.
hates centipedes.
Yeah,
I think the giraffe loophole. I think that maybe that's what did it.
Yeah, we didn't maintain the integrity of the question.
Game, and you have to do that.
Such is life.
Yeah, Nate riding a horse-sized centipede is. I'm terrified. It's gonna haunt my dreams.
I would love it.
That's legitimately
Isn't
the best
it terrifying?
answer
Yeah, I don't know. It'd probably eat me too. I don't know. I don't know how I'd tame it. I'd be so scared, but it'd be a lot of fun.
And that's the thing. Giraffe easy to tame.
What if it was the centipede from A Bug's Life?
Okay.
Oh,
I could do
no,
with
it's like a German.
Yeah.
It's not centipede or such. It's in caterpillars.
Right? I would teach it
like little
only.
ants down there.
Oh.
Teach it to obey only in German. I'd be that guy. Oh my god.
Oh god.
That would be
Well, we know what
horrible.
war you're fighting in.
9. Nate, we still have we got 7 minutes left, so we still do have time for one more question before the announcer is, and we didn't even tell them what they win.
Oh, we'll tell them later.
We'll tell,
so
or what we might win.
I hope I win a
We could still
stepdad.
win. Yeah.
His name's Todd.
His name's Todd. Oh yeah, I forgot to. We have to mention them again. Rent a stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you want, call him up.
Anytime.
He'll come.
He'll come. His name's Todd.
He'll yell at your mom.
Yeah, and he'll drink all your RC cola.
Yeah, and he'll be out before you wake up in the morning. Somebody has to drink it. Nate, what's your fucking question?
All right, here's my question. I would like you to dig. You're a producer now. Your job is to make the world's worst Christmas sequel. 1, what movie are you making a sequel for? 2, how are you wrecking it?
I got it.
All right, what's yours?
It's a Tenant Christmas. And the whole movie is just you getting slapped in the ears. Because that's what it feels like to watch.
Yeah, I
Tenant.
agree with that. And then you're like upside down for part of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your ears are ringing, and then everyone's talking. It's like, and then you have to go.
Yeah. What we're saying is, Christopher Nolan, you make good movies. Stop with the nonsense.
Stop with the nonsense.
Yeah.
Also, that movie does not make sense.
No, it
I don't care what you
think
say.
about it. It doesn't.
It doesn't when you watch it normally.
Yeah, neither does Inception, but we're not ready for that conversation.
No, I can't.
How about you guys? What movie would you make a sequel for? It could be any movie.
Any
it has to be
movie.
a Christmas sequel. Yeah,
and we can have
I
more.
think I have one.
Please.
I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna stick with my original cinematic universe of A Year Without a Santa Claus. I'm gonna make a sequel to that. I'm gonna title it "Still No Santa Claus."
But is Santa Claus still there the whole time?
Oh no, he's been killed off, but nobody knows about it. So everybody just lives through the disappointment.
Oh wow!
And we just follow a family of rented stepdads in which
like that.
they forgot it was Christmas and they just give all the kids like ham, like uncooked ham and deli meats for
Oh
Christmas.
my god,
Wow.
that would.
That's a good one.
You're just giving uncured meat to children. Just fucking figure it out.
And cigarettes.
Ooh, that's my favorite charcuterie.
Yeah, I like the smoky flavor of the cigarette in my mouth.
Morgan, what movie are you making a sequel for?
Does it have to be a
Christmas movie?
The sequel should be Christmas themed, but it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be a Christmas movie.
Yes, like Tenant 2, A Christmas Vacation. Is that?
It just keeps getting worse.
Yeah.
Okay, so my idea is we make. Did you watch the first Pokemon movie?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Now Ash is stone. In this version, he never becomes unstoned, if you will. So to cheer everybody up, they decorate him like a Christmas tree.
Oh no, that's so sad. It's like
Misty
Ray and
and
the Last
Brock just
Dragon.
crying at the feet.
Pikachu's just crying. Oh no.
And the Pikachus are still slapping each other.
They just gather a whole bunch of presents around the bottom. No, but everybody's too sad to open them.
Oh, what happens to Team Rocket? Like how do they change?
They win.
Yes.
That's how I believe it.
Finally. The good guys finally
The good
win.
guys.
Nate, did you say yours?
I have not.
What's yours?
It's a Wonderful Life 2. It's a Bad Life.
It's a.
That is the end of the game. Milkbag, who is the champion this week?
All right, that is the. Oh, Nate, did you unplug yourself?
Yeah.
Right at the end? Oh, plug the cord into that, Nate. Follow the cord from your headset. There it is. Let's get into. We're gonna go over. You guys, let's see who won.
I'm so excited.
Oh, it's nothing. It's a loopy.
All right, we won solitaire again. There we go. Oh, what a good
Got way more points.
Yo, that's a great comeback.
That
It
is.
is. We got a lot of
That's
points.
like
We
from
did
the
get a lot of
40s to
points
the
that
50s
last.
right
Yeah,
there.
Who
yeah.
hates Tenant?
Yeah, and it's a
So-
Wonderful Life.
and-
So,
so they're all over it. Wow!
I dig that.
I
dig that
really.
so much.
I don't know.
You're talking a lot of shit on Inception, but I keep seeing the screen Inception.
Yeah. All right, so you guys are the winners. We're going to try to do this as quick as possible because we only got 2 minutes left.
Oh.
So you guys win. Congratulations. What you win is this video that Nate and I produced a while ago and has yet to be released online. You get to name this. It goes up on Nate's YouTube channel, and you get to give this a title.
Forever.
Forever.
I don't do anything with my YouTube channel, so it'll stay there in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Perpetuity?
It's
Ah, there
perpetuity.
we go. Thank you.
All
for
right,
that.
here's the end.
We get to name this video.
Yeah. And Matt Kelly, don't worry, this has been changed enough to not get copyright struck.
I like that Macaulay Culkin played such a huge part in the show. Right on that zeitgeist.
Player 1991. Eliminated.
And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
What do you guys
How about
My gut reaction. Oh, sorry.
and then they're gonna discuss it.
We're discussing.
I like it. I like it.
you think?
Okay.
Here we go. I'm
I
so
think it's
excited.
Okay. We've converged. We received counsel. We would like to title that video "My Next Victim."
Oh, that's
wow.
a good. That's
You're
a
gonna
good.
get put on a list.
That's a good name. Yeah. So I'm gonna use my phone call to call you and just say nasty words. So I think we're almost done. Do y'all have go ahead and plug your podcast? Tell everyone where to find it, please.
Yes, we are of the Maximum Mediocrity Podcast. Once again, my name is David.
I'm Morgan Miller.
And we make the Maximum Mediocrity Podcast, where we interview people that aren't famous but should be. And we release episodes on a semi-monthly basis or whenever we can find some guests. But we have very exciting new episodes coming out. So please check us out if you're interested.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
And 91 Donkey Lane, we're going to release our Christmas episode real soon. We got Santa back on.
Santa Claus on.
Santa's just as gross as you think he is still.
Yeah.
And please donate to Big Brothers, Big Sisters. Looks like we got a little donation during.
Yeah, we got some during the show.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Please
Almost
keep giving
halfway.
money. Yeah, little Liam needs it, man.
Yeah, please do. Thank you guys so much for watching the show. It's been great doing the booths.
Thank you to David and Morgan.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
And thank you to Matt Kelly.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Yeah,
thanks to Matt Kelly for having us on.
Yeah. Hey, Bacon.
What, Nate? God.
You were adequate. Yes, Bacon.
I hate you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I love you.
I don't have a rhyme, just outdated cartography. I'm calling my biography. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Lost some love along the way. Along with friends I can't replace. So give it up for one more chance, making something worth this. Woo! So let's hear it for the black and long, for the lost remorse and the broken home, and the last 2 years are gone, long gone away. Optimism in short supply, being positive has passed me by. But I can't help the feeling that I'm always in my own way. So take this and break it. We all know it's just another reason for you to complain. We'll make it or fake it. It's all so relative in the ending. It's always the same. Move on till the light's gone, and it's one more night spent waiting for a call. Move on till the light's gone, and it's one more night spent waiting for a call. And maybe I'll still be alive this fall. $4.95 in the back of my head, saying everything's old and the future is dead. And I know that you don't care, know that you don't understand. Know that you don't care, know that you don't understand. Time may be heartless, but I don't need an anchor. So here's to the night I let go of my anchor. And I know that you don't care, know that you don't understand. Oh, it's like $4.95 in the back of my head, saying everything's old and the future is dead. But I know that you don't care, know that you don't understand. Time may be heartless, but I don't need it. easier. Say what I don't know, then wait till tomorrow. I'm sorry, that's just how it has to be. What they said to me. You'll make it through somehow, and I will, I do, I will, I do, and everything will be okay. Just take it day by day. You can live your life in yesterday. That's what they say. And I see as in a mirror darkly that it's awfully lonely waiting for you to wake up. Please wake up. I'm not getting better. I'm not getting better. Better is years behind me. And all I do is look ahead. When everything will be okay. Just take it day by day. You can live your life in yesterday. That's what they say. They always say that you know what you have to obey. But I can't without you chatting with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wish you were here to say what I could be, what you could be. And I see you and me, you and me. Path you walk is due to let you know. The path you walk is sure to let you go. The streets are empty and lined with rusted dreams. You can reinvent and re-dissect, but never get to what it means. You spend half your life obsessing with the ghost, forgetting all the people that you miss and love the most. Spin the world around, take it back to where it began. You can try and try, but it won't come back. It can't come back again. I made up my mind. I'm not wasting my time. I'm tired of the routine. And I am coming clean. There's better days ahead. This future hasn't been read. Are we who we need to be? This is coming clean. Swallowed whole by the time we spent asleep. The sunken town lies forever underneath our feet. Red signs everywhere, blue words in the leaves. Split the difference and make the mythos whatever it is you need. I made up my mind, I'm not wasting my time. I'm tired of the routine. I am coming clean. There's better days ahead. This future hasn't been read. I'm not who I need to be. This is coming clean. I've been waiting for this. With every chance that I missed, I stand up straight, take my place, get shot down, follow my face. This world is overrated, but I am only jaded. I stand up straight, take my place, get shot down, follow my face. I'm not looking for a revelation. All I wanted is a revolution. So take this as a sign. You get yours, I've got mine. I made up my mind. I'm not wasting my time. I'm tired of the routine. I am coming clean. There's better days ahead. This future hasn't been read. I'm who I need to be, and I am coming clean. I stand up straight, take my place, get shut down, follow my face. I stand up straight, take my place, get shut down, follow my face. I'm not looking for a revelation. All I wanted is a revolution. I'm not looking for a revelation. All I wanted is a revolution.
Hello, boys and girls. Thank you for joining me this evening. Tonight, we've got a very special story for you. We're going to tell you about the time Geekscape got into a bit of a pickle at the North Pole. So let's go right ahead. Far up north, not far from Santa's workshop, where the elves frolic in the snow and the polar bears still live in their great kingdoms. There is a little village where it never stops snowing, but the days are always shining and the nights are as warm and cozy as a Christmas fire. You may not have ever seen this town, but in your heart, you know it's there. It's the place where all the most beloved toys go when their children are grown, and all that remains is a cherished memory of the Christmas morning they were first opened. This is the town of Treasured Trove, North Pole, and this is where our story begins, with 5 friends gathering for Christmas at the edge of town. Let's meet them, shall we? First, we have Orion. Orion is one of the Super Plumber Brothers. He is an 8-bit 3D video game character circa 1986, modeled after a popular Irish plumber, clad in a lovely pair of green overalls. Orion, how are you doing on this lovely Christmas Eve?
I'm doing good. I lost my Irish accent, but I'm doing great.
That's absolutely fine. Don't worry. Orion's Irish accent is really offensive. Orion is great at jumping. He's got a head hard enough to break bricks, and he even has some secret abilities we might see later. But he's not the only one there. With him, we also have anthropomorphic gaming system Kidtendo 69, abbreviated as K69. K69 is an anthropomorphic video game system circa 1996. She moves around on 4 cords that come out of her patented 4 console slots. Her arms end in a rumble controller, a light gun, a battery pack, because they don't have extension cords in the North Pole, and a memory pack, because they didn't actually give her enough memory. Kidtendo, how are you doing this Christmas Eve?
I am doing very well. Thank you so much for bringing me here.
And that's not offensive? Okay.
But no, it's totally a video
No.
game voice, and we haven't marginalized them enough yet.
You're incel bot now.
Yeah, I'm making fun of incel bot, really.
I mean, Orion, you might want to be nice. Kidtendo is the only reason you're alive. The cartridge currently in her slot is a Super Plumber Brothers, and you know that if anything were to happen to her, you would simply turn off.
Oh, no.
Also there is Matt. Matter-activated teaching tool, released in 1981, not long after the proven success of the Star Wars films, and touted as the student's best friend. He looks like a small version of Johnny Five rolling around on 3 legs. His eyes double as flashlights, kids, and a periscope pops out of his head. In his chest is a slot where you can put in many different cassettes to learn about English, social studies, different languages, science, and more. Matt is fluent in almost 67 different languages. And he has a storage compartment in the back where you can keep the cassettes, as well as the remote control that you can use to power him. How are you doing tonight, Matt?
So that was the best you could come up with.
Wow.
Doesn't sound like a robot at all.
We might take away Matt's cassettes so he can't talk.
I've got a lot of different languages, but I still struggle with the English one. So I am very excited what's happening here on the North Pole.
Well, lots is happening. You guys are about to watch Santa launch from his workshop so that he can deliver toys to all the good boys and girls around the world. However, not all your friends have arrived. Let's not forget our favorite wrestling buddy, Randy Stretch Strong. Randy Stretch Strong is a multi-country Melee Federation wrestling buddy made of soft, squishy, stretchy material, built to withstand blunt trauma and stretch further than any other toy. He's a rough and tumble toy, but he's got a soft inside. How are you doing tonight, Randy?
I'm also filled with toxic blue goo, so watch out.
It's partly silicone. Just don't pop. Just don't pop. And finally, our favorite 90s toy, Saban, the White Lion Thunderzoid. An action figure from the popular Power Druids TV show. He's a robotic white lion that can transform into a Zoid, which is a guy with like a sword and missiles. I mean, which is a guy with a power sword and thunder missiles.
He saw your goatee and definitely made you the white one.
It's morphin time, but you know, not a trademark infringement morphin time.
There were solid morphins on both sides.
It's transmorphin time.
So welcome our 5 friends. You're about to go on the biggest adventure of your life, and you don't even know it. Real quick, whenever I ask you to do something, simply roll a d20, tell me what number you got, and I will tell you what happens, because we want to get this Wagon Polar Express moving. So it is the eve of Christmas, also known as Christmas Eve, and Santa is about to launch from his workshop. You guys have gathered on the edge of town while the rest of the toys are asleep. This is a yearly tradition. Whoever would like to can roll perception.
All right.
I'm gonna roll for perception.
K69 roll. Ooh, 18.
18. As always, K69, your analytic abilities are completely unparalleled. And you see in the sky, a Christmas star. The brightest you've ever seen. It appears to be getting larger and brighter by the moment, as if it's responding to all the Christmas spirit around the world. In fact, it seems to be getting closer. Well, it's not just a Christmas star, it's a shooting Christmas star, rocketing across the sky, and then suddenly, it collides with Santa's sleigh. Oh no! You all watch in horror as Santa's sleigh starts careening towards the ground on the horizon. Rudolph's nose is flashing. SOS, SOS, SOS. Leaves the trail of northern lights behind it. Finally, the sleigh disappears far off in the distance behind some trees, and there is a muffled followed by a flashing red. Rudolph's nose may have gone critical. Ladies and gentlemen, and also toys, it seems that Santa is down. Santa has gone down. You guys don't even know if the North Pole knows. The rest of the town is asleep. What are you guys going to do?
I think we need to wake up the town and get them all assembled to deliver these presents. Christmas can't end like this.
I agree.
How do we even know there are presents?
Is anybody concerned with Santa's health?
No.
We just care about the presents. I get it. We're toys.
We actually care about the reindeer.
No, he's a pretty. I mean,
he's pretty old.
Yeah, I think he's immortal at this point, so I'm not too worried about that. But
okay, great.
K69. What is the distance between us and where Santa went down? Can
I roll for that?
Absolutely.
All right, rolling. I got an 8.
You are not sure how far it is. However, you can see a trail of northern lights leading out over the horizon.
Looks further than I can stretch.
Magical.
What's that?
Pretty far, guys.
is there any? Do we have to go by foot? Is there any type of train that we can board?
Any
New York?
Some type of expressive polar nature.
Well, we have a Zoid.
How many seats you got in your Zoid?
Oh, that's true.
We can transform and we can fit everybody in the back of the Zoid.
Absolutely. If you guys want to hop on Saban's back, you can ride off into the frozen wastes.
Ride me!
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
I'll wrap my arms around you all for safety.
I want to do Baby Yoda in the Baby Yoda like flying around the ship.
Yeah, the crazy ears flapping.
You guys hop in, and the Tiger Zord goes out, and we quickly cut to like a scene that's clearly the toy in a model of the North Pole, and the flakes are made of like little flakes of paper, and it's like, and there's really awesome music playing. I'm just gonna go every time that something cool happens with Saban.
Don't you have a cassette for that, Matt?
Yeah, here's just play the music cassette for this.
I think King 69 put a
very descriptive
tape on.
Rainbows.
Oh, wrong tape.
Yeah.
Flip it over and Welcome to the Jungle begins to play.
Oh shit, guys. It's going down.
As you head out into the frozen waste, the first place you come upon is the abandoned elf village of Hazelnut. We don't go to Hazelnut anymore.
Why did we come here now?
You guys are just following the trail.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay.
Hazelnut is said to have had a bell-snickle infestation, but we're not even sure anymore. How do you guys want to proceed?
I think we got to roll for perception to see if we smell those nasty bell snickles.
Roll for perception.
Critical fail.
Okay?
Matt rolled a 14.
I got a 1, so I think I looked around and poked myself in the eye.
You remember you don't actually have any eyes. It's horrible.
Get the IR port. I got a 2.
Matt, you look around with your flashlights and your periscope just to be sure. and you spot a dull orange glow in a garden. But that's the only thing you sense. What do you guys want to do?
Let's check out that glow.
All right,
I say we check the glow.
You got the glow.
Let's go.
You guys head over, and you find growing out of the barren ground a single 8-bit flower. The flower itself looks like a stem attached to a little fireball.
Oh, I've seen these before. These are in my game.
These are in my the one in my slot.
Let me try and grab it.
You could grab it, or someone else could grab it and save it for you. Because you know that the moment you touch the fire flower, it activates your ball throwing ability.
Yeah, let's save it. Let's save it.
I have
K69.
I have some storage, so I'll extend one of my cords and grab that and put it in. Can I do that?
Put it in the expansion slot.
Can I put a Game Genie in K69?
I would prefer a rumble pack, thank you. Just saying.
Controller does have a rumble pack. It's the second one.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
not
That's right.
the last one.
That's right. Gotta have that for K69. All right. All things are in my slot. What's
You guys continue through Hazelnut, seeing nothing. And as you come out of the village, you see over the hill a flickering light, almost as if starlight.
Matt, can you determine if that's a code of some kind?
Let me try to see. I rolled a 4. How good is my ability to figure out what I'm saying?
You do not have any cassettes on Morse code.
Yeah, it's just a flickering light. I don't know.
About how far away is do we think the light is?
It looks like it's just over the crest of this hill.
Let's Zord it anyway. It's Zoid time.
It's transforming time.
It's transmorph.
I
say we go to the top of the hill, team.
You guys get to the top of the hill after a nice cutscene, and you see down in
Did
a
we skip the
little valley,
cutscene? What happened?
there's some melted snow, and in the middle of the melted snow, it's the Christmas star. It has fallen onto the ground, and its light is dying. as
You
if it's
murdered
being
Santa,
robbed
Star.
of its Christmas spirit.
Which do we hate? Which do we hate more, Acorn Village or this star?
You just want me to light something up
Or
with that
his-
fire plant?
I mean, kind of.
Unfortunately, dancing around the star are the bell snickles.
No, not the
They're robbing its Christmas spirit.
How many bell snickles are there?
There's like 6 bell snickles.
Are they pretty big?
They're like this size, literally.
Wait, step on all the bell snickles.
But remember, you guys are toys, so you're also like this size.
Right.
Oh, got
Can
it.
I take them to Suplex City?
Oh, all right. Randy Stretch Strong. Give me a roll, Randy Stretch Strong.
6.
Okay. You rush forward, but suddenly, the heat, the bell snickles throw a Raggedy Doll on the ground and light it on fire. They then stick it with a little stick and start like pointing it towards you. Fire is, of course, one of your few weaknesses, Randy.
Just like Undertaker at Survivor Series that one year.
Already.
Is one of my language tapes bell snickle?
Absolutely, yeah. This was the 90s.
All right, so I rolled a 16 on saying things in bell snickle just now. So I'm gonna say, "Yo, give us that star."
And as you speak up, and you're being like rough and tumble, right?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
As much as Matt could be.
As much as the Matt unit was designed to be.
As you threaten the bell snickles, the light from the Christmas star dims a little bit. As if your negative energy hurts it.
Oh
no.
Matt, I think your bad vibes are killing Christmas spirit.
Hey, buddies. Can we talk this
You
out?
guys want to watch Let It Snow?
As you suddenly become a little cheerier and ask the Belsnickles if they'd like to talk this out, the Christmas star grows a bit brighter.
Do I have any Christmassy tunes in my slot?
You don't have any Christmassy tunes. However, you may or may not get bonuses in this game for singing.
I would like to sing Jingle Bells.
Go ahead and sing Jingle Bells.
But should I do it? Okay, it's common. Okay. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells.
Hey! The power of your song ignites the Christmas star brighter than even it was in the sky. The Belsnickles flee in terror.
We didn't mean that. We were trying to be friends. Okay, bye.
I thought we were going to play Xmas Lemmings.
You guys have scared away the Belsnickles. Now what?
We've done it, team. Now what?
Let's go talk to the star.
Let's inspect the star for sure.
It's an inanimate object, but you
okay.
Like, pick it up.
I'll pick up the star with one of my cards.
I think we need to put it back in the sky.
How much radiation poisoning?
Can I stretch far enough to put it back?
It's a Christmas star, so you may or may not get Christmas cancer. But
whoa!
Wrestlers die early anyway, so I can take.
Your blood is just licorice now.
So you guys now have the star and the fire flower, and I'm assuming you continue to rescue Santa, correct?
Oh yeah.
Where was he again?
Definitely.
Well, we got to alert the town. That's the plan.
Oh right.
Could I get a listen roll from anyone who wants to listen?
Yeah, let's listen.
I got a 2.
I got a 2 too.
I got a 1.
I got a 15.
I got an 11.
All right. Saban, you are trekking through the snow when you suddenly stop and you hear a strange sound on the tail end of the wind. Ba-dum, bump. What was that?
What was that? Did anyone else hear that?
No, nobody heard.
No, I got a 1.
I may have heard the last bump, but nothing else.
Bump. But and now it's getting louder. It seems to be coming closer.
What is it? Is it another song we have to sing?
What's happening?
And then suddenly, from out of the snow, like a great god of the north. Saban, you suddenly realize that your legs and joints are freezing up in the extreme cold.
Oh,
I'm Mr. Snow.
Oh, the snow blows even harder.
Guys, I'm freezing up. Help me.
K69, give me the fire flower.
I whip it out of
icicle.
Oh, K69, your cords are freezing. You can only reach halfway.
I'm trying to pull it out of my slot, but I'm freezing.
We need you to stretch. Can you?
Can I stretch it?
K69?
Can I reach into the slot?
Can he reach into my slot? That is the question.
I'm Mr. 10 Below.
Luckily, the toxic silicone inside you never freezes. That's what you get for being made in Russia. You reach your flaccid, muscular arm into K69's slot, and you pull out the fire flower.
Friends call me Snow Miser.
Help me.
Reach out, and Orion, the flower is yours.
Boom. I am going to throw it at the heat miser, or the cold freeze miser. Sorry.
Friends call me Snow Miser.
Sorry, Rankin Bass. Rankin Bass's lawyers are going to be contacted.
You. Your overalls turn from green to a bright off-white. Fire ignites in the palm of your hand.
Does any music play? Like a little...
Of course, like...
It just speeds up.
And
Touch turns to snow in my clutch.
roll to throw.
I got a 16.
Oh! You toss the fireball and it collides with the snow miser, knocking him to the ground.
I'm too much.
I was just getting to know their catchphrases.
But not before the snow miser takes a snow globe out of his pockets. I'm sure he has pockets or something somewhere. Out of his pockets and tosses it against the ground. Not the ground, the ground. The snow globe shatters, and you all find yourselves trapped in a blizzard.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
I'm all alone.
Guys,
Oh, man.
are you out there?
Oh
no.
Let me use my lights eyes.
If you can find my arms, we can use it as a rope to all stay together.
The driving snow blinds you all as you stumble through the frigid wipe, clinging to K69's cords to stay together.
It was just like I was just warm.
The wind howls at you, screaming and angry. But you think you faintly can hear. Roll for perception, whoever wants to.
A 10.
20. 14.
K69. And almost everybody hears, but K69, you definitely hear singing on the wind. It'd be almost eerie if it didn't also feel so warm and guiding.
You guys, I hear this lovely song. I think I might even know the words to it. Do I?
You would know the words. The song is filling your heart and spilling up and out of your throat. You have this strange urge. You know the way through this storm lies with this song.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Sing with me, boys.
I don't know the words to this song.
Walking home from house Christmas Eve. Some may think it's something better, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe.
As your voices harmonize, it's beautiful. You feel your collective song spin out like a golden thread, warm and full of cheer. The sounds of Snow Miser's vicious blizzard begin to fade. Still there, of course, raging in the background. But now you're all safe and cozy and tucked away in a cocoon knitted from sheer musical joy. As you trudge through the deep snowdrifts, it becomes a dance, almost a frolic. Orion, you're leaping like a step-dancing gazelle, sheer joy of jumping. K69, your wires and controllers are waltzing around and through and over. Matt, your flashlight eyes are sparkling brightly. While your cassettes twirl and twirl. Stretch Strong, you're squishing a stoic and entirely stiff Saban into a bear hug. And you stretch him upwards into an overhead lift that would make Jennifer Grey cry. But as you make your way across the ballroom of Frozen Wasteland, you realize a deeper, more erratic, and entirely unfamiliar voice is joining in your song. From out of the depths of the frosty blizzard emerges a burly, blustery, bushy-bearded prospecting ginger.
What?
Grandma got run over by
Walking home from my house Christmas Eve. Some might think there's no such thing as Santa.
Hey, Orion, shut up.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Nothing.
Wow.
Who are you? We don't recognize you.
Name's Yukon Cornelius. I'm looking for gold, which has a distinct flavor, which is why I lick this pickaxe.
Okay.
What are 5 toys such as yourselves doing out here in this blustery blizzard of nothingness?
Well, we saw Santa get destroyed by a star, and we're trying to help him.
We have to save
Christmas. Suits' frozen beard sickles.
What?
Rudolph wasn't looking too good either. He was shining out an SOS signal or something.
I think Rudolph went nuclear.
I'm sure that fellow will be fine. You look a little cold. Would you like me to conveniently lead you out of this blizzard?
Oh, thank God.
Yes,
That'd be great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That would actually be kind of convenient.
Yeah. Maybe we could convince Santa to give you gold for Christmas.
You'd think he would after
Yeah,
like
I mean,
30
you
plus
could.
years, but no.
Have you
No,
written
he
to
doesn't.
him? Have you written that in a
Dear
letter?
Santa, I'm a greedy little. Never mind.
Never thought of that. Only whatever. Saved his ass a couple times.
A couple times? What happened?
They don't make claymation videos of everything. Some kids aren't appropriate.
So you follow an incredibly creepy Yukon Cornelius through the blizzard. And as you crest a glacial rise in the distance, the blizzard begins to soften into just a few fluttering of flakes. And you look out and you see a bumble of snowmen majestically trekking across the valley floor below you.
A bumble?
A bumble.
Yeah, that's the
It's a
plural.
traditional
snowman.
term for
The
snowmen.
grouping of 5 or more snowmen.
Yeah, that's plural.
Okay. Okay.
Everyone roll for perception for me.
Okay. Weren't you on Bumble?
14.
4.
Got a 15.
11.
2.
K69, you're a little too preoccupied with imagining the claymation videos that were mentioned earlier, so you're not paying any attention.
It's just Santa puking his guts out.
Everyone else, you see something shiny and reflective off in the distance.
I see something shiny.
Is it gold?
Reflective.
Maybe it's gold, Yukon.
Maybe it is. Let's check it out, boys and girls.
Does Yukon need to roll for perception?
For some reason, Yukon Cornelius is played by David Kochner in this episode.
David Keckner is just like wearing the. It works.
Follow me some more. I found an old shelter a few ages back. No one's inside. Looks like things got a little too toasty, but there's jam all over the place.
A few ages back, the measurements in this world are insane. We got a bumble of snowmen. Okay,
We're all immortal, man.
let's go for it.
So you continue on behind Yukon's Cornelius as
Well,
you
we're in
get
the Zoid.
closer to the shiny and reflective object in the distance. You realize it's a metal door. Well, more of a hatch, really. And what you thought was a hill is actually some kind of snow-covered building.
Okay.
The hatch.
I've seen Lost.
The numbers are a curse.
Yukon, do you have any luck opening that hatch for us, buddy?
Oh.
The door is
I
actually
could
slightly
use a little
ajar.
help if someone were maybe strong and wanted to help me.
I think maybe a wrestler.
Can I take the hatch to Suplex City?
Yeah.
I absolutely want to
Roll.
see that.
Roll.
Roll to suplex the hatch.
18. 18.
Oh my
that hatch went flying into the sky.
Yeah, in an
Just like Lost.
athletic display of prowess, you see Stretch Strong essentially grab the door by the handle and rip it off and over his shoulder and into the snow, where he proceeds to roar in the door's face. It's very intimidating.
Roar. I think you should roar.
Yeah, I really want to hear.
Transphenomenal.
Did he just have a stroke?
I'm just concerned with his health.
So
It's cold, okay? Like my lungs
Let's
are
get
compressed or something.
inside.
Let's go. It's cold. We'll go warm up, Stretchy.
Oh, Stretchy.
you enter a small room. It's dark and there's the sound of dripping from somewhere deeper inside. Illuminated by Matt's flashlight eyes are coats and stray boots scattered around in a chaotic jumble. There's an opening leading to another room straight ahead.
I'd like to grab a coat and maybe some shoes to warm up a bit.
Maybe that's a good idea. Let's get some coats on.
They are like regular people sized, so it's going to be.
Oh.
You guys can all grab one coat, like a large blanket, but it will affect your ability to see.
I'm gonna step on Stretch's shoulders and we can share one.
I could snuggle.
Nice, you guys are.
I'll hop in the pocket.
All right, so it's 5 toys in a trench coat. Is what you're talking about.
Can we sneak into a movie?
You can, but only PG-13. None of you guys have a face that's over 13.
Got it.
All right.
Hold on,
So
you see the Power Rangers beard?
It's definitely not fooling anyone.
Baby face beard.
It's like painted on like Francois.
The second room opens up, larger, slightly rounded, with higher ceilings. Darkened ceiling lights hang at broken and odd angles. There are several windows along the far wall. Many of those are broken too. Much of the furniture is shattered and strewn about, and the remaining pieces are overturned as a part of some long ago battle royale. Everything is covered in dust and darker, more ominous splotches of raspberry jam.
Wait a minute. How did you get that pickaxe?
He just murdered a bunch of people.
I promise you, Outpost 31 looked like this when I arrived.
Can we check the star and see how bright the star is glowing at the moment? It's pretty dark in here, right?
It's pretty dark. I mean, there's some light from the windows, but not a ton.
Let's take the star out. Maybe if we sing a Christmas song, it'll light our way.
Oh, not a bad
That's a good idea. Why don't you lead us on in song?
Go ahead.
What's a good song?
Go ahead, Orion.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells.
Hey!
It's not working as well at this time.
Shines brightly, and you see to your left, where what had been kind of covered in shadow, is what must have once been stairs, but is now a gaping and burned out chasm leading to a blackened void below. And to your right is a single still intact computer console. It's balanced on a small table with one shattered leg kind of leaning up against the wall. You also
K69.
that the cord
Let's
is
connect with it. Can K69 connect with the console?
Can I type something on the console?
Why don't you just hold up and let her hack it first?
Okay, all right. I think I know the password.
Hunter 2.
I extend my cords to the computer and insert where I can.
You just shove it right.
She's just raw dogging the computer right here.
I warm it up a little bit.
Yeah, there's some light conversation before she does it.
Miraculously, the computer turns on really easily.
It's like Matt.
Magic touch.
It drones to life with a smattering of beeps, and a scroll of white text flits up and across the screen. After a beat or two, you're faced with a dark screen and a blinking white cursor. K69, you're familiar with this. You can hardly believe your pixels. It's a DOS. As a custom gaming system, you'd heard rumors of this ancient technological remnant.
Do you guys have any idea what this is? It's a DOS. This is antiquitous.
It's a Linux system. I know that.
Digital operating system, I think.
Disk operating system.
What we have to do.
It's hotly debated, but the real meaning has been lost to the ages.
It's lost to the ancient texts, which have been burned. But I do remember something about typing in some kind of a code, like an accessing program, or
I'm gonna have you make an intelligence check. So just roll.
Yep. Oh, come on, buddy. 17.
Hey.
You did really well. In fact, you remember that you can type dir in and pull up a list of all of the directories and files on the computer. So you do so, and the screen kind of scrolls through the short lines of text very rapidly, finally stopping to show several dated text entries, which appear to be the last ones in the system, and a single encrypted .exe file labeled Hashimoto 1986.
Enter.
Don't let Cornelius hit me again.
On which one?
On the exe file.
All right, so
let's run the program.
It is encrypted, so you can download it and begin to decrypt it, but you will not be able to do anything else. You won't be able to do anything that would require a roll. So you can kind of move, but you can't.
You're kind
do
of
it.
OP. So
I I think you should read the text entries for clues to the password.
Just start encoding it. We're good. Just start decoding it.
Let's brick me, okay?
Yeah, let's just brick her. We can still use her as a weapon if we swing her around.
You can use my arms as like lassos and things.
We can tie up some elves.
Says the only
I still think the password is a Lost reference.
Wait, what were those numbers again?
Can we try 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42?
It's not a password protected file.
No, it's just the computer just called you a nerd and then completely sucked at the end.
Go collect more posters, nerd.
The 7th chapter of the code just completely vomited up.
All right, so everybody, I'm about to go dark for a minute here. If you need anything from my slots, grab it now.
Her slots are empty.
Okay.
Is she carrying the Christmas star? Who's carrying the Christmas star?
She was.
Well,
That we took it out for a light source, yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
We took it out for a light source.
So it's out, but like in one of my cords, while other cords are in the other computer.
Hey Zoe, just pick her up and carry her if you don't mind.
I got her and the computer on my. Should I roll a strength check for that?
So you're
good.
The file is downloaded. You don't need to stay connected to the computer. You just will basically your focus will be on decrypting the file. So you can still move around and you can Saban, you can move her around. She doesn't have to have a computer with her.
All right, I got you, K69. Let's transmorph out.
She can move around.
Oh,
but I enjoy the piggyback ride.
So there's a chasm. What's on the other side of the chasm?
Matt, use your binocular eyes.
So as you peer down, Matt, I'm going to have you make a perception check.
Okay. Let's see. I didn't have a dice with me. A 4. So what does this thing say?
Oh, we're dead. You're dead.
You don't see anything, but you hear something. Very, very, very faintly.
Can I try to hear more intently?
You can try to hear. Yeah, you can try to hear more intently. If anyone wants to help them,
now that I'm really straining to hear, I got a 7 about, I would say, on a scale of 1 to 20.
All right. Okay. About a 7. Fair.
Not great, not terrible.
You're not entirely sure if you're hearing it right, but you think you hear a faint cry of help coming from down there.
Oh, okay. Let's do it.
Come by this cavern and tell me. Does anyone hear anything? Anyone?
Well, we can check for it. Let's see if I got a 19.
All right, so you look down, you see below, you can kind of just barely make out what looks like what was once a lab. You can kind of see like some tables, like, a few things that look like lab equipment, barely.
Oh, meth exploded.
Not the dog, not a dog lab.
No, it's like a meth lab.
Yeah, and you definitely
that explains the whole destruction.
You definitely hear a faint cry of help.
Okay.
How deep is the chasm?
It's essentially the second, the floor underneath the basement floor. For you guys, it's fairly deep, but you
and we're in a
there's some outcroppings. There's some ways you could potentially.
Can I just stretch down and you guys can climb down me?
You can't stretch all the way to the floor, but you can stretch down far enough that it's likely that Saban
I'll do that for you guys.
I'll do that for you guys. And land without hurting anybody.
I'm gonna put down K69.
Oh, fine.
Let's climb our friend.
Send me down, Stretch.
Let's go.
I ride Stretch like a fireman pole.
All right, so
with the twists.
You hear like a body horn in the background as he's swirling around.
It's like a candy cane thing.
Right now, it's just you, Saban, in the basement, right?
I slid down.
Okay, and Orion, Matt, and K69, you're staying upstairs?
Yeah, I'll hang out.
Yukon?
What?
Coming down or?
I'm always going down.
All right. So you guys all drop with varying degrees of grace into the weapons of the lab. And now that you're down here, you can kind of see that things inside are in as much disarray as they were before, as they were above. You can see overturned tables, chairs, more smashed computer consoles, destroyed lab equipment, specimen jars, test tubes, etc. Near where you landed, you see what looks like a large sack, almost like what one Santa might have had. It's currently empty and lying on the floor. On another side, you can see what looks like a sleigh. It's still there as well. It's just kind of layering. It's there. It's just laying on its side near an overturned table.
There's a big hole in this sack. Like someone cut through it or chewed its way out.
What? Oh. Okay. Something was in that bag, or somebody just didn't know how to turn it upside down to get whatever's in it out of it. So, what do we want to do? Let's turn the let's get the sleigh upright first.
Yeah.
As you guys go over to the sleigh and start to try and like kind of pick it up, it's pretty heavy. It's coated in a strange dust.
Angel dust.
Unidentifiable. And like, can you guys make a perception check?
Okay.
Who's down there?
Oh, yeah.
Does it taste like gold, Yukon? Because I got a 3.
I got a 4.
Nothing.
Randy, are you down there as well? Stretch strong?
Sorry, I think I'm still hanging so that they can climb back up.
No, we good. Why don't you drop down?
We're good? Okay.
Yeah.
I got a 3.
You got
a 3. Okay.
Matt's like still up there staring at a computer for no reason.
You guys aren't entirely sure what it is. There's a lot of it though.
Dust.
I'm going to gather it together in a convenient small pouch for you. And whoever wants to carry it could take it. May come in handy if you can figure out what it is.
Could be some flying dust. This could be the source of Santa's flying powers.
Oh, that's a good assumption.
Yeah.
Your Korean translators are terrible.
Distracted by the dust and don't notice there's a rack of test tubes on a kind of lab counter nearby, and there's a small amount of silvery liquid in one of them, and it begins to shift and move.
Alex Mack?
It flies up the side, and as it reaches the top, begins to form itself into a hand, which grasps onto the mostly intact lip of the tube, and then another hand forms and grabs hold right next to the first. And at this point now, you guys have all noticed it, and can clearly see the remaining liquid take on a human shape, as emerging from the top of the tube is a tiny T-1000 Terminator.
We're screwed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Matt and I are just still up there.
Yeah. Matt's just staring at the little gauge go like closer to 40%.
You
That's
barely
so
have time
exciting.
to react to this when you hear a rustling to your left. And your gazes shoot over, and as you watch, the dusty leaves of like a plastic fern that was in the corner begin to tremble and shake and finally shoot open to reveal the deadly mandibles of a miniature predator wielding a nasty-looking battle rifle.
What the fuck? We're dead.
We can't. These are the baddest of the super action movies of the 80s.
If the robot was down here, we could throw it at them. Like, holy crap, man! We could really use Matt. No, we couldn't. All right.
You almost immediately hear a resounding "oh!" as a vicious 7-inch werewolf leaps up on a desk, and then slam! A significantly larger, partially robotic gorilla drops down next to it from a broken light fixture and begins rhythmically beating his chest.
This is Rampage?
Oh, we did. We did.
And then, from behind you, you feel something watching you. You all whip around and see 2 sickly, shining, demonic eyes, followed by a swirling mist of darkness which coalesces into a black humanoid shape, cloaked in a whirlwind of crimson cape. This world and its shadows belong to me. Now and forever, I am Spawn! You guys have heard of toys.
Holy shit!
What would you do if the devil was real?
Toys not meant for little children. Manufactured in a secret workshop, hidden away by a mad scientist known only as McFarlane.
Todd McFarlane.
What if the devil was real? Yeah. Oh crap. Well,
Man, we are toast.
We gotta find a way to kill Todd McFarlane.
What if they just want to fight each other?
Let's use the.
Eventually hemming you in. There's a wall at your backs, and they're coming towards you.
Stack of weird dust. I'm gonna.
We gotta use it.
Give me the dust. Dust.
Or Sabin? I'm not sure what it is.
Saban.
So
Snort the dust.
I'm gonna have you roll a dexterity roll to catch the dust, which I'm assuming you're talking to him or are you handing to him, Yukon?
I'm a boisterous man. I totally threw it.
Roll for catching.
Oh shit!
Yeah, roll for catching.
I got a 5.
Your guys' die needs to go.
Using my jump power, I'm using my jumping power. I'm gonna try and snag it midair.
Snag it.
Come on, Nate.
Don't cheat.
Oh no, I got a 7. That fucking thing hit me in the head.
All right, so Saban, you go to dive for it. It goes over your head. Orion sees this, leaps up, goes to try and grab it, but kind of ends up volleyball hitting it. It jumps, it rises up in the air, kind of turns over, fall over all of you, and then falls upright on the floor in front of Stretch Strong. At this point, though, Yukon, you were charging the group of toys?
Absolutely. I've never been afraid of anything only a few inches tall.
Yukon Cornelius gives a great, intimidating roar and charges at the toys with his pickaxe. The toys immediately take him down in like a humiliating Lilliputian way. Like he drops like a defeated redwood, his pickaxe clattering to the floor and kicked aside by the berserk cybernetic gorilla with a spit-flecked roar. Yukon! In horror as the 5 toys descend on him like jackals.
We gotta save him.
I mean,
Stretchy.
Oh, he's toast.
He's already gone.
Oh no,
You also begin to notice that where you had been, you didn't realize it until after you were horrified by the scene of poor Yukon being taken down. You had been hovering slightly off the floor. Now you all 3 drop to the ground with as your horrified realization that Yukon has been taken down by the toys.
Hey, how are things going down there?
Yeah.
I think this thing's at 25%. Thanks, Matt. Stretchy, we need you to sprinkle the dust on yourself. No.
You lightly seasoned yourself.
So you sprinkle the dust on yourself and you feel lighter for a second, but then you hear the vicious clawing and rending of poor Yukon's flesh by the werewolf, and
Oh God!
sinks you to the ground. You realize
My
that-
Christmas spirit.
Yeah.
Silver bells. Silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city.
We're all gonna die anyway.
Does anybody know the next line?
Nope.
Ring-a-ling.
Ring-a-ling.
Hear the ring.
Hear the ring.
Soon it will be Christmas.
Fills you with the joy of Christmas, and it drowns out the horrified screaming of Yukon Cornelius as the two of you rise up through the ceiling of the basement and arrive on the first floor, dropping lightly to the ground next to Matt, who is singing at the top of his cassette-recorded lungs. Inside the recorded
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? I was just bored.
I'm gonna roll to kick Matt into the hole.
At this point,
Oh shit, Nat 20.
That says 14.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Nat 20 on kicking Matt into the hole.
Gerard Butler style.
a reflex check. Also, though, it will dim. The Christmas star begins to dim brightly by the betrayal.
Sorry. Oh, never mind. All right, sorry. Nix that.
Yeah. Orion, what are you doing?
No metagaming.
Your heart grows another size, and you realize that Santa's more important in this moment. Case not, I'm going to have you roll another intelligence check for me.
Okay. Oof, 5.
Smoke starts coming out of her.
You hear a humming and a buzzing from K69, and shuts off abruptly, Orion disappearing for a second. There's a small whistle of smoke, but then you hear a whooshing sound followed by a tinkling of 8-foot bells.
We lost Orion. Where'd he go?
Orion, no!
And there's a moment, and K69, you've rebooted temporarily. Orion, you are back. You look a little haunted from whatever void of nothingness you were sent to, but you're back now and okay. K69, you finished decrypting the .exe file and are shocked to discover that it contains something you've only heard of in gaming legends. It's a mysterious code that, when entered in the proper sequence, creates miracles. You found the Konami code.
Ah!
You guys,
References.
it's an older code, but it checks out.
So you are now all on the first floor of Outpost 31. You hear Yukon Cornelius's screams begin to die off and the scattering of toys and what sounds like they're finishing with whatever horrible fate Yukon suffered, and they're headed your way. What do you do?
Sounds like Sid's bedroom.
He was a ginger anyway. We didn't need to hang on to him.
I know the code.
Do you know the code?
Yes. I go to K69 and I say, let me slot you up in that computer. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
I put in up, down, left, right, A, B, and for 2-player, select.
Oh, no!
It was
No!
BA?
It's BA!
BA?
Oh my god!
Hey,
What
at
happens
this
if you-
point, it didn't work. But you hear the claw of the cybernetic gorilla rest onto the first floor.
Okay,
Anyone
let's do that
can try
again.
Get this right this time.
Stretchy, get it right. It's BA.
Give me
Up,
your
down,
controller.
down. Left, right. BA. Fuck, is there another one?
Yes.
Another BA?
Yes!
B-
God!
I don't think so.
All right, I'm hearing the sounds of people unsubscribing to Geekscape and Geekscape games right now.
Okay, the Konami code was dead before I was born.
Zoid, you're up.
It's up, down, left, right. BA, select start.
All right. Beams of light begin to shoot out of the ground all around you as you hear a rush of wind, which encircles and envelopes you. It's blinding and deafening, and then you hear, threading through it all, a flute sounding out a simple melody. Everything goes black. Well, not black, just nothing. And then you find yourself in a small, snowy clearing, slightly disoriented and blinking against the glare of the sun on the snow. There's no sign of the McFarlane toys, no sign of the research outpost, and no sign of poor Yukon Cornelius.
Well, that's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, he was great.
But
He never got his gold.
you see, off in the distance, something glinting in a snowbank.
Okay.
I'll roll a perception for my eyes. I got an 8.
My eyes.
Come on, man.
He's not wearing his glasses.
Matt hasn't done anything.
Comes up, and you can see the glint a little larger now.
Okay. Anyone else want to look at this?
I'd like to go for perception as well.
Go ahead.
18.
All right.
There we go.
Here's
Newer
Sticking out of
systems
the
showing off
snowbank
over there.
is a long chain.
What do you see, K69?
I see something glinting. It's a long chain.
Let's pull on it.
Dangling?
Yank that chain.
I extend my cords.
It's just a bunch of enslaved elves at the end of it.
All right.
Fizzle
You go over,
snap.
you yank the chain, and out of the snowbank comes an oversized pocket watch with the initials SC on it.
You guys, I think I found Santa's watch. It's a clue.
It's a clue.
I mean, we're getting closer is really what I'm
I bet
asking.
it's how he watches all the kids to find out if they're good or bad every year.
I'm gonna try and open up or timepiece. I'm gonna try and open it up.
I just got flunked because I missed the
Open
Konami
the
code.
watch and find the inside, which lists a number of continents and cities across the world.
Oh, wow.
Atlanta,
Wow.
Australia.
Those are pretty Caucasian. Yeah.
Do I notice anything
Yeah,
about?
Would you
the
like to
latent
sort of inspect the
racism in
watch
that
some more?
watch.
I would like to inspect the watch more if it's like pointing at something. I got a 17.
It's not pointing at anything, but you think with a little bit of time, you might be able to figure out how to use this watch. And suddenly, you turn the dial just a little bit, and everything freezes. Nat, Orion, Saban, Randy, freeze. And you're the only one still moving.
Holy shit. I'd like to
Punch
just
us all in the face.
just walk around a bit and see if I notice anything, like any movement or like minute nothing.
Not even the snowflakes are falling anymore. Everything is perfectly still.
I'm going to try and switch it back to the way
Everybody unfreezes, and suddenly you're behind them. Everyone, you basically see K-69 transport.
You have transmorphing powers? Transporting powers?
Yeah, guys, this watch makes time freeze.
That's how he does all those houses.
It must be.
It does the houses?
He does them. You know, he gets himself inside them.
It's a breaking and entering watch.
You guys hear that?
What do you guys hear? What? I recognize that sound.
What's that sound?
Oh no! Last time it was that snowman.
Bump. Da-dum.
Oh, no. I've heard stories of a brother.
You realize it's getting warmer.
Oh no!
Green Christmas.
The snow begins to melt around you.
Oh my gosh.
The polar bears.
The sun shines bright even though it's still the middle of the night.
We need the bumble of polar bears to freeze that thing.
Who are you, fireman?
I'm Mr. Heat's Blister.
Ooh, your skin, well, I'm sorry, Randy, since you're the only person who has skin, your skin starts to pucker and feel strained.
Oh no.
I think let's throw a snowball at it.
Snow melted, man.
I'm Mr. 101.
There's nothing left but water and steam. The steam rises up from the ground as the water begins to bubble around you. Randy, you specifically feel your silicone flesh begin to wilt and melt, but even someone made of as hard as plastic as you, Saban, you're not sure how long you can last in heat like this.
Can we freeze time?
Quick, everybody, grab on to Santa's watch thing. And then I want to switch it to the freeze time.
And Mr. Heat Miser freezes.
Whoa! What is this clock stoppers level technology?
It freezes things.
It's still warm.
Does the heat stop?
I think we should run away holding the.
Oh yeah, big time.
Run away!
I think we could make more distance if we jump on the Zord again.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, Zoid it up.
Zoid.
Ride me!
Well, except because time is frozen, there's no music. It's just you. Like, you can hear the awkward sound of your own footsteps, which are like...
It's just a long note.
But, you guys run off, and you leave the Heat Miser in the distance.
Later, nerd.
Night again. That guy was definitely too much. And now there are frozen snowflakes all around you, and suddenly it unfreezes.
What happened, K-69?
It's a powerful watch, but it only lasts so long when you wind it.
Oh, I think it's off now. I think I have to wind it again if we want. Where are we right now?
Can I roll for a hint?
You could absolutely roll for a hint.
All right, I roll for a hint.
How does Santa hit every house if he has to rewind it every few minutes?
I got a 4.
Come on.
You have no clue where you are, Matt. I would like you to just roll real quick.
Let me see.
Use one of your damn cassettes, Matt.
Yeah.
I rolled a 1.
Matt, those eyes have got to go.
I'm using the digital die.
Can we use Matt as a weapon so we can use him at all?
Matt, do you want me to use mine? Mine seem to be doing a little better.
Matt,
Yeah, can you hand it
roll
to me?
up. You roll up behind Randy Stretch Strong, and without noticing, you take his foot and you wind it into one of your treads.
Oh,
you
no.
suddenly activate it, and Randy goes through the treads, comes out looking all strangely stretched and elongated.
Oh no.
Matt, you realize you've lost control of yourself. Is your back compartment open?
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no,
Your
guys.
Your remote control is gone, Matt.
Oh
Matt,
no.
Your remote control is gone.
You are no longer in control, and from behind you, out of the
Some say he
snow,
never was.
holding your remote control comes
Default user icon.
Oh, not again!
Son of a. At least maybe Matt will do something now.
Kill.
Thought we melted you.
Randy, you seem a bit stunned. Saban, it looks like Matt is coming for you next. What do you want to do?
I want to roll to flip him over on his back like a turtle.
Go.
What is this? Oh, 9.
All right, you rush forward. You turn into your crazy power morpher mode. You've got your sword out. Unfortunately, Matt knows all your weaknesses. And as you go at him, he taps the little lion on your chest. Your arms and legs and head spring out in every direction, attaching from your body like a crazy crash test dummy.
I told you I was too much.
Do we have any more?
We gotta get that remote
fire
control
flowering?
back.
The fire flower is gone. The Konami code is gone. What do you have left? What can you do against your friends?
Christmas cheer.
Oh, yeah, maybe we should sing a song, guys. Maybe that'll save us. We still have the star, right?
You do still have the star, yes.
Okay, all right. Everybody, you know the words.
Do we?
Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. We made it out of clay.
Dreidel.
With dreidel, I shall play.
The Christmas star grows brighter, and for just a moment, it appears to be a 6-pointed star.
Throw it like a throwing star at the cold visor. We need that remote control back, K69. I think we got to knock it out of. We got to get that remote control back.
Are you gonna do the star?
I
want to stretch man.
I think let's try and knock.
I'm like flattened.
Dude, he's flat.
Oh,
I think we get.
You've got some good elasticity, so you bounce back.
Okay, well then I just stretch and grab it. Real fast.
Hey, can you stretch me like a slingshot at the cold visor and try and knock the remote control out? And I'll be like,
fastball special right there.
Yeah, fastball special. Ready? Who's rolling?
I'm trying to roll, but I lost my cursor. Oh, there it is. 9.
I got
points.
a 15.
15,
Nice.
9.
Okay.
That's 15.
With your powers combined. So, Randy, you stretch your arm out and you clasp hands with Saban's arm, just his disembodied arm. And then, Orion, you leap forward into the arm. It pulls back like a rubber band, snaps you forward, and you colliding with the snow miser. The remote control goes flying up into the air.
Catch it!
Somebody catch it!
I'm gonna try and catch it.
Roll.
6.
You do not catch it.
Damn it!
It slams against the ground like there's one rock in a sea of snow, and the remote control shatters.
Nothing of value was lost.
I'm so sorry.
What's the status of Matt at this point? With the controller gone, does he have his anonymity? Is he have like his autonomy back, or is he just as useless as he was back in the shed?
It doesn't look like he's moving.
No.
All right, guys, how do we want to finish this up? We're good. Not really. We can't eat them. What use is it?
Saban, if you'd like, I'll let you take a turn to slowly piece yourself back together.
Do I roll for that or just chill
It'll
out?
just take a turn.
All right, cool. All right, we ate. We're good.
What are you guys gonna do? You can't leave a friend like this on Christmas, Kwanzaa.
He left us in a ditch to fight the Predator in T-1000. Where was that sentiment?
He was staring at some sexy silicone and dipped out.
This guy was.
The Hanukkah star is growing colder by the
Oh! Here we go. We have to sing another song to bring back our Christmas miracle.
I mean, maybe you could just check them.
That'll never work.
I'd like to go up to him, Matt, and just see if I can maybe reprogram him to be autonomous.
Can you give me a roll?
No,
I hope it's
come
a
on.
1.
Nope, but it's a 7.
Luckily, he's not actually a robot. He's just a cassette player inside a plastic casing, and you just have to flip the switch on the bottom so he's not on remote control.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
And he's back!
Hey! What did I miss?
Not a moment too late. He almost took out all of you.
Matt, you almost took us all out.
It would have been bad. I thought I really messed up by crashing your controller, but apparently that didn't count.
You almost killed us worse than that Predator back there.
But the key word is almost.
All right, should we roll for what to do next?
Luckily, as you look up, because that's all it took, you can see the trail of northern lights is brighter than ever, and it arcs down into a grove of trees.
It's a Rainbow Road.
You're very, very close now. Very close indeed.
Okay, let's light the trees on fire.
No, let's
what?
not do that.
Okay.
All right. So, weary and exhausted, you have finally come to the end of the trail. But in front of you lies this endless grove of Christmas trees. It spans as far as you can see, and a faint mist curls out from the forest and winds itself around your feet. And you can see the same mist fills the grove, obscuring much, but every now and again you think you might see something moving within the thick fog.
Should we go into the grove?
If we turn it into a Christmas tree farm, the trees will disappear.
Was that
because
Taylor
people
Swift reference?
She does have a song called Christmas Tree Farm, but no, that just seemed like the simplest way to clear the area.
Why don't we roll for perception?
It's Christmas Eve, so we're blowing them out.
Yeah.
They're free Christmas trees.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll for perception on what's in the. Let's see if we can see these shadowy figures.
Go ahead.
Good idea.
Nope, I don't see anything. I have a 2 and I fell on my face.
So, Stretch Strong falls on his face.
Orion.
I got a 5.
Sorry, Orion.
I got a 15.
A 15.
I got a 16.
Your eyes finally work,
That's
baby.
the best roll he's ever had.
All right, so you guys can't make out the figures that you see in the fog, but what you do notice is that each tree is actually adorned with different decorations. And Saban, well, you see one that's kind of covered all over in like army helmets and bolt-action rifles and Pershing boots. And Matt, you see one that's filled with old-fashioned sea vessels, schooners, galleons, frigates, all kinds from all eras. Some are flying pirate flags, others are from nations or kingdoms long defunct. But you see that every tree has a slightly different ornament scheme to it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. I mean, okay.
I'm going to have K69, Matt, and you two roll a wisdom roll.
13.
8.
Matt, you're way too focused on this sailing.
We got to reflip that switch on him.
Yeah.
We're expecting too much of him. He's just a cassette player.
Well, his periscope's kind of like he thinks he's looking this way, but the periscope's pointing that way. And all kinds of, sorted out. But K69, you notice that like on one of the ships is a sea liner, and Titanic is kind of emblazoned across the bow. And you remember hearing stories of a place like this. It's a place called the Grove of Christmas is Lost. Each of these tree represents a Christmas that never was for some poor soul out in the world. And you guys realize Santa is lost in here.
Okay.
You guys, Santa's somewhere in the broken tree dreams.
Yeah, I take the star and I say, but this was my wish. This was my wish. I'm taking it back. I'm taking them all back. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing a Goonies reference in the middle of this adventure.
It's not their time. It's not their
This is
time.
not their time.
Guys, we
Down
still
here.
have to save Santa and see if Rudolph is at least conscious.
Okay.
I say we go in.
Do you think the star will lead us to? Well, we're in the Grove right now, right?
You haven't stepped in yet. This is
Let's go. We got to go in there.
Go in.
All
Move
right.
forward.
Let's go in singing, everybody, because maybe the star will lead us to Santa.
Well, Ryan, you know the song.
Never gonna give you up.
Never gonna let you down.
Never gonna get another subscriber. Never gonna get another donation.
Shines brighter than you guys have ever seen it. It's almost angry in its brightness, but it is there and it is shining. And as it guides you through the trees, it kind of, even the fog stays back from this song and this star. And you notice as you're wandering that the grove seems to be growing. Like every now and again you hear a pop and a snap and there's a groan of branches and earth. And every few seconds a new tree appears and other trees shift to make room for it. And you realize that it's growing because it's representing all the Christmases that will never be if you don't get Santa out of there.
We gotta find him.
We have to find Santa now, guys.
So as you realize as the mist starts to cling and the star starts to dim, you guys got to keep singing.
We gotta keep singing. Okay, Shane, hit us with something else.
This Bohemian Grove place is nothing like the conspiracy theories.
Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus.
He got his ass hit by a star. He got his ass knocked out. Then he crashed and Rudolph went nuclear.
There is an explosion of stardust out of the Christmas star, and it swirls ahead of you into a clearing where you see a small Douglas fir. It kind of swirls around the Douglas fir, and as you approach it, you realize that it's covered all over in unusual ornaments. One depicts a videotape with a ferocious set of teeth. Another shows a wrestling ring with silhouetted outline of a reverse suplex. Another shows the cassette tape with a lightning bolt on it. Still another retro television set, a black and white cityscape, a giant badass explosion, Funko Pops, miniature headsets and microphones, film reels and musical notes. It's a beautiful tree, and it resonates with you guys, each of you, in your hearts. But you
This
realize...
tree really resonates with me.
The loot crate tree.
Guys, this is our tree. We should cut it down and keep it.
Wait,
no, that's a bad idea.
I'm continuing to grow.
Okay, let's form a circle and let's dance around the tree, and let's fill it with our Christmas spirit.
All right, we know the song, guys.
All right, Derek, hit us lead us off.
I can't.
Sing
I don't
a
know any
David
other
Matthews
songs.
song.
Sing a Taylor Swift.
Because now you got bad blood.
I'm blanking. That's like 3 albums ago, guys.
It's Christmas Eve and I haven't read.
But
I walk a lonely road.
The only road that I have ever known. It's a lonely road. Don't forget about that road.
Matt, it's Christmas Eve and I haven't opened one fucking. Blink-182 song.
Okay, no, you guys, we have to sing the song that brings everyone joy, every boy, every girl, every
Not the
adult.
U2 one.
Sing it with me, baby shark.
Baby shark.
That moment,
The tree lights on fire.
as you dance and your arms go up and down in classic Baby Shark motions, the Christmas star rises into the air and places itself at the top of the tree. It begins to shine. It shines brighter and brighter. The bulbs on the tree begin to twinkle brighter too. Soon every bulb on every tree begins twinkling, bright as the stars. And as you watch, the bright light burns away the mists and the fog, and the grove is suddenly much, much smaller. Then you hear the ringing of sleigh bells, followed by a cheerful laughter from out of a copse of trees. Comes
It's Santa!
Oh! Wow. It's a celebrity guest on our live stream.
Oh my god, you guys, it's Santa! Santa.
Oh my goodness.
We've been looking for you forever.
You got some answering to do for my
Yeah.
5th grade year.
Christmas place if it wasn't for you.
Oh, thanks, Santa.
Thanks, Santa.
We fought a lot of shit back there.
We lost Yukon.
Santa, can we talk about the Christmas in '88 while I got you?
Orion, that's old news. We're just glad he's alive, right?
All right, I have a bone to pick.
Why do you have tape on your face?
Now, if only I could find my watch and my bag of fairy dust, I could go deliver toys to all the good boys and girls.
Stretch, you got the angel dust, fairy dust.
There's not much left because something bad happened back there. But here you go.
Just like that? That's very dramatic.
What? It belongs to him.
You got a flair for the dramatic storytelling there, Derek.
We lost Yukon Pete or whatever his name was. We didn't give him any gold for Christmas.
Sorry. We didn't know.
We saw him get murdered.
I'm still upset about that. Okay, I'm in shock.
Hey Santa, remember that guy who saved you quite a few times, Yukon Cornelius? I think you got to carry your own load from now on, buddy. He ain't coming back.
The whole
We're
load.
gonna gloss over these things for the moment because it's a happy ending.
Okay, all right.
Hey.
For everybody but Yukon Cornelius and my ability to recall the Konami code, I think it's a great ending.
Yeah.
Drop a nice play, and you can come with me to deliver toys all over the world.
Oh, after all that, he's going to put us to work.
Capitalism.
By the way, how's Rudolph? I was very concerned.
He's somewhere. Santa had a rough night.
Oh my God!
I think the radiation from Rudolph going nuclear may have cost you your mustache. You're losing your hair. The nuclear fallout of Rudolph going nuclear it's alarming.
It's just sliding. All right.
I think maybe he tumbled with a.
I hope we didn't get that Christmas cancer.
Did you see a bumble of polar bears going around this the other way?
No, it's a bubble. Snowman. So insensitive.
Santa.
So I think at this time,
bye,
Mary. If you wanna do a quick promo, I think Santa had to run to put some gifts away. I don't know where Joe's at.
We clearly weren't going to help him.
Want to talk about?
I'm sorry, guys. I had to put my daughter to bed. Did I miss anything good?
I feel like there's a lot of things you missed. Like a really big.
Like your Zoom handle.
Yeah.
Oh, the magic of Santa still remains.
He was never real.
He's loaded on eggnog.
I fixed it there. There we
there
go.
he is,
Okay.
there he is, yeah.
Joe, welcome back. You just missed Santa.
Holy crap!
All right, so we got 5 minutes to jump to the next stream. John and Katie got to get ready because they're joining Poof, the magical game. Just going from
I'm
one
warmed
game
up.
to another.
We're ready.
Hey, little Billy, what do you want for Christmas?
Oh, I want a baseball and a toy train and world peace.
Oh, that's nice. Anything else?
Yeah, I want the Geekscapists watching this to volunteer to be big brothers and big sister mentors. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Maybe Matt Kelly can be my mentor, and I can get him to go outside once in a while and actually see the daylight instead of just staying in his parents' basement watching horror movies the whole time. That'd be great. Don't think it's gonna happen, but I think you Geekscape should go for it. You'd be really great mentors to all the kids out there.
Yeah, maybe you can play with your baseball with him.
Yeah. Don't think he's got much skills, but I'll give him a shot. Matt, we're gonna put you in, coach. Be ready.
Action fanatics, welcome to a very special edition of the Bulletproof Podcast. I am your host, Chris the Brain. Joining me, Chad Cruz and Ryan Campbell. It's the video edition of the Bulletproof Podcast, all as a part of the second annual Geekscape Holiday Livestream-tacular. And you know what?
This is a big benefit, guys, and it is benefiting big brothers and big sisters. We are I think we're in wrestling terms, either the curtain jerking spot, or if we want to look at it more optimistically, the hey, follow that spot.
That's right.
You follow this, everybody else, all other
Somebody's-
14 hours.
Right. Somebody's gonna get the crowd fired up, get the crowd ready to roll.
It's all
Get them,
about
Get
opportunity.
them loosening them wallets a little bit.
Yeah, you get the crowd popped. You get them excited. You get them prepared for like what would you say, 14 hours?
15 hours.
15 hours of geek like just things to listen to. I mean, people are gonna go crazy after this first hour. I think that they're going to gain, I don't know, thousands of viewers, maybe hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. After this, yes,
After this.
there'll be a ton.
Like right after we're done.
And obviously, we encourage everyone who can to donate to the Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and there'll be information, I'm sure, on the screen here. Our producer Matt will probably have taken care of all of that. We're just the talent on this thing, or
that's right,
the best talent. So yeah, this is it. We're in the opening spot here, and you know what? It is again the holiday season. That's why we're doing this special. That's why we're doing a benefit. I mean, it's a season of giving. And it's also, though, in action movie context, Die Hard season.
Yeah. It's the question that gets asked every year around this time. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? And I think that we've all answered it at one point or another. And we have said that, yes, absolutely, it is a Christmas movie. And not only is it a Christmas movie, it's probably the best Christmas movie. And over the years, I mean, it's been out 30 plus years now. It has spawned so many excellent knockoffs, and we just can't stop talking about them.
Yeah, I think that's the focus of what we're looking at today, is not just how influential it was and that Christmas is kind of what brings it all up, but just how genre defining. There's a whole subgenre of action all from this one movie. And I mean, we've done deeper dives before on podcasts about just Die Hard or the sequels and stuff like that, but not enough can be said for how it just redefined the action genre and kind of a format that's still going on to today.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is it. Our part of the second annual Geekscape Holiday Livestream-tacular. We're going to talk about Die Hard clones. And let's say it first. The
I want my
best
Clone Wars shirt just for that.
amazing.
Right, that's brilliant.
You see, that's the type of detail you're going to get with
That's
some people. I that is one of the best things you've done, Ryan Campbell. I think
Yes.
since you've been a part of this
I try.
podcast, this website, bulletproofaction.
We go video, I go the extra mile.
That's what I like.
My
That
shirt
is
is
what
red,
I like.
by the way.
Your shirt is red. I've got the
Red.
Bulletproof Podcast T-shirt on. I got the Christmas behind me. You've got American Ninja behind you. You got Boba Fett because you're our
He's a clone.
star. He is also
Hey.
yes. So here we go.
Spoiler alert.
I mean, this is again. I'm like in heaven right now because you know me, I'm a stickler for the details sometimes, and these are great details. But let's get into it.
That's right.
Die Hard clones. Number one, before this one's not on the list that we've kind of put together, but let's say
We're already going off list.
exactly. Let's say this, and we did a whole episode on this one. The best Die Hard clone of them all was Die Hard 2.
Well, it's an offspring of Die Hard. I don't know if it's a clone. I mean, it is essentially a movie
It's a repeating the scenario.
It's the same
general
scenario.
Right.
Different location, different environment, new villains. Everything is pretty much exactly the same. All these villains have similar motivations, and they're all very violent, and all the things are there from the first film. But I see it more of as like this is a child of Die Hard, just like the other Die Hards. It's a sequel, of course, but it doesn't like try to replace the format. It just is the same. It just continues on the legacy.
It's just how does the same shit happen to the same guy twice?
He's
Yeah,
unlucky.
and it's allowed to. I mean, it's own
Oh
spawn.
yeah. If anyone's going to be able to be a clone of Die Hard, it would be one of its sequels.
Do we need to take a minute and lay out what we think is the criteria to make something a Die Hard clone?
I
mean,
think
it doesn't necessarily have to hit every single mark, but what are some of like the main ones for you guys?
I think if we're before we get into it, obviously you have to be there has to be a elaborate plan of some sort by the bad guys.
Okay.
That has every little detail. Again, we're talking details, and I love them. Every little detail figured out. But then there's a fly in the ointment. So you need a well-laid plan by the villains and a fly in the ointment. That's, I think, the
Okay.
biggest piece of it.
I think one of mine is definitely the events need to take place within like one day, or we
Right.
don't. There's no cutaways. Like we start the movie at the right at the start of the shenanigans, and we pretty much go through. There's not like multiple days or anything like that. Like we pretty much feel like we spend 2.5 hours or whatever, and that whole event takes place within the time that we're watching the movie. I think that's a big one for me because I like that format.
Yeah, I think that the location is big. Like the time, like you said, one single day or 4 hours or whatever, and the location. Are we going to put Die Hard is it takes place in a building, in the Nakatomi building. So you've got it all in one singular location, even though it's different rooms and such. But it's one building. So as we see throughout these Die Hard clones, they're all essentially Die Hard at a different location. But I think that, like Bray was saying, an elaborate plan by a diverse group of villains. You've got a lone hero, and that may change. As we go over these clones, there may be some of these films we talk about where it's not just one hero, but the lone hero stuck in a singular location against the wall who just won't die, and that's kind of my criteria.
Yeah, I think we covered it. So let's get into it. Our favorite Die Hard clones, and I will start us off. And it's bulletproof action. And if we had the 4 pillars of bulletproof action,
me.
All right, I'm talking about the action.
The bus. You walk into the lobbies of bulletproof action. Okay,
Right.
It's like it's very, the whole building's 80s looking anyway already.
Right.
But there are 4 statues of well cut marble that are positioned around the room.
Yeah, not you, Chad.
I'm trying to create a picture.
I'm talking about the one and the only Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I think this is without a
The
doubt
butt cheeks on his statue, by the way.
Oh yeah,
exquisite.
I would
They
be
really
so
are.
polished, so polished.
That's right.
The sheen.
Yeah, you could see your face in them. What? Wait a minute. So anyway, yeah, my favorite Die Hard clone, released December 22nd, 1995, Sudden Death. It is Die Hard at a hockey arena, and
Yes.
it is awesome. Jean-Claude Van Damme, he's a firefighter. So this one that also has to ring very close to your heart, Chad Crew.
Yeah, it was Fire Marshal. Is that what he was? I believe.
He was a firefighter. They start the movie
Yeah.
off. He has a traumatic experience. A child dies in the fire. He
Yeah.
couldn't save him.
Right.
So he stays kind of in the fire game, but he's not an active firefighter. He's kind of the guy, the fireman, checking
He's doing
code.
inspections, right?
Right.
There's nothing less exciting than doing fire inspections. I will tell you that. But it gives us a perfect opportunity to have a character who has demons, if you will,
Right.
and we can put him in a position to where it's just another day at the office kind of situation. He's not there doing inspections; he's there with his kids, but he has these demons, and he has something to look back upon when he's thrust into action. So, I mean, it makes the character that much more likable too, as well.
And Ryan, you brought it up, Ryan. These movies have to have a time frame, and this is a specific game of the Stanley Cup playoff. I think it's the final game, and so we already have that. So you have the game clock that kind of goes along with what Jean-Claude's character has to do throughout the movie, and that just that sense of urgency is there right from the start.
Right.
Oh yeah, and one aspect of it too, and for most of the movie, the idea that the people that are in danger have no idea what's going on.
Right.
I think that gives another element to this one that I think is really cool. Is the idea that you could be at a hockey game, having the time of your life, having that moment, drinking a few beers, having fun, and you don't even know that behind the scenes, Jean-Claude Van Damme is trying to save you from being blown up. Like I remember watching that movie as a kid. A lot of these, as I was younger, I would walk in the room and my dad may be watching them or they're on the TV. And I remember thinking that this one was just like the concept and the setting was just super cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about it, like the stakes, how much higher they were than a Die Hard. Like there was what 30
Yeah.
some people at
Right.
the Christmas party.
Mhm.
There's like 15,000 at this hockey
Yeah.
arena. So
Yeah,
it's like
and not to mention the politicians and his own children. You know what I mean? If his kids
Right.
aren't there, it doesn't have that same feeling to it. So, you know, you throw his young children in there and they even get, you know, abducted at some point themselves. So it's like everything
Yeah.
is kind of set up, not for him to escape with his kids, but for him to be the hero, to become the hero. So
yeah, his daughter is in the thick of it. You mentioned the politicians. Raymond J. Barry plays the vice president, and he's basically the big target. But you have other, I think the mayor of Pittsburgh is there, and other dignitaries. And let's talk about the baddie in this one, Powers Booth. What an
Powers Booth.
amazing actor. Powers Booth, whether he's a villain or a hero, Chad, he always delivers.
he always brings it. And he's one of those guys who you don't really remember him from one singular film. He's not a guy who had his own, you know, he didn't have like his own 6 film series or something like that.
Right.
But you remember him when you see him, like, oh yeah, he was great in this. He was great in that. He was good in this. Like, because he every time he was on screen, he essentially stole the scene. So
Yeah.
and he does it and again in this one. And this is another film where Jean-Claude Van Damme gets lucky in the way that he always had great villains to work against. So it's perfect for him.
Yeah. Yeah. And this one, you know, Ryan, when you mentioned being a kid and kind of walking in when your dad's this one is one of the more family friendly Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, you know, minus all the killing, but you don't have the usual.
What's a few killing among friends, you know?
You don't have the usual ass cheeks. You don't have the romance because there's really no time for romance when you have a situation like this. And that's, I think, that's another common thing in the Die Hard clone. You know, there's no time for love, Dr. Jones. Basically,
Right.
you got to get to it. You're under the gun there. And let's talk about some of the. You know, I think probably one of the most memorable, or two of the most memorable scenes. Number one, Jean-Claude Van Damme versus Icy the mascot.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Yep, that always stuck out to me.
And then, of course, where Van Damme finds himself in the goalie box unwittingly and sweating bullets. Probably the most nervous. He's disarming bombs. I don't think he was more afraid than when he was on that ice and, you know, could have cost the team the game, but he came through.
And those splits never made more sense than, you know, he's got the flexibility to be a goalie because of those splits.
Probably,
it's definitely one of those films that I wish I could be like in the meeting room when they pitch the film, or they're like, all right, guys, we got this terrorist plot that's happening during a hockey game, and our hero ends up in the goalie net. Like, it's like, I know the whole pitch meeting thing has kind of killed that ran that into the ground, but I just would love to be a fly on the wall when they were okaying and greenlighting that one.
And just a little fun fact to link sudden death to my hometown of Cleveland. It was actually the Cleveland Lumberjacks who played the Pittsburgh Penguins. They were like a I don't know,
somewhere someone is going to be like at their local bar on a trivia night, and that question is going to get asked, and they're going to know it because they listen to this podcast.
Absolutely. So you're welcome.
We just got you a free drink or like a
free appetizer,
a voucher or something. Yeah.
We're here to serve. All right, Chad Cruz, your favorite Die Hard clone. Let's get to it.
Yeah, and this was a tough one because there are so many great ones, but I had to go with a little film released October 9th, 1992. It is called Under Siege.
Under Siege. The one thing I remember about this is a cake scene, and I really can't remember much else.
Yeah,
and I don't know why.
It's strange how that happens, especially when you watch it when you're, you know, in those formative years. As I was probably, I don't know, 9 or so when I saw it for the first time.
I'm sure what was my age? Give it up.
28, probably 29.
Okay,
but
that might actually be
that's probably more accurate.
But
yeah, Under Siege.
Usually I'm about 56 and it's 1983. So
yeah,
I appreciate that.
Hey, it's Christmas time, right?
Thank you, sir.
I'm trying to help you out here. So Under Siege kind of adopts that same format from Die Hard for me because it stays with that singular location. It stays on a submarine. We have not a lone hero, but he starts the film as a lone hero. Who is also kind of this absolute ultimate badass who is almost retired from being a badass. You know, he's a chef now. He was a Navy SEAL. Now he's a chef, much like Van Damme was a firefighter who became a fire marshal. So he's kind of like been out of the game for a minute, but he's still got all his own skills. They're all the old tricks that he had. So we got him there. We got amazing villains. I mean, the movie really has kind of every piece that you're looking for in an action film, and it's probably, I don't know, it's definitely a top 20 film for me all time. So I had to put it as my number one Die Hard clone.
And I would have to say, I mean, definitely box office wise, but I just think in general, probably Steven Seagal's greatest film.
Yeah, I think definitely. I as someone who missed Steven Seagal's kind of prime, and by the time I started kind of watching more of his films, he was a little bit already a character of himself into kind of what we have now. But I remember actually the sequel of Under Siege, maybe the Under Siege on a Train. I remember that one more vividly than the original, but that was, for me, that was like when he was peak, who Steven Seagal was, as while some of those actors we have here found new life and stayed relevant. Steven's kind of, his story's been a little bit different, but that was like his prime.
Yeah, and he again able to work against Gary Busey, Tommy Lee Jones. Like there are so many great actors in this film that work opposite him. And you mentioned the Erica Eleniak scene where she comes out of the cake.
Yes,
she's a Playboy playmate at the time and in the film, and I mean there were so many eyes glued to the scene there. I mean, I know this is a charity benefit program, but
right.
Wow, let's just leave it at that. It's an incredible scene, and the way that her character plays off of Steven Seagal, I think it's just remarkable. So, and you mentioned Under Siege 2. It probably feels more like a Die Hard clone, just because it's all on a train, and there's less of like a cast of characters working with Steven Seagal's character. So it really feels like a lone kind of soldier against all the bad guys.
Yeah, he's a man on his own in that one.
Yeah. So that one feels like more of a clone, but it's definitely not as good as the original.
All right. Well, Ryan Campbell, you had a little one kind of outside the box. Like, this is not one that came into my mind. I don't even know if I knew this movie existed. And I know, Chad, you were a little shocked when you saw this one on the list.
Yeah. And this, I wouldn't say this is my favorite, but this is just one that was on my list, and we got it here on our list. But and it was one that, like, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I had to kind of do some Google searching to find out what the name of it was. But when we thought about I had to think like, oh yeah, what's that movie where Guy Pearce is pretty much Die Hard on a space station, and it's like a prison. And I found it. It was Lockout. It came out April 13th of 2012. And yes, Guy Pearce is like it's a little bit different from the Die Hard, is that he actually goes into the situation willingly. He doesn't kind of find himself in there, but he's kind of forced into it. He's got some debts to pay, or he's got some things. And if he does this one solid for the president, as his daughter is now trapped in this, space station, Ultramax prison.
Yeah.
Then the slate is wiped clean. So he goes in by himself, no help. And essentially this prison is broken out into all hell, and he has to rescue the president's daughter. So some elements are very Die Hard-esque. Some I got to stretch it a little bit. But I wanted to go off the books as we were doing like throwing a lot of them out there. And that was one that, like, again, I really enjoyed the movie. And I feel like it was ahead of, we've done Die Hard in Space like 10 or 12 times now. And I feel like it was like one of the first ones to kind of play with that concept. And I'm the sci-fi nerd, so I just remember like really digging that movie. I don't even think I was when I first saw it, I'm not even sure I was writing for the site yet, but if I did the review, I'll have to go look. But it was definitely one that stuck out to me. I don't even know how I came across watching it back when it came out, but I thought it was really cool. And as soon as I started thinking of Die Hard clones, that just popped in my head, so I had to find it.
You definitely did not write about it. So feel free anytime.
All right, I'm going to have to go back and do that one.
If you do a rewatch, we'll always accept a great review or whatever you do. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you.
Observations?
Chad Cruz, you have anything to say about Lockout? Because I've never seen it. I'm locked out of this one.
Lockout, I mean, it absolutely fits the criteria for this episode. It's got that lone guy in space at the space penitentiary, and he's super badass. Guy Pearce is awesome in it. I think by far that's my favorite thing about the film is Guy Pearce. because he plays the role so well. My only problem, and if you read my article, I think I've written about it at least one time, but if you read it, is I'm pretty sure Luc Besson got sued for this movie because John Carpenter escaped from New York. This film is like a complete scene for scene remake of Escape from New York. I mean, you got like this criminal dude, the government sends him into space instead of New York. So it's like so similar. I think Luc Besson actually got sued for it. But for our purposes, it fits perfectly with the Die Hard clone. And I think it's a great pick. I didn't even think about it until Brain had sent me the list. And I said, oh, yeah, that would work.
And I have no idea why it was literally one of the first ones to pop in my head, but it was.
And it's also got some awesome villains in it. I can't remember who all in it.
It's got some good kills in it too. Some pretty creative kills.
Was Peter
So if you haven't checked it out,
is
it's worth checking
Stormare
out.
one of the villains?
Yes, the
Peter,
guy
yeah.
who
I was gonna say,
Russian, German, whatever he is, he's always
Yeah.
playing
Yeah.
like the
He's
Russian
ex-
dudes. Yeah, he's awesome in it. And there's a couple Irish guys that play some other criminals in it that are super good.
Maggie Grace plays the president's daughter. So it's got some names in it. So it's good.
All right. Well, I may have to track that one down since I'm the only one here who hasn't seen it. But I've got one.
That's rare. We talk about a movie in here that you haven't seen. So that's a positive.
That's That's that happened last year on when we did the first annual Geekscape holiday live stream-tacular, and I learned all about the Long Kiss Goodnight.
Yeah.
And how I needed to see it, and I watched it, and we just actually covered that on our previous episode. So
We did.
check out the archives, people. Bulletproof Podcast. I've got one that I don't think either of you guys have seen, but it's definitely on my list. This one came out October 11th, 1991, The Taking of Beverly Hills.
Never seen it.
Nope.
So this one is a very interesting one. This is one of those ones that I remember like seeing at the video store and never really doing anything about it. It was like, okay, whatever. I want to, because it's Ken Wall is the star, and I think he's kind of maybe an unsung hero. He's done a lot of action stuff, in when he was acting, he's kind of gotten away from that. But in the 80s, probably best known for when he got on TV on Wise Guy. But yeah, it's got Ken Wall, Matt Frewer, who people of the 80s will remember as Max Headroom.
Okay.
And the villain, Robert Davi. Okay.
Classic.
So basically the gist of this one is, Robert Davi has these crooked cops, and they're all they have this tanker truck have an accident, and there's a big gas leak or chemical leak out of this, so they got to evacuate Beverly Hills because they've got some painting they want to steal or some big thing. So what they don't realize is our star quarterback football player was in one of the houses, and they thought they cleared all the houses, but he's there.
The fly in the ointment.
He's the fly in the ointment. Matt Frewer was part of this whole conspiracy, but he has a come to Jesus moment where he's like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for all of this. So he kind of becomes the sidekick. You got Branscombe Richmond in this thing, who we've seen in a bazillion movies.
Yeah.
But this is, I think, perhaps his biggest role because he's like one of the main bad guys. He's in this tank thing. They're rolling through buildings and houses and fences, and I think it ends up in a swimming pool. It's just chaotic. I mean, it's obviously a bigger, it's not just Nakatomi Plaza. It's basically all of Beverly Hills. They're just running roughshod through. And the thing that got me, again, because I don't remember hearing about it being in the theaters. So it has like quite a soundtrack to it, like an epic soundtrack. And when I say epic soundtrack, I'm talking epic. Faith No More. You got Janet Jackson in there. You got like mainstream artists. Tony, for heaven's sake. They were awesome back in the day. And I'm like, wait a minute. To me, this was more like a PM Entertainment level movie. And PM Entertainment level movies did not have the amount of carnage this thing had or this like licensed music. But it was just one of those movies that was like Hollywood politics, and it got shuffled around. And I think it actually was supposed to come out earlier to capitalize on Die Hard coming, from just it would have been one of the first to get that Die Hard clone, but it just sat on a shelf somewhere. And I think may have changed hands in between. So it's probably why a lot of people don't know about it.
When you mentioned it to me, I was thinking of the Frank Stallone movie. Now, can you remind me what that one is?
I think that one is like Terror in Beverly Hills. And
Okay,
yeah,
that was my thought in my head because I've seen enough of that to know that it ain't my jam.
Right.
And I thought that's what you were talking about. I'm like, oh
No.
yeah, great, getting Frank Stallone on here somehow, whatever you got to do. But yeah, so you really sold it. You sold me on this film. I've never seen it, so that sounds great.
Yeah, and it is on Blu-ray, so maybe want to ask Santa for it.
Send
It's
me
in
a
the
copy of that.
cycle.
Yeah,
It hasn't been locked in an archive somewhere.
Yeah, it's on. It may still be on. I think I originally saw it on YouTube, so it might still be there if it hasn't been taken down. But yeah,
Or it's been shuffled around to either Tubi or
Right.
IMDb TV or somewhere for free.
So I am yeah, that was like I was sold on it. Like again, it took me by surprise, and yeah. So if you've never seen The Taking of Beverly Hills, people track it down. It's worth a watch for sure.
Right. And I just mentioned a man, I just mentioned Frank Stallone, and now I want to talk about his brother, a little more famous brother.
Just a bit.
I'm talking about Sylvester Stallone and
Right.
one of my favorite films of his that isn't Rocky or Rambo, and that is Cliffhanger.
Yeah,
So it
that was on my list too.
Came out. Is it really? So that's perfect. It's a great Die Hard clone, a Die Hard knockoff, however you want to put it. And it stars just an amazing cast. You got John Lithgow, you got Michael Rooker, Janine Turner, who I think is absolutely adorable in this film. I know I've written about her a couple of times.
Oh,
but,
we've talked about we've talked about
the
her
movie,
when we
yeah.
did our
Well,
Stallone countdown. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. She was on, what was that, Northern Exposure, that television show. Ryan, you probably not seen that one.
I remember.
Do you remember that one? So yeah, so that this thing's got an amazing cast. Just the environment, the visuals, the landscape is incredible. And much like the Beverly Hills film, it doesn't take place in one central location, but you could just say Die Hard on a mountain, and you'd be accurate.
I also think John Lithgow in this is probably maybe the closest we have to Hans Gruber. I mean, he's pretty darn close to Hans Gruber in this.
Yeah.
Just the way that he operates and the way he treats it. He's got his squad of cronies and everything and his master plan. And in the end, it's really just all kind of a theft kind of thing. But this is just one of those, like, it's very tense. I don't know if it's just the way people are with heights or cliff or rock climbing or just the whole thing. And I think, yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite Stallone films because it's just so different than kind of what he was doing at the time. But
I think you get sucked in from the very beginning. Like you said, there's the tension that comes with being so high up, and the way that they filmed. Rennie Harlan made this one as well. The way they filmed with the camera angles and stuff. I mean, there are moments where you're like, "Holy shit, they're gonna fall off this mountain." And there's also, the crazy stunt with the plane, and you also have kind of the always present fear of freezing to death because at different times throughout the film, Stallone loses his jacket, and that always kind of reminded me of John McClane not having his shoes. Is he's walking across ice or walking across glass, and his feet are all busted up, and now you have Stallone just in a t-shirt climbing a freaking mountain. So it was always kind of a similar feel to me from that.
Like
film.
that, nothing can go right for this guy. Can he just catch a break?
And that's how, I mean, the best clones, I think, of Die Hard get it right in the way that anything that could go wrong goes wrong in the film. And it's just so, the right guy, wrong place, wrong time, he just kind of gets stuck in the spot. And he's the only person who's got a miserable enough life that he can actually fix the stuff. So.
Also, I know we've talked about this before when we've done the countdown, but Michael Rourke is almost insufferable in this film. I just think of the very end of the movie where he's just screaming at the top of his lungs for nonstop. You're like, dude, chill out, calm down.
Yeah, get him a lozenge.
Isn't there a famous press slam moment in this movie?
Yeah, there is. That's when he's fighting against Leon in the the caves.
Leon.
He's fucking that guy up in the caves. He just gives him the old gorilla press slam right into the giant
stalactites.
There you go.
Which one goes up and which one goes down? I don't remember.
It's a pointy thing, right?
Yeah.
Right. And he jams him right up into that. Which I will say that I've thought for the last 10 years or so, maybe 12 years, that I had the record for the highest gorilla press slam in the world, and I have picture evidence of this as well. Of me gorilla pressing a person on top of Pikes Peak, which is over 14,000 feet high. But I know I was over 14,000 feet high. I don't know if Stallone filmed that scene over 14,000 feet high. So I may still have the record. I should call Guinness.
Yeah, we're gonna have to consult with Guinness on this.
Yeah.
You should tweet the picture to Stallone, and maybe he'll respond to you.
You think so?
It's worth a try.
I doubt it.
It's worth a try. All right, well, Ryan Campbell, another one on your list.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Die Hard on a train. We've talked about on in an airport. We've talked about on a mountain. Let's take this thing to the White House, and that's going to be with Gerard Butler and Olympus Has Fallen, March 22nd, 2013. Fits all the criteria. It's in the People's House. Gerard Butler, ex Secret Service, and again, perfect. Wrong place at the wrong time. Not meant to be there that day. I'm not even supposed to be working today. But and then it all just goes south. Very elaborate plan from terrorist organization. But it's all happened in the White House. Definitely superior to
White House Down.
White House Down.
White House Down. Yep, very much superior to that. Much better. Didn't have Jamie Foxx or Channing Tatum, but I'll take Gerard Butler any day in that film. But yep, really good. One of the kind of weirdest castings for a president in Aaron Eckhart, but it worked. I really enjoy the film, though. The action, the explosions. I mean, it's definitely what you have to have in a Die Hard. There has to be in a Die Hard close with those moments where you're looking on screen and things are exploding. It's so loud, and you're just like, holy crap, there's a lot of stuff blowing up. And this does it. That house is a wreck by the time it's over.
Yeah, it never hurts to have Morgan Freeman in your movie either.
Yeah.
He brings some gravitas. And you brought it up too, the superior to White House Down. Yeah, this was one of those, every once in a while in Hollywood, we get these movies
They have a name for it
that come out at the same time. And you have, when Menachem and Yoram had their split, we had dueling Lambada movies. But years before that, 1984 to be exact, we had breakdancing movies.
Beat Street.
Breakin' and Beat Street were both coming out. But Menachem Golan, as Ryan just said, famously said, we must beat Beat Street. And
all
in
that mattered.
fact, Cannon got their movie out first. And in fact, Cannon drew more at the box office. So much that by the end of the year, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo was out. Oh,
If he doesn't get that out before Beat Street, do we never get Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo?
we probably wouldn't have.
That is the darkest timeline right there.
I don't want to think about it. But yeah, I remember, and you know what? It was kind of convenient because it was around Christmas time. I remember being on Christmas break, going to see Electric Boogaloo, my own one and only Cannon movie that I saw in the theater, which is ridiculous and crazy at the same time. But I love it. But
there could probably be some fan fiction written out there for, the alternate timeline where Beat Street comes out first. You always get like what if the Confederacy won the Civil War? Like, what if Beat Street had come out 3 weeks early? Like, oh my God.
There's going to be a Man in the High Castle like Hulu series about if Beat Street had came out first.
Another one we really could talk about, 1986. We had Iron Eagle and Top Gun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they kind of got They weren't too close. It was like beginning in the middle of the year, but still. Yeah.
We can do a whole podcast on those. Armageddon and Deep Impact and
Yeah.
I'd say there's a reason that those happen. There's probably someone's ear to the door on certain studios.
Writers get kicked off of projects, scripts get leaked, things get taken to other studios. And we had a Bug's Life and Ants came out the same year. That was that's a popular one too. But yeah, it happens quite often.
There's Avengers and Ass Vengers.
That's a different kind of thing, but yes.
Yeah, I don't know if the movies you're talking about, or even the Asylum movies, really count as. I think they're doing that on purpose. It's not just it's not a competition. It's like, oh, that's doing well, or we expect that to do well. Let's have the Ass Vengers.
Yeah. Well, there's if you go on Tubi, there's probably 17 different Thor movies, and none of them are Marvel films. You know what I mean? They're ours is based on the Norse god Thor, not the comic book guy.
Or they clearly try to make like the DVD cover look like it's the same thing.
Yeah, the one with Richard Grieco as Loki is not part of the MCU. Just
What?
so you know.
No
Just
way.
that he is not a Loki variant.
Richard Grieco. My God. I can't think of him without thinking of Night the Roxbury.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Anything you want to add about Olympus Has Fallen, Chad?
Oh, I love it. I think it's a great movie. I love the location of it. I think that, we've seen Die Hard in every possible place, planes, trains, automobiles, submarines and malls and schools and everything. And why not put it at the White House, the place with the maximum amount of security possible. And boom, it just drops like that. So it's an awesome, awesome film. Gerard Butler kind of placed himself into that upper echelon of kind of present day action stars, I think.
He rode that one for a while after that.
He may still be writing. I don't know, like those and Den of Thieves, like all these movies that he's done since then. I think that they all kind of coast off of that, that momentum that he built with this series. So yeah, I think it's an awesome film.
And and another proof that this one's better than White House Down. I don't know if I got to this before. I know I did. It's continued. It's become a franchise.
Yeah.
So I mean that tells you the success. We didn't have White House Down again or anything.
Also,
the White House is still down. Yeah.
Right. And there's no, one of the biggest problems with White House Down is the kid, right? You put a kid in your movie and you're like, oh, it's hard for that to work in a hardcore action film where people's heads are just getting exploded everywhere. And they put the kid in, it's super annoying and you can't stand her. Olympus Has Fallen. There's no kid. There's only destruction.
Only destruction indeed. Chad Cruz, this is one when I wasn't even thinking about it, and then you brought this one up. What a great one.
Yeah, this is a great one. April 26th, 1991. Toy Soldiers. It doesn't quite fit the criteria that I laid out earlier with the lone hero, but it fits enough that I'm going to slide it into this episode with the Die Hard clones. You've got Sean Astin, who was made famous in Rudy, and then later, of course, Lord of the Rings. Louis Gossett Jr. I mean, he's just so
Chappie Sinclair himself.
He's just so incredible in this role as the principal. What's his?
Isn't he like the headmaster?
He's the headmaster of this private school. You've got Will Wheaton of Star Trek fame. Dude, it's a great film. It's Die Hard in a private school. How about that?
Yeah.
So you got the terrorists that take over the private school and they hold these rich kids, rich families' kids hostage, and they're looking to get some of their comrades in arms released from prison. And you got explosives laced throughout the building. You've got snipers on the roof with RPGs, and it's just like it's a perfect setup. There's awesome tension. They're teenagers too, so you're not expecting them to bust out two Uzis and just go to town on everybody. So there's a different element there as well. So they have to use their guile and their teamwork, and it's so much fun.
Us 90s kids were obsessed with being like adolescents that could beat up adults.
Yeah.
We had like Three Ninjas and all these other films where we're like, I may be 65 pounds, but I could take out a giant thug.
And Sean Astin has never grown into an adult body.
No, he still hasn't.
He's grown out, not up.
It's true.
So and I think that's the point too. Like you said, it's not the lone person, but they're the underdogs. I mean, because they're teenagers going.
It's their kids. If you pile them all together, they'd be like an adult, one adult.
Yeah.
So
teenagers going against like professional criminals, mercenaries. You wouldn't think they had a chance, but they do it. And I love Louis Gossett Jr. and everything I think I've ever seen him in.
And
he's great here.
They do so well by him too, because he's not in the school, but he's in enough of the film where you never really miss him. So they find ways to kind of get his character back into the screen, onto the screen. And it's a really good movie. And it's one that a lot of people really don't talk about very much. It's not like it was like this huge blockbuster film or anything, but I think it's got.
When I read it, my head first thought of Small Soldiers.
Small Soldiers.
When I read it, I was like, Small Soldiers, and I was like, no wait, that's completely different.
Also a kick-ass movie though.
It is a good movie, but I don't think it fits Die Hard.
No.
But I always thought like this could have like Louis Gossett Jr. could have basically been Chappie Sinclair in this movie. Like
Yeah,
he retired
yeah,
from the Air
retired.
Force and he got a job as the headmaster at a private school. I would have much rather that have been Iron Eagle 2 than the Iron Eagle 2 that we actually got.
That we got, yeah.
To be honest with you, but yeah, and again, Andrew Divoff as the villain. That's probably his biggest.
Yeah.
He's another guy who's popped up and he'll do little parts here and there, but this was probably his biggest role, at least in the action world. I know he was in the Wishmaster movies in the horror genre, but
He was awesome in those too.
yeah, he definitely was. But yeah, this was a big time for him to be the main villain, and he just has that. He just looks like a bad guy.
He looks like
Born-
a bad guy.
One
That's
of those
right.
born to be bad types.
Mhm.
Shout out to our good friend Ty Singh. Pick up Born to Be Bad. Amazon.com. All right. Here's a good one. Ryan Campbell.
Yes, one of my favorites. One of the rare like rated R films that we had on VHS in my house, so I watched it quite a bit. 1994, a young Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves, Die Hard on a bus. It's Speed.
Oh, this is a great one. You know, like if Keanu, this like cemented Keanu as an action star, Chad. I mean, Point Break could have just been a one-off. Like,
Yeah.
hey, you did pretty good. But plenty of people have had that. Oh yeah, he was in an action movie. But this is like, okay, this guy could do it. Keanu
Yeah.
could be an action star.
Yeah, I think his early choices in his film career to kind of do other types of films put that into question, right? You put like, is he an action guy? Like, it really put that into question because the 80s and the early 90s was the time for action movies. Like that was kind of
Yeah.
peak action cinema. And the fact that he wasn't just knocking out action movie after Point Break, it really kind of put it into question. And then when Speed came out, I think all the stars aligned for him. You know, both you've got an amazing script, you've got the most perfect Die Hard kind of format, you know, to follow. Like it's Die Hard on a bus, but they don't kind of pigeonhole themselves into that for the entirety of the film. Like they know when to leave and when to kind of push the elements. So yeah, I think as far as great heroes, great villains, great script, like the score of the film is awesome. Like it might be the best movie on this list.
Yeah, I think I'd put it as my own number one. Like you said, Dennis Hopper just is giving it his all in this.
Yeah.
That maniacal villain. There's a little bit more. There's a mystery to it.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out his motive, and as the police, I was trying to figure things out while the bus thing's going on. You got Jeff Daniels kind of running that whole thing. Yeah, and again, a young Sandra Bullock, but like. I'd mentioned one of my criteria was the short time frame of events. This is probably one of the shortest ones that we get. I mean, it starts like in the early morning, and the movie's over by like 10:30. Like the whole event takes place in like 2 or 3 hours. But it's just chock full of action. You got buses flying over freeways. I just really love this movie.
Yeah, and like you said, Sandra Bullock, this pretty much made her career. This was her career. She came back for the sequel. Nobody else did, but she did.
Right.
Dennis Hopper, I think, we talk about the great villains and how important they are to an action movie. The great villains believe they're justified in what they're doing. And he certainly, of all the villains maybe on this list, he, it's not just greed. It's like he has a grudge and he's trying to make things right. So he feels 100% justified in what he is doing here and putting people's lives in danger so he can get what he wants.
And I think what's great about his arc as a character is we talk about that fly in the ointment, that Keanu's character is so annoying and ruining his plans so badly that by the end of the film, all that Dennis Hopper can think about is getting the money and getting the hell out of there. Like kind of his initial, like you said, his initial plan. He wanted vengeance and he wanted to he had his vendetta against people.
Statement.
He wanted to make a statement. Mm-hmm. And then by the end, he's not even thinking about that. He's just trying to get his money and get the hell out of there because he's so just like thrown off kilter by how awesome Keanu is and how well that him and Sandra Bullock have just ruined his plans.
Yeah, because doesn't he use his retirement watch as part of the bomb? I mean, that's awesome. Again, the details, that little detail is like, this guy's a freaking mad genius, and that's exactly what you want your action villain to be. All right, guys, how about this one? Get Off My Plane. became very famous after this movie hit theaters July 25, 1997. Air Force One, Harrison Ford. I mean, this guy is one of the biggest box office stars of them all.
Oh, yeah.
And this one just added to it. He gets in on the Die Hard action. Brian Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, it was somewhat of a weird role for him. Not that he doesn't do action like that, but this was more of like a grizzled action star, where he usually typically is played kind of like the loafy, not our stereotypical action guy. But trying to play the dual roles of the president and action star is a tough line to toe. But in true Harrison Ford fashion, he pulls it off in the movie and gets one of the most memorable lines in action movie history.
Right. Chad Cruz.
He's got to be one of the most respected movie politicians of all time. I mean, everything he does in the movie, you're like rooting for him and cheering for him. And he takes that, distrustful aura of politics, and he just makes it so cool. And like you said, he's got so many great one-liners in it, and it's just so many lines in general. And what do we have once again? We have an all-time great villain in Gary Oldman up against him, with a bunch of nameless terrorists that are definitely going to die. So if you put your lone hero in a situation to where he's got to fight back, and you have an amazing villain, whether it's Alan Rickman or John Lithgow or Gary Oldman, like, you've already set them up for success. And I think this movie just kind of overachieves in a way. So yeah, classic Harrison Ford, one of his best.
Also a sign of an old times where we all just generally kind of rooted for the president. It was a different time back then.
Yeah. A little different. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was just about to say, I mean, if it was down to Harrison Ford and Aaron Eckhart running for president, Harrison Ford would get my vote, hands down.
I think he would get most people's votes. Yeah,
as long as he doesn't fly.
We could do it. We need to think about that when election season rolls around and do our election of like top action movie presidents.
I feel like because Kurt Russell, he wasn't an executive decision. Was he the president in that one, Chad? Or am I misremembering?
No, I don't think he was the president. I think he was one of the.
He was
one of the badasses in it.
Okay, all right. Well,
but
there you go.
Real life, we've had Clint Eastwood as a politician. Potentially in the next 8 years or so, we'll have Matthew McConaughey. So there's guys out there who are trying to throw their hat into the ring.
Your favorite, The Rock, is that's always a rumor.
Yeah, that's out there. Yeah, we'll see.
Arnold,
if it's early rock career or late rock career.
Arnold was the governor.
Jesse Ventura.
Ventura was the governor.
Ventura.
Yeah. So yeah, it's happened before, people. It could happen. I mean, we had
Kane is the mayor.
Kane is the mayor of Knox
Kane,
County.
Oh yeah, there we go. I forgot about him.
There you go. The big red machine.
Right.
All right. Well, let's do a couple rapid fire ones, because I know we've got we can't have a bulletproof podcast special one like this, especially with the poster that's behind my beloved colleague Chad Cruz.
Yeah.
Michael Dudikoff had a little Die Hard scenario going on with Brian James as his villain. This one from September 19th, 1995. Virtual Assassin, Cyberjack, however you know it.
Yeah.
Duty was the custodian.
The custodian named Duty, and he's right here. Here's his face right there.
Beautiful head of hair.
Wonderful head of hair. It's one of those movies that it's like it takes place in the not so distant future for whatever reason. I don't know, to make it seem unique, I think. But whether it's called Cyberjack or Virtual Assassin, I don't think either title really gives the credit that it's due, because it really is a fun Die Hard clone of a film. You've got Duty, who's a former cop working as a custodian, and of course, great villain Brian James thrown in there, who's like a absolute maniac in this movie. He just kind of like plays it however he desires. They're like, here's the script, but you can read it if you want, or just go be a nut job, whatever you want to do. So Brian James is fantastic, and Duty gets to kind of use those skills that, Steve James taught him on American Ninja and Avenging Force, and kick some ass as a janitor. So it's pretty sweet.
Is janitor the most unassuming title of any of the heroes on our list? I have to assume so, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
Yeah.
Is there a homeless guy one?
The cook in Under Siege would have been, probably, but
Yeah.
I think janitor is one step below
Yeah.
the cook. So
The cook's got knives, right?
Right.
Janitor's
That's
got
right.
like a mop stick. You know?
Right.
And even on a naval vessel, I would assume the cook has still gone through some naval training, so
Yeah.
he can still go.
I mean,
Right.
naval training.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. And this might
Burn.
be one of it probably is this Duty's best non-canon movie?
It's definitely up there. I mean, it is a good movie. There's some cool action scenes in it. It might not be his best one, but it's questionable. It's up there for sure for me. I've got a list. I can't remember what it is, but it kind of pales in comparison to the canon films that he did.
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously canon is peak Duty.
Right. It really was. But he does have a good head of
Duty.
hair, and he's like a functioning alcoholic, which I can appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk about another one. This one was Die Hard at a ski resort. Thomas Ian Griffith, very timely since he'll be returning to Cobra Kai here very soon.
Right.
Yeah, he's in the John McClane role again. You've got Christopher Plummer as our main villain in that one when these terrorists take over the ski resort. I remember, and after this, I know you and I have both covered some of the Cracker Jack sequels, and they're nothing like a Die Hard scenario after that.
No.
So this one is actually worth watching. It's one I haven't seen since I probably reviewed it for the site, but a fun one nonetheless.
Another title that doesn't sell the movie very well. Like who's titling these movies? Some of these,
right?
Well,
Yeah, because I don't think his name was like Jack Cracker Jack or anything. So yeah, I don't know.
It's not Cracker Jack, or it's not Cyber Jack. It's Cracker Jack.
Right. So we've
Not the
had
year
Cyber Jack, Cracker Jack, and
Pepper Jack cheese.
Why not?
I think the early 90s, that extreme sports, like it was like new and exciting, and like, oh, they ski down these slopes. Oh my God, it's so wild. And like skateboarder movies and shit. So like I think it tried to jump on that craze. And I mean, it succeeded enough that it got multiple sequels, not starring the notorious TIG.
Right.
But yeah, they were still out there.
I mean, one of them starred Judge Reinhold.
Oof. Don't remind me.
All right, and the last movie on our list, again, I don't know that either of you gentlemen have seen this one, but it's a Jeff Wincott, Patrick Kilpatrick. It's Open Fire. It's Die Hard at a chemical plant. So there you go. So we got a little industrial action. That one came out January 3rd, 1995. And I think Chad would enjoy it because I believe Jeff Wincott plays a telephone repairman, and we see him at the beginning just working out in the hot sun, just jeans, no shirt on.
Yes.
I think his father works at the chemical. He goes to visit his father or something.
Some discount Bruce Springsteen playing in the background.
Maybe. And yeah, it kind of reminded me of the Pile Driver music video and a bit as well when I saw him out there.
I do love a good film where your hero is like an everyman, and you get to see him work, and it's so unrealistic. It's like he's like this plumber, but he's all like jacked and ripped. And he's just like fitting PVC together, and it's like
just turning a wrench on a leaky faucet.
And that was probably it too, because I know he had said that in another movie. Maybe it may have been Mission Adjust. Like, listen, I've worked hard for this body. Kind of the Steve James theory. I've worked hard for this body. I don't care if it's in the script or not. This shirt's coming off at some point.
Right.
And I think he did it. So
right.
All right. Well, there you have it. 12 of our favorite Die Hard clones.
So we forgot some.
Oh yeah, there's plenty more, and you could certainly hit us up on Twitter at Bulletproof Pod or on Instagram and Facebook at Bulletproof Action if you have your favorite Die Hard clones that maybe we didn't cover, and it's certainly we would love to talk to you about them, or maybe we didn't even think about them, and we would be like, oh,
it's also a great format. I just want to see more of the format. So if there's any ones out there that I haven't watched, I got a few on this list. I want to check them out.
Right, exactly. So, and that's always appreciated because I don't know about you guys, but I'm always looking for what's my next review going to be?
Right.
And it's always helpful when I don't have to think, when I don't have to think about it too hard and just be like, oh, I'm going to watch this movie. So again, that's it. And again, these you can check us all this stuff out, bulletproofaction.com. Something new each and every day. And just want to thank Geekscape for inviting us to be a part of this second annual Geekscape holiday Livestream-tacular, again, to benefit big brothers and big sisters and to celebrate the 15th anniversary of Geekscape. That's the main event here on this 15-hour Livestream-tacular. There's going to be an actual live show from Los Angeles. Special guests. Are either of you guys flying out right after
I was going
this?
to say, did you get your invite? I think mine got lost. I just moved recently. I'm sure it's getting forwarded here. I don't know if I'll make it in time.
There's going to be live music. It's really going to be something. So
I'm
again,
driving straight out.
Okay, I don't know if you're going to make it, but do your best. Do your best. So, all right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us for this very special video edition of the Bulletproof Podcast. Again, give to big brothers and big sisters if you can. And on behalf of everybody at Bulletproof Action, happy holidays. Enjoy this time with your friends, your family, your loved ones. It's a great time. It's the most wonderful time of year, they say. And join us again for another edition of the Bulletproof Podcast.
If you're gonna speak up, be quick, 'cause I do not wanna waste my time again. I really try to care, 'cause in my heart I was so worried. In my head there is a flurry, and it won't stop. It keeps spinning, it won't stop. Your ever seems so amazing. If you mean it, then why can't you see it? These words are simple, yet you can't seem to see them at all. You mean it, then why can't you see it? I'm saying time, saying for the both of us, I'm too scared to love you. Too scared to love you. Now we then go back to when you lay under the stars, wrapped up in these arms. Although I know to hear the man, I open up these wounds again with all regard to harm. Lately I've caught myself before I get put up and down again. Lately I'm draining the main in the same bed with the same regrets. Late one night I caught a friend for some advice. He said you have two choices next. You can forgive or forget. If you mean it, then why can't you say it? These words are simple, yet you can't seem to see them at all. You mean it, then why can't you say it? The same time, same for the both of us. I'm too scared to love you. I don't chest. It has me hanging on every breath. It goes like this when you're honking tracks and you feel real stiff. Have a burning itch that you can't quite scratch. It pulls forward from your back. They say it gets better in due time. When did I get so worried about where I would be right now? I just started skipping on life, skipping on life. When did I get so worried about where I would be right now? I just started skipping on life, skipping on life. What's that feeling so familiar, so haunting? It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can barely taste it. It's out of reach. Don't stop rocking my brain, losing my grip on everything, every clue from every good light. Read them to me till I feel it breathe. Don't stop rocking my brain, losing my grip on everything. They say it gets better in due time. When did I get so worried about where I would be right now? I just started skipping on life, skipping on life. When did I get so worried about where I would be right now? I just started skipping on life, skipping on life. I can't remember the last time we tried to keep it up and break it down to a dope pop. Cut it with divide. If we let go of these so-called problems, I swear it'll just be fine. Can't remember the last time we tried to keep it up and break it down to a dope pop. Cut it with divide. If we let go of these so-called problems, I swear it'll just be fine. So worried about where I would be right now. I just started skipping on life. When did I get so worried about where I would be right now? I just started skipping on life, skipping on life. Well, I just started skipping on life, skipping on life. Ooh, yeah. Thank you. I had a dream last night. We drove up to see Las Vegas. We lost ourselves in the bright lights. I wish I could have seen it. Begging for change to get home. Or at least San Francisco. We put a 10 on the high court and spent a summer on the West Coast. Down into the land. Here's a map and a pen, a place you find it. All I ask, please don't tell me that I'm dreaming when all I ever wanted was to dream another sunset with you. If I move over when it's over, I'll take this Cali sunrise with me and wake up with the fondest memories. We made love by the ocean as the waves crash around you. The summer never was so bright and the skies never so blue. You opened up into my arms. I know you laughed lost ourselves in the bright lights. Please don't tell me that I'm dreaming when all I ever wanted was to dream another sunset with you. Bible over when it's over. I take this Cali sunrise with me. Wake up with the modest living up by the ocean. The waves can't remember. It's never so bright, and the sky's never so blue. You opened up into my heart, and we laughed as I held you. I'll never go back to Georgia, not at least till I have to down into the left. I can't help but think back on that day. We sat by the dock in our flip-flops. You stayed up to be insane. I can't go on and my heart is ready to burn. I can't go on and my heart is ready to burn. I can't help but feel some kind of way about the mess you left. Everything is classic. How you're leaving in disarray. When will this wash over me? Drag me out of the lake and try to dry off my body. It's such a shame you'll go on and I remain the same. Wandering round old stomping grounds and nothing here has changed. When will this wash over me? Drag me out of the lake and try to dry off my body. When will I find my essence? Soaked down to the bone, heavy as a stone. If they don't come soon, or just sink alone. I can't go on and my heart is ready to burst. I can't go on and my heart is ready to burst. I can't go on and my heart is ready to burst. Can't go on and my heart is ready to burst. God damn, I'm so done for this. When will this wash over me? Drag me out of the lake and try to dry off my body. When will I find my rest and my peace? So down to the bone, heavy as a stone. If they don't come soon, I'll just sink alone. I'll just sink alone. I'll just sink alone.
So me and Lee are both like in our early mid-30s. Actually, Lee's in her late 30s.
Oh,
So
I
we
just had a
grew up in
birthday.
the golden age of the Saturday morning cartoon. So we're going back and rewatching some of our favorite 80s and 90s shows and just talking about the nostalgia and like how they hold up and watching them again like with adult eyes. And it's been fun. I like it.
It's been fun.
I
Yeah,
approve.
we've had 40 like almost like 40 episodes so far. So it's been great.
It gets the stamp of approval. Carry on.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, we will let you two
and well, you two and Jenny dive into your topic of some of the best Christmas specials. But I just wanted to real quickly remind everyone to still use that link in the comments. Donate. We are just $5 shy of $200 already, which puts us at almost 10% of our goal. Let's try to get to that 2,000 for Liam.
Woo!
Yeah. All right, John. I'm sure they'll see you and I plenty more throughout the stream. It is all yours, everybody.
All right. So yeah, like Matt said, we're Saturday Morning Showdown. Since we specialize in Saturday morning cartoons and kids shows, we're gonna do our top 3 kids show specials. I guess is the best way to put it. We're gonna do 3, 2 honorable mentions, and then our number ones. I'll kick it off. I'm gonna start with a simple one. I always forget this is the first episode, but The Simpsons first episode was a Christmas
Oh my
special.
God! Yes, I totally forgot
The
about
very
that.
first episode was where they
and we
introduced.
did that.
We did, and it's where they introduce, I think, Frank Welker's most iconic role of Santa's Little Helper. But it's a classic episode. I watched it this morning actually, and it has a weird heart to it that I wasn't expecting from The Simpsons. But it's very early, like, you know, when they find Santa's Little Helper, if that dog's face doesn't pull at your heartstrings, you are not a human.
Very true. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Very, very true.
Yeah. But the episode actually touches on a lot of like working class family struggles. Like it was 89 and Homer's work pulled his Christmas bonus, which is such like a early 2000s thing. Like I'm used to that still. So I don't know, it hit on a lot of like things I wasn't expecting from a kids show. But it was really awesome, and I highly recommend you watch it. It's on Disney Plus, so it's easy to access, and it is great.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll definitely have to check that out. I mean, we did it on our thing, but yes.
Yeah, I've
I'll
never
watch
seen it, so I will have
It's
to check it out.
totally worth watching, and it's cool to see the roots of The Simpsons, like the first season compared to like where they evolved to. But yeah, it's neat. I highly recommend it.
That's
All right,
so
Jenny, do you want to
ballsy
take the
of
next
you.
one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I know we were supposed to basically do episodes. I could only think of specials.
I was
but
having a hard time
did.
with that too. Yes.
It's amazing. Like specials were the only thing that came to mind, but I did think
Mhm.
of one, and it's going to be my number 3, and it's a current show on Disney Plus as well, and it's called
Nice.
Bluey. Bluey is a show that my kids love. They're 2 and 3, and it's an Australian, like government sanctioned cartoon just about this family of dogs. But what I really, really, really love about Bluey that makes it worth watching, doesn't matter what age you are really, is I know this is very strange to say about a kid's cartoon. It trusts its audience.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's hard to understand, but this feels like a real family. There's details about the children's behavior that makes them feel like real kids. And what I think it sets out to do is kind of demonstrate to parents how they can play with their kids and connect with their kids, because sometimes as adults, we forget to not worry about our own problems and spend some time with our children. And they only have 2 series. So they have one Christmas episode. It's called Veranda Santa, where they have a game where they each play. Thank you. Big Yanks is supporting me. Bluey is amazing. Like seriously, check it out. And Veranda Santa is where each person pretends to be Santa, hands out gifts, and then one kid gets resentful and refuses to give gifts. And it just demonstrates how Christmas is really about understanding and forgiveness and accepting your family. And I just definitely highly recommend it. It's genuinely funny. There's details of kids' behavior in there you're just not going to see on any other show. And of course, Australian accents are so charming.
Mm-hmm. That sounds incredible, and that's not a show I have heard of at all.
Yeah, same here.
We do not have children, so we are not up to keep with the current stuff, but that sounds awesome. We should watch that for the show and talk about it.
No, definitely.
Absolutely. I can
definitely
give
watch
you
that.
specific episodes to check out for the show if you need help, because they're really good.
Right on. Yeah, we will definitely check that out.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, I guess it leaves me to my number 3. So my number 3, since the assignment was holiday episode, I'm actually gonna go with the Rugrats Hanukkah episode. So in the 90s, at the time that came out, I was actually in Catholic school and in religion class, and we were learning about a lot of different religions and cultures. So this actually really, at the time, really helped me learn about Hanukkah, because again, my family celebrates Christmas. I'm not Jewish at all. I do have a couple Jewish family members from friends but at that time, I really didn't know much about Hanukkah, and that really, really helps break it down what the holiday is really about. And they do it in such a fun way. There's just so many like fun puns. Like Angelica is running around saying it's ha. You have to say ha when you say Hanukkah, and then like when they're talking about the potato pancakes, the lattes, like they call them torpedoes. Like the whole thing, like the grandpa and the grandma, like they're having like the Rugrats family cook a whole dinner and then go see a play, and then the whole time like they're like flipping back and forth about the story of Hanukkah. The one famous line from that is a Maccabee's got to do what Maccabees got to do, which is the Maccabees. The menorah, they think the menorah is like is for Tommy's birthday. And it's just like so many funs. It's the miracle of Hanukkah. They call it the mirable. So it's just like that whole thing. It's just such a cute little story. Just like, and like, I think it definitely geared towards kids, because like they can learn the story of Hanukkah broken down rather than like the boring like thing that you learn in school and the textbooks. And at the time, like it was just really, really sweet for me. And I just like Nickelodeon as a whole, like since we've been on our podcast like is about cartoons, but we really have broken into those really diverse topics. And I don't know who at Nickelodeon has made such great episodes like the Hanukkah. There's even a Passover episode. I'm just like so happy that exists, because my first experience like with Hanukkah actually was Christmas Eve on Sesame Street. Mr. Hooper is Jewish, and they just mentioned he was Jewish. They didn't really go into like what is Hanukkah. Like Sesame Street didn't really cover like what is Hanukkah. So this was like the really first time like I actually got to learn about it. So this is great for my number 3, and I would love to do this on our podcast, but I highly recommend for anyone who hasn't seen it.
What I remember about it was, sorry to interrupt. What I remember about it that was so significant was the heavy marketing behind it. If you think about it, this is the Christmas season. So to get such heavy marketing, I remember commercial after commercial after commercial about a Jewish holiday. I think in the 90s, it was important. And I believe, wasn't it around the time Prince of Egypt came out too?
Yeah.
So it just was a great, just this little pocket of Jewish culture. And I think it was really important that the Rugrats did that. I totally agree. It was very special.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I feel like that was like Nickelodeon's mantra too. As we've been watching a lot of these shows, Nickelodeon, more than a lot of the 80s shows, made it a point to bring in diverse voices and bring up, like, they did a Kwanzaa episode of Rugrats as well.
Mm.
And it just seemed like that was something that Nickelodeon was doing more than anybody else. I think that's super cool.
Yeah,
like,
you actually, the Kwanzaa episode was going to be mentioned from our honorable mention. So thanks, Don.
Well,
A documentary about Nickelodeon in the 90s just recently came out, isn't it? I think it's on Amazon Prime.
The Orange Years? Yeah, we watched it.
Orange. I mean, understanding the philosophy of how they made this work is lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
It's really incredible what they did. Definitely recommend that documentary.
Yeah, there's a particular scene in that documentary. They had Magic Johnson come on, talking about AIDS, and they had like a bunch of kids come on who
on Nick News, right?
God, I could not believe how much I was crying when I was watching that. Like I just wasn't.
I definitely cried. Yeah,
but it's an incredible documentary. It really is.
Yeah.
So I'll pick back up on the holiday specials, and my number 2 is Pinky and the Brain's A Pinky and the Brain Christmas. Does anyone remember this episode?
I don't.
It's really good. I think it's the only episode where Brain's scheme actually works, but he develops a hypnotizing doll that will warp your brain and do whatever he wants, and then he goes to Santa's workshop and convinces the elves to make 1 billion of them and distribute them all around the world. And then all the while he's ignoring Pinky, who wants to give a letter to Santa. At the very end, when he finally gets his system online and can control the entire world, he reads Pinky's letter to Santa, and all Pinky wanted for Christmas was for Brain to have a happy Christmas and possibly the world. And he starts crying and just says, spread joy. So Brain and does succeed in taking over the world, but uses it to spread joy, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I've never seen that one, so yeah, I would be super excited to watch that one too.
Yeah, and all of the old Warner Brothers stuff is on Hulu Plus, so again, easy to access. I watched it yesterday. It's
Nice.
holds up, it's awesome, and it's great. I highly
Yeah.
recommend it. All right, Jen, you want to take number 2?
All right, yeah, number 2. So this is a special. The other 2s I have are specials,
That's
and you know, I have strange tastes in. I prefer the campy, the quirky when it comes to my entertainment, and that must have started with Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. That was a good one.
Pee-wee's Playhouse Christmas special is a giant fever dream. I can't begin to get into it, so I'm just going to isolate one moment. Because it's a variety show, just like you would see in like the 60s and 70s, but with Pee-wee. And my favorite part, because it just is not appropriate, makes no sense, should not be in a children's thing, but is wonderful. And that's when Grace Jones shows up. Grace Jones, if you don't know, is this, I mean, iconic, androgynous, gender fluid, dated David Bowie, like sexy performer, supermodel, singer, and she's an alien from another world, and we are not worthy of her. So she shows up in a giant box that's supposed to be sent to the White House. She's supposed to be singing for the president, but it's actually sent to the Playhouse. And so she opens, and she's wearing, you should Google it, it's like a pharaoh hat that's like molded to her head, and then like an entire breastplate that's perfectly molded to her body, and then just like sings the little drummer boy in this weird like alien movement, and it makes no sense, and I love it. And it had a profound influence on me as a child, as a bisexual woman. It's just, I mean, overall it's just going to be a wild ride, but like if you have to isolate a moment from Pee-wee's Playhouse, I just think its peak is when Grace Jones shows up.
Yeah, Pee-wee's Playhouse in general, Fever Dream really is the best description for it. That show is complete madness. I do not know how it happened, but I'm so glad it did.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I can't get over how Miss Yvonne, you know, the super sexy neighbor, is now Charlie's mom on Sunny in Philadelphia. Like,
oh my God.
Cannot get past that. It's wild. But and you know, Lawrence Fishburne, it was his big breakout, and Cyndi Lauper did the theme. Like, it just has so many cool people involved. So check it out.
I can't call him anything but Larry Fishburne because of Pee-wee's Playhouse. So like now that he's like a serious actor and I'm like Larry Fishburne, it's very strange. But yeah, it's so weird, the people that came from that show.
Yeah.
That would be amazing, J-Lo, if you could do Geekscape like Pee-wee's Playhouse. That would be incredible.
Yeah, we gotta make that happen. Yeah. But yeah, I grew up on Pee-wee, so yeah, I support. I definitely gotta go over. It's been like probably over a decade since I've seen that, so I definitely need to watch that again.
Back when Freeform was Fox Family, they showed Pee-wee's Playhouse at 7 a.m. every morning, so I'd watch it before school. So it put me in the perfect mindset to learn.
Nice. Nice. All right. Well, I think it's up to me now. So my number 2 is actually Arnold's Christmas from Hey Arnold. It was just it was out in the 90s. It's a nice little Christmas story. When it opens, Helga, who always screams at Arnold, "Hey, football head," and is so mean to Arnold, run around just going presents, presents, presents. And then Gerald, Arnold's best friend, basically bought everyone a tie for Christmas, and not everyone wanted a tie, which is weird. But the main event there was at Arnold's house, where he lives with his grandpa and grandma, and then like all the tenants at the apartment, I guess it is. It's just a very, again, diversity for me. A very diverse cast of people. There's an Asian American, there's African American, there's all sorts of people there. But anyway, Arnold's Secret Santa is Mr. Wynn, who is Asian. And what Mr. Wynn really, really wants for Christmas is his daughter to come home. And then they brought up he lost his daughter 20 years prior in the Vietnam War, which again, for a kid's episode to bring up like something like that deep, like it's just amazing. And just like that whole show, like everyone was very well spoken. The language was good. Like Helga was good. Like she was upset, like overly obsessed with Arnold. And she was like going on like what kind of gift she could buy, like a skateboard or a video game. And Gerald's like Gerald was just like, you want to get someone a gift that means something to them, not just something flashy. But the way he talked, it was just like just the language there. But yeah, the whole episode is they focus on Gerald and Arnold. I'm trying to find Mr. Wynn's daughter, and then they come up to this office where they can look people up. And he said, the only way I'm going to find the daughter is if you buy all my wife's Christmas presents. And they bought them all, but the one that they could not find was these winter boots, because apparently they were sold out for weeks. They were like running, and like the whole scene, like they're running around like Macy. It looks like Macy's. It looks like New York. Like they did that, but they're running around looking for these, and it turns out Helga had the Christmas boots. So Helga, actually, instead of being so mean to Arnold, actually leaves the Christmas boots for the guy, and then Mr. Wynn ends up being reunited with his daughter. And just such a nice story. I just felt like Hey Arnold was way before its time. As I said, everyone's well spoken, and just the diverse cast. It was just such an amazing episode. I'm glad I picked it for my number 2.
I mean, what's more Christmas spirit than the community coming together to make everyone happy? You know what I mean? Like that is just such a classic Christmas story.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And of course, the one thing I was running around like crazy this morning getting ready for this, but the one thing, me and Don were just in Wildwood, New Jersey at an arcade, and I ended up winning at the arcade a Helga stuffed animal. Just because I love Hey Arnold. I was going to bring it onto the podcast, but of course I forgot to grab it. But yeah, no, it was just such a nice story. And then the fact that like Helga's always the mean one, but she ends up being the nice one at the end, not the Grinch.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna go through. I have a bunch of honorable mentions. If you guys have any, feel free to jump in as well. But the first thing I thought of when Matt asked us to do this, there's a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode called The Nutcracker, where they do like an homage to the Tchaikovsky ballet, which is so Christmas season in my brain. But that episode came out in September and was not at all a Christmas episode. It just happened to be a Nutcracker themed episode. So I didn't put that on the list. I also we did a similar rundown for Halloween, our top 3. And when I first put the list together, I realized I had all the same shows, different episodes, but all the same shows. So I cut Doug, even though I do love Doug.
I love Doug.
The one I had on my list was the one it's Christmas, but it's not a Christmas episode because it's like a courtroom drama. Porkchop gets accused of assaulting a person in town, and Doug has to like go to court and save him. But that all happens on Christmas Day. Such a good episode. But again, I talk about Doug a lot on this show because
we do. Yeah, Doug's amazing.
And I also had the Batman the Animated Series Christmas with Joker for almost no other reason except Mark Hamill singing Jingle Bells, Batman Smells, Robin Lays an Egg.
Oh, yes.
Totally worth the price of admission. Absolutely incredible. How about you guys? Do you have any honorable mentions that didn't make your list for any reason?
Yeah, I really like the SpongeBob Christmas special, especially the song Don't Be a Jerk. There's like this humbug virus going around where everyone's like anti-Christmas, and SpongeBob helps bring them back into the Christmas spirit. And the Don't Be a Jerk is on my playlist. It's Don't Be a Jerk, it's Christmas. And
SpongeBob does not get enough credit for its music. It really has.
It really doesn't.
Awesome
excellent music.
Yeah.
Oh, consistently really catchy, will not get out of your head.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was one. And then the Christmas Every Day episode of Fairly Odd Parents is, it's a trope of where like you wish it was Christmas every day, and then it gets really, really exhausting, and the whole town is against him. And I really loved Fairly Odd Parents. It was, hyper and weird, but not gross. And then I don't know if anyone else was into Yo Gabba Gabba, but as a stoner in college, I really loved it. And their music. So if you don't know Yo Gabba Gabba, it was a preschool show, preschool education show, and created by the Aquabats, which was a band I loved growing up.
Me too.
And their music is incredible, and they get some legit bands on there.
Oh yeah, I know.
There's a great song, this is unrelated to the episode. There's a great song by MGMT called Art Is Everywhere that I sing like almost every day. But their Christmas episode has some really great music in it as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dom. Was Mike Park in Yo Gabba Gabba?
He was on Yo Gabba Gabba. I don't know if he was like part of the cast or something, but
Yeah,
he was definitely on the show at some point. I didn't
yeah.
actually know Yo Gabba Gabba was the Aquabats. I knew they had another Aquabats
Yeah.
Super Show or something, but I knew Yo Gabba Gabba had a lot of like legit punk bands on there, so that doesn't surprise me that it's
Yeah,
them.
and like Mark Mothersby of Devo is the artist that like does doodles, and Biz Marquis teaches kids how to beatbox.
Oh, R.I.P. That's a bummer.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
awesome,
It's really nice to see Biz Marquis again for sure, because
Yeah.
he's just just like a big teddy bear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
yeah.
didn't know that Mike Park was on Geekscape, so that's super cool.
That's really awesome.
Mike Park's a good dude.
We almost had him marry us, but we couldn't get him shipped from California in time.
Yeah. Logistically, it was a lot.
It was a lot.
But it would have been cool.
It would have been really cool, but I just like the story. Like we almost got married by Mike Park.
I talk to him still from time to time. He's a good dude.
Yeah, same. Yeah, he's awesome. And going back to you, Jenny, about SpongeBob. We just got a SpongeBob inflatable Christmas thing, but unfortunately, we got it at a yard sale for like $2, and now SpongeBob and a present is laying flat on our lawn right now. So I'm actually very, very sad about SpongeBob currently. Unfortunately, SpongeBob's probably not gonna make it through the Christmas. So, but I do love me
So
some SpongeBob.
sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't have too much prepared for honorable mentions, but Don did allude to one of my honorable mentions was the Rugrats Kwanzaa episode. Again, my mantra right now is diversity. And just the fact I have not seen another Kwanzaa episode, holiday special anywhere with cartoons, and Nickelodeon just does such a great job. They introduced this Susie, who is African American, and across the street from the Rugrats. And they have like a nice like family dinner, and this explaining what Kwanzaa is, and just like so nice because again, these are things you don't see a lot of, and I'm glad that they took the time to educate us on Kwanzaa. But that was my honorable mention for episodes. Most of my favorites are specials. I love the Muppet Family Christmas. I love Emmett Otter. I love this Christmas. That's my tradition every year. So watch all of those. Those would have been at my top had we been doing not been doing episodes, but those are the ones that I love. It's just like always been a family tradition of mine. I'm a huge, my whole Christmas tree is covered in Muppet stuff. Our wedding was Muppets. I just love everything Muppets.
Have you seen the new one, the Letters to Santa one?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
It's so cute.
It's
I
so
loved
cute.
it.
Yeah, that one was really cute. Yeah, and I just this year they did the Muppets for Halloween. They did the Muppets Haunted Mansion, and it came out just as I was on my way to Disney World to see the Haunted Mansion. So it was actually pretty cool how much of the actual Haunted Mansion was in the Halloween episode. It was great. I just wish there would have been more Muppets when I went to Disney World, but there was not.
Yeah, they get shafted a lot.
Other than 3D Vision and Pizza Rizzo, there was nothing Muppets. No merch, nothing.
No, I had to buy my own merch after we got back, which I was very sad about.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
I feel like them trying to do The Office kind of like derailed them a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to jump in for Emmett Otter. I do love that movie. In fact, that's one of my Christmas movies, but I really love the River Bottom Nightmare Band more than Emmett Otter.
They're so
I wasn't
punk
mad
rock.
when they won the Battle of the Bands because they should have, because they were the better band. But that is a great movie. All right. So I will jump over here to our number one. And if you listen to Saturday Morning Showdown or know me at all, this should be no surprise to anybody. I went Pete and Pete because I love the adventures of Pete and Pete.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that.
Yeah. Oh, Christmas Pete. Oh, Christmas Pete. This episode is one of those, let's make every day Christmas. So young Pete, of course, manages to convince the family to leave their Christmas decorations up and make every day Christmas. What he doesn't expect is the garbage man has just a love for destroying Christmas trees. So when they don't bring out the Christmas tree, it starts a feud between him and the garbage man, who tries to bring down the Christmas spirit by not taking their garbage and turning the entire town into a trash heap. Eventually, the town sides with the garbage man and tries to take out Pete, but they bring Christmas spirit and everyone ends up being happy. They never really address the what do you do now that every day is Christmas, because they kind of end it with that. But I love Pete and Pete. It's such a weird, like, Twin Peaksy like kids show. It's super strange. And it was actually on at like the same time as Twin Peaks, which I never really put together in my brain. I am wearing a Hail Santa t-shirt. Thank you very much. You just can't see it. And also my hat's downstairs.
Yeah, I have your hat. I'm sitting on it.
What I love about Pete and Pete, it actually still holds up as we've been rewatching it. I got nothing on that. Big Pete's monologues throughout Pete and Pete, they give this like grandeur to all of the scenarios that are going on that are like dumb kids things, but they feel so big and grand the way he narrates them and the way they did when you were a kid. And I think that's awesome. And again, I think it holds up because of that. So highly recommend it. This was not as easy to find. I found it, I think, on YouTube, but like I had to dig deep to find it because Nickelodeon they don't really preserve their old stuff. It's really not easy to acquire a lot of their old stuff. So
no,
it is what it is. Find it where you can, but highly recommend Oh Christmas Pete, Oh Christmas Pete.
No, Pete and Pete's amazing. Just want to jump in. If you love the music from Pete and Pete, the band is real. It's actually called Polaris, and they're playing in Philadelphia at Underground Arts in February. I think me, Don, and our friend from another podcast, Matt, by Saved by the Credits, are going to go to that. But it's just, if you love the music, definitely see it live because it's just an amazing show.
We bought that album on vinyl, didn't we?
We did. We have it on vinyl.
I found it recently. I completely forgot we had it.
Yeah.
Jenny, you're
Sorry.
number one. No, it's all good.
Yes. So I am so glad this has not been mentioned. One of my yearly traditions is to force my friends to watch the Star Wars Holiday Special.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
That's our tradition too.
Us as well. Yeah.
So I do try to lessen the pain a little bit by doing it with the riff tracks track over.
Oh, that's a good idea.
We're not that friendly.
It's a lot more fun that way. But to me, honestly, the introduction of Boba Fett in the animated segment of the Star Wars Holiday Special is iconic, important, a perfect introduction to an amazing character.
Yeah.
And aside from that, like, ugliest animation I've ever seen, poor Harrison Ford. Why? But if you look up just the animated part, you're gonna see that it's just a perfect introduction. It makes him so mysterious, and his voice is just everything is perfect about the introduction of Boba Fett. And most people don't know that this is how Boba Fett was introduced to us. And I definitely highly recommend that. And of course, another fever dream. So I love it.
It's a strange one. We tried to watch it. We put it on every holiday party we have. We've been doing them for like 15 years. We put it on every time. We've made it through it maybe twice in all of the years. It's tough, but you are right. The cartoon section is the most watchable, and it's worth watching. The cartoon section's good. Less so about the cooking segment. I can't remember what the celebrity chef was.
Stir, whisk, 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 stir. So
Super
it's Art
strange.
Carney.
Also, the like 15 minutes of Life Day morning at Chewbacca's house with 3 Wookiees that we don't know speaking in a language that we don't understand without subtitles. That's tough. It's a hard sell to get through.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, especially like half the time when we put this on, like everybody's already had like 3 or 4 beers and is toasted for the night. I mean, that's what's gonna happen tonight. We're putting it on. We're having like one of our first get-togethers since the pandemic, and that's we're gonna try to have that party again. Put it on. We'll see how far we get through, but we usually do not make it through.
I think B. Arthur deserves your respect. You need to make it to her song.
Yes, Yeah, BR for every year. We always when she comes on, we start screaming.
And poor Diane
Jefferson
Carroll.
Starship too, right?
Yes.
Such a weird thing. And Cirque du Soleil. So weird.
Yes.
So strange.
Yeah.
And the porn with Diane Carroll, that poor woman. She's so talented, and she's singing this awful song. And oh gosh, it's if you can just like pick little isolated moments, and that's the only way to really survive. Otherwise, watch it with riff tracks, and it's very enjoyable.
Yeah, we'll have to do that sometime because I'm all about Mystery Science Theater style. Like, just love that. But we just watch it and just see what happens because
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fair.
All right, so I guess it leads me to my number one, and I've talked about this before. My favorite one is the Garfield Christmas special.
Solid.
I just grew up loving everything Garfield. I didn't have any animals of my own until I got my cat Dynamite, but just watching that made me want animals of my own. And then I always read the Garfield in the newspaper every Sunday as a kid. So I just love Garfield, and it's such a sweet. First of all, the music on all the Garfield holiday special, it's just amazing. It's so catchy. Like, the one song on there just makes you want to get up and square dance. And then, like, even the one song starts singing about like the anxiety and the insomnia of the holiday, which I definitely relate to. But I don't know if as a child I would relate to that. But no, the music is just so fun. And then it's the typical, oh, we're going to grandma's house. And it's just like the whole like relatable, oh, I don't really want to see my relatives, like all that stuff. And then they get there, and you meet his mom and his grandmom and John's brother, and they're all like getting ready for dinner and putting up the Christmas tree. Garfield actually runs to the top of the tree and puts the star on. But yeah, like, it's just your typical like holiday, but also it's there's some really sweet moments that actually made me cry, like when Garfield's sitting on grandma's lap talking about her husband's no longer with her, and it's really hard on the holidays. That made me cry, especially like our grandparents are not with us right now, so the holidays are a really hard time. So that definitely made me cry. And then when Garfield found her husband's love letters and gave it to her as a gift, it's just such a sweet, just again one of those meaning of Christmas, how sweet holiday episodes. It was just so sweet. And I'm a huge, as I said, I've always been a huge Garfield fan, and just the music and everything about it. And the other thing, like, I always think about when I see these Garfield episodes, like do you bring your animals to every holiday? I mean, it's funny, but it's just like, now thinking about it, like it's just like why is he bringing his animals to his mom and his grandma's house? Like, why?
Like, you wouldn't if you could.
I mean, yeah. I mean, my I would if I could, because I would love to take my cat Dynamite everywhere I go. But
I'm sure he could avoid a bunch of awkward conversations about why he doesn't have a girlfriend if he brings his animals. Like, it's very clear why he doesn't have a girlfriend, so he can avoid the conversation entirely.
Exactly. Yeah, and I feel for John, but I think he did have a girlfriend in the Thanksgiving episode. But yeah, it's just such a sweet, and I love watching that every year.
The Thanksgiving episode is the one where Grandma rolls up on a motorcycle, right?
Yes, and Grandma,
Grandma's a badass.
She's a bad, and she was even like dancing and running around, like she was like being like all like fun in this one. Yeah, and the other thing, like when John and his brother came, his parents are like, well, you need to go. Like, they were like at 1:30 in the morning saying they wanted presents, and they're like, well, you need to go to sleep. Like, they were like children, but they're like grown adults. So that was really funny to me too.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that was our top 3, children's, I don't know, Christmas specials. We have a little bit of time left. Is there any other more adult-oriented shows that you may want to speak about in this little window here?
The Sunny in Philly Christmas special.
Solid one.
There is so much to it, and like they have an homage to, the claymation specials. Of course, the claymation specials too.
You have to.
Like,
yeah,
those are amazing. Gosh, what else?
Yeah, I would drop the Community of our Abed's Uncontrollable Christmas episode,
Oh, yes,
which is all
yes.
in claymation the same way. You have to homage those Raskin Bass specials. You have
All the
to.
Community Christmas episodes are really good. I really like the Glee one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Office, I would say Benihana Christmas has not aged well, but like Moroccan Christmas is really fun, classy Christmas. There's a bunch of great Christmas episodes from The Office.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm all about the Friends holiday special. I mean, they focus a lot on their Thanksgiving episode, but their holiday episodes, again, they actually have a character who celebrates Hanukkah, so they have the holiday armadillo, that's just
Ted
so
Lasso
funny.
too.
Yes.
It's like on my short list of shows I need to watch.
Yes.
need to. It's like
Yes.
probably
Now,
next.
dude, now is the
I
perfect
know.
time. It's the
I
holiday
know.
season. You got warm fuzzies. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it for
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta do that.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh,
I did
yeah,
not see the real
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters
Oh my
one.
gosh.
Oh, I haven't seen
We should
that.
do that.
Yes. Yes.
And isn't there like a straight to VHS TMNT Christmas special that has like Christmas carols and stuff? I vaguely
That
remember
sounds
watching that when I
right.
was a kid.
That
Yeah.
sounds like the thing
Yeah.
that would happen.
Yeah. I have a
I feel
teen-
like they did like the 12 toppings of pizza instead of
that sounds about right. I have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Christmas ornament on my tree, and they're holding a pizza and there's bells on it. So I feel like they probably did.
I have the
something
same
episode.
one. It's from my preschool.
Oh
Like, I
my
have it
god!
here. That's so cool. Nostalgia is the best.
No, it really is. Yeah, and Ninja Turtle. That's how Saturday morning showed on. We actually started with Ninja Turtles. So yeah, we just love that show.
If you're doing a show about 80s and 90s cartoons, I feel like you have to start with Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's just such a formative one.
Yeah, any of the like surveys that the March Madness and surveys we did, it was always like #1 on there.
Yeah.
This claymation special with the California Raisins is really fun as well. I
my
definitely
God, yeah,
recommend
I remember
Yeah.
I think that's what my friend from Brazil sent me. He sent me something claymation with the California Raisins. I think that's what he sent me, and told me
Yeah.
we have to watch. So we probably should have him on again because yeah, that's amazing.
And just
So
to
strange.
sing the praises of Riff Track some more, they had a live show where they did a bunch of Christmas shorts that are absolutely wild. So I think you can find that on their website.
Oh, awesome!
Definitely look for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Also on my adult-oriented list, I wrote down because it's a cartoon, but it's not a kids' cartoon. But the first Futurama Christmas episode with Robot Santa flying around with a machine gun,
Yeah.
solid episode.
Yes.
Yes, I miss Futurama.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
God.
I mean, that was a good one.
yeah, a cartoon I wasn't expecting to make me cry on a regular basis, but man,
Right?
did they? You know, that goddamn dog every time.
Yeah, yeah, Danny DeVito, you get to see him naked. It's awesome.
Yeah. That's
It's
amazing.
not a great selling point, but I've seen that episode. It's pretty incredible.
But I mean, like, there's something about the holiday season where it just brings out the creativity in people, and they're taking like you take the tropes that we've all seen before, and there's just like a
Yeah.
million ways to manipulate them, and it's just so much fun to watch because you just know what to expect, and then to see how people get creative with it is really
Mhm.
fun.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the community ones are like that's the selling point of the community ones. They're
Right.
taking those tropes that you know and love, but spinning them on their head and taking them in a different direction. I love it.
And genuinely amazing music as well, because it's Ludwig, who is now, what did he just do? He's a big deal. Didn't he do the last didn't he do Tenet? Something like that. I don't know. He's very important. Ludwig,
Mhm.
who did all the music for Community and produced all of Childish Gambino's albums. He's amazing.
That's awesome.
That is really awesome. Yeah, Christopher Howell just came on about the California Raisins. Yes, I love the California. I gotta go back and watch those.
I have a
Yeah.
question. Have any of y'all seen anything that came out this year for the holidays, like 8-Bit Christmas? I haven't watched that yet.
That's on my list.
Yeah.
What about that show we watched last year with Audrey Plaza? What was that called?
Happiest Season.
Happiest Season.
Oh God.
She was like in it for a second, but yeah.
And David from Shit
She was
Creek.
the ex-girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
Happiest Season. Okay. I mean, if you identify or have family that is in any way identifies queer or LGBT, please watch this movie. It's very, very important. Besides the performances of like the main cast, the performances of the family members trying to wrap their heads around this relationship. There was a certain moment that I won't talk about, but there was a moment in there that made me cathartically cry in a way where you're seeing things that I think a lot of people who identify as LGBTQ plus have been waiting to see. Thank you, Facebook user, for helping me out. Yes.
That's awesome.
No, I love that movie because I do have a lot of family and friends who identify as that, and I definitely did cry. It was just such a sweet story.
Yeah, there was a moment with Victor Garber, who's a gay man himself, plays their father, and there's a moment where he makes a big sacrifice, and it just buckets.
Yeah. Yeah, my only gripe was it was a very white cast.
Yes.
That was my that was my only gripe with it. But it was
Yeah.
great otherwise. I'm just
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
I'm super into the diversity topics right now, and that's what we definitely needed that.
And Mary Holland plays like the silly sister, and she's
so good in
she's
that.
incredibly
funny. Yeah,
talented.
yeah.
Did you watch
Oh,
New
and I
Girl?
watched-
She's in New Girl. New Girl has some really good Christmas episodes.
Oh, does it? I never watched New Girl.
New Girl's
because
amazing.
I was anti Zoe Deschanel back in the day, but I got to try. Oh yeah, Four Christmases is really fun.
I don't think I've
It's
seen that one.
Vince Vaughn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Reese Witherspoon, right? Yeah.
Holiday.
You like Tyra?
I did recently watch Snowman's because How Did This Get Made covered it. It was like a Hallmark type movie where a woman every year builds a snowman to be her perfect boyfriend, and he comes to life.
That's truly sad.
And his name is Cole.
Oh.
But yeah, I also watched the new Home Alone movie. And I gotta say, it is what it is. It's updated for 2021, but it's really fun. It has some really great, like genuinely funny moments in it that can get you through the eye rolling moments.
Okay.
And really decent cast, I gotta say. Like Rob Delaney's in it, and what's her name from Kimmy Schmidt? She's in it. They play like, so in case instead of
Ellie
burglars, it's thank you, Ellie Kemper. Instead of burglars, it's a couple that's struggling and they're gonna lose their house, so they have to get something that's worth a lot of money. So it's like all one big misunderstanding. So that makes it like safe for everyone. But it has some genuine moments that surprised me, and I was like, in spite of myself, laughing.
Is it still Kevin McAllister, or is it a new person now?
No, it's a new family,
Yeah.
but Buzz makes an appearance as a cop, and at all the security systems, Kevin McAllister now owns an ADT type company.
That's kind of cool. I like
Right?
that.
That's a cute
I'm fine
little
with that.
detail.
I'm okay with that. Because like
And
when they did three, and I think there was a fourth one too. It was a different kid, but it was still Kevin McAllister.
Yeah. No, this is a completely different family. They're actually a British family, and it makes sense. They have to be on separate planes, so it makes sense how they, forget about their son. And they kind of, what they do is they kind of mix Home Alone with Christmas Vacation.
Okay. I mean, I'm into that. I might try it. I heard it's bad though.
I mean, it's bad, but it had these moments that made it like, okay, I didn't waste my time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it's the holiday season. There's only so much. Oh no. Oh no,
Oh, boy.
what happened? What
Oh,
did
no.
the actor do?
I don't know. I'll have to look that one up. I don't know.
What are you doing to us, Fefalios?
Yeah.
It's Christmas. Don't be a jerk. Full circle.
Oh, bienvenue, mon ami. I see you have chosen to spend the holidays with a loved one. Moi, Francois, bon one. Trust me, the feeling, it is mutual. I love you too. So happy holidays to you and to your mother and your sister and that sexy grandmother that you have. From Francois, and I guess everybody at Geekscape, a toast. Happy holiday.
The Podfather, the king of Geekscape. Do you want to introduce the other three people that are joining us on this live stream? Because they're two of your oldest friends and one is a girlfriend. So I think it's only right.
Real quick, I just want to say, amazing job, dude. We are over $300 on our way to $2,000 on this charity live stream. And then, you know what? I'm going to get a little holiday maltsy for you, but it just makes my heart burst to know that this little thing that we started 15 years ago with two of the people that are waiting to be on the show right now has turned into something where we can make a difference like this. I'm just watching the interactions online, whether it's on Twitter or Instagram,
or Facebook or Twitch, and I'm just loving that we built this little thing that can make a difference for people. So that's really awesome. And again, if anybody watching this or listening can go and support our friends at Big Brothers Big Sisters, the link is on the screen, as Matt kind of clumsily spelled it, support.mentornj.org. Go there and see what you can do. And also, you can also volunteer at your local Big Brothers Big Sisters of America and be a mentor, be a big brother or big sister to somebody who needs it. As we heard at the very beginning of this whole thing, these kids from the ages of 6 up through high school, a lot of them need mentorship. And hey, I've been providing it for 15 years. Let's bring out our good friends, Brian Gilmore and Ben Dunn, who were part of this from the very beginning. Brian Gilmore and I started this thing on Laura's couch, and he was part of the very first episode. Look at him there. And Ben Dunn was also part of the very first episode because we went to visit him in Seattle. And we went to his local comic book store, and Ben was part of that show as well, which is amazing. I asked Ian Kerner to be here, and Ian just says he's just too busy watching the last Mandalorian episode for the 38th time and breaking it down shot by shot, so he won't be joining us. But yeah, that's pretty amazing that you guys are joining me here 15 years later. Brian, did you think we'd be dead by this point?
Yeah. How many years has it been? When I refer to like doing Geekscape, like at this point, I know it's more than a decade. Oh shit! Really?
There's
15?
a 1 and there's a 5.
Oh my god! I've been saying like 12, 11 years, something like that. But that's like when people like last decade kept saying the 90s was 20 years ago, and so goddamn, we're getting old.
Yeah. Well, I just tell people I'm still 24. I look it, right? This
Yeah,
is all, these gray hairs are all Trump. Like,
yeah.
This is all Trump's presidency. And Ben Dunn looks like he broke into a car to sleep last night.
This is when Ben Dunn woke up this morning. So
I've been on set for this feature that I've been producing for no less than 9 days, and I don't know what my home looks like anymore. So.
Ben, like by producing, do you mean that you're on set producing with the mechanics, or are you part of developing the project as well?
I'm just I came in last minute for this,
Okay.
so I'm just on set right now for this one.
What I'm looking for is an excuse to bring you back at the culmination of the project and the release of the project to be on Geekscape to talk about it. But if you're not personally invested in it, fuck it, let's just bring you on anyway and just have you be a part of it. And good luck to everybody on set in making this project.
I'll have a bunch of other stuff that I can come and promote. We have one of my shorts just got into our first festival, so that's exciting. We actually got 2.
All right.
So, yeah.
Speaking of people making the festival rounds, I'm going to ship this next person to India, where our film Chasing Fletcher Allen is premiering in May. They are actually holding the festival. Let's keep in mind, India has the second largest amount of infections published to the United States, and Heidi wants to see an elephant. So I'm shipping her to India.
He loves you. Just like make up little. That's not exactly how our conversation went. But I said you never know with the vaccine. Maybe it will be safe to go, and who knows? They may actually change it too. At the moment, that's what they've decided to do. But it's premiering. Yeah, it's like I guess it's our first international premiere. With that,
It is. If there's anything I love about you, it's that you have just this boundless amount of hope, like the hope that a population of India will be vaccinated by May. It's just, Heidi, it's beautiful. I love it. I love how positive
they
you
have
are.
fewer cases than we do right now, and they have more people. So
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know that I've ever met. I don't know that I've ever met Brian. So I should meet Brian really quick.
I'm Brian Gilmore.
Yeah, that's been by design.
There we go.
You know?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hi, Ben. Nice
This
to
point, this is as long as he could have gone.
Heidi, let's just.
He
let's-
did his
Sorry.
best. The
Let
only
me
thing he's
just-
gonna say to everyone he introduced me to from now on is just like, I did my best. And now I'm very sorry. Very nice.
The best thing about this is Matt Kelly still wants to play a game. Anyway, so Heidi, let me just.
Like, I've been looking at all the. Is that the one who posts on Instagram?
Yeah, let me just. Matt, you stay the hell out of this.
I have the ability to mute Brian, which is a big plus. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know he's.
Heidi, let me just put out the timeline for you. Shortly after Gilmore and Ben met through Geekscape, Gilmore started dating Ben's sister, and I had to actually ask Gilmore and Ben separately, "Are y'all good? Because we're thinking about doing this whole segment on Saturday. Y'all good?" So that's why you haven't met Gilmore. He is a you know how larvae like get into things and they hatch eggs. That is our resident Gilmore. He is our little Geekscape larva.
Oh, so
you thought it was
a
Matt.
little cute little baby.
He's just a little baby.
like
cute.
oh my God.
Do you also
So
want to play
wait.
this game?
When I met Brian was like what, 21? So that means how old are you now, Brian?
I am
72.
35 years old.
He doesn't
Oh my
look a
God.
day over 60. Anyway,
Funny. You guys are
I grew up
hilarious.
fast.
You're watching the Geekscape Network.
you're watching the Geekscape Network.
That's
Gentlemen,
my voice at the end.
we know.
Yeah, no,
For
but
now.
I knew it was Matt because like almost every other story on Instagram is misspelled in some way, shape, or form. And it brought me back to like a nostalgia because I haven't been a part of Geekscape for more than 8 years probably now, and like, it's such a thing where like my immediate reaction was like, oh, I should probably like immediately the first thing I wanted to text this account that just followed me, by the way, was YOU_RE for like a simple for like a very simple thing. And it's like, okay, that's fine. And I did it because I'm like, I am done. I think I'm done getting on Matt's case for how the English language failed him.
Is this a thing? I didn't even
Public
know this.
school system that failed me, Gilmore.
No. Just to remind everybody, if you don't want to kids to end up like Matt, please donate at the bottom of the screen. You're going to see a link for Big Brothers Big Sisters. They need your help, and we have 9 supporters, over $300 towards stopping more Matts from being created. Because listen, be a
assembly line of Matt's just getting dumber.
Actually, hold on a second. Number just went up.
Yay!
I've missed all of this. I've missed all of you. Matt, I have no idea how you've stuck around this long.
Blind hope. Blind hope that it'll work out one day.
What else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? I mean, wait.
Well, one of the
look
things we
at how
could do
mu-
is play a card game called.
okay, put the game up.
no,
Listen,
Matt's essentially stayed back in what is basically the ice truck of
Ben, isn't this cool though, Ben? Like, look at this. We didn't have all these fun bells and whistles.
Yeah, no, this is really nice. I like the graphic. Everything looks nice. The producing is great, and yeah, it seems really cool. The logo's the same, which is nice. I'm wearing my Super Action Man shirt, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, we got all these shirts.
And you can mute me whenever you want.
It's never called.
And Nerdist also never called Matt.
Thank goodness. Right?
You guys got it. You guys got any more of those
It's fine.
internships?
It's gone now, so
Is it gone? I thought it was
I'm
still
gonna tell you, John. You've outlasted Geek and Sundry. You've outlasted Nerdist. Let's just be honest. Nerdist is done. What's the other ones? Amy Poehler's Nerdy Girls. G-Force trying to take.
Are you
it
just
back,
naming
but I don't
Comic-Con parties?
Machinima?
Shit. Yeah, let's see. Nerd HQ. Wired
So
Lounge.
just stop naming the fact that the entire digital industry just kind of crashes every 3 years.
So let's be clear. Who's the real larva around here?
Yeah. Is a pot calling the kettle black? Like, you guys are like the cockroaches of podcasting. Whenever I tell anyone I did a podcast, I guess 15 years ago, it sounds like they had those back then. Like, I guess they did, and we did it, which is ridiculous.
I just distributed it on LimeWire. It was tight.
Yeah. Every episode had like 200 different file names.
All right. Ben, Brian, Heidi, Matt, I'm sorry. It's time to play the game. I think we should do this.
All right,
Let's do it.
We played the last time we played this game was on an episode of Geekscape, and Jonathan shared the most depressing story I've ever heard in my entire life. So this is.
Was it like funny depressing, or was it?
No. It was really bad.
It was really good. It was just also very sad.
It was very sad.
Yeah.
So
He
this
told
is
the story really well. It just bummed the whole stream out.
Totally.
Okay.
So this is from the podcast Mortified. They put out a game called I Can't Believe That I Did That. And it's a storytelling game where I'm going to draw a random card. And this random card, this is perfect for us. A moment when you were completely obnoxious. The most offensive story wins.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Who wants to start this one?
Good at being obnoxious. Let me think.
Yeah, I think
I have
the
notes.
hallmark of me is that I don't know when I'm doing it. Like, why would I have this story?
Maybe Jonathan can tell you
Did
when
we
I
mention 15 years of this? There's a lot to pick, and I can actually argue that I'm at 42 years of this. Well, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Hi, nice to see you.
Big Yanks
My
dropping
name is
big
Big Yank.
bombs. Okay. Ben, how are you feeling? You're silent on this one. How do you feel about this outing yourself as the most obnoxious moment you've ever had?
Oh, I don't know.
Whew. I'm trying to think.
Just say you're on set 5 more times, you'll hit it.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up.
Did I mention I'm on set? I'm here in my trailer. Is that a pillow and a blanket in the background, Ben?
Waiting to pick up.
He has his sun guard up so he can take a nap because that's his house.
It's very glamorous.
Where's Joe?
Hollywood life.
He just logs off.
I knew why I left this shit.
I think
pops up
probably
from behind him.
the only thing that's jumping to my mind is the most obnoxious I've ever been was accepting a producing role on Geekscape, the radio, when we were at the radio station. I didn't actually do shit.
No, don't say that, Ben. Don't say that, Ben. I don't want to go all serious, but I think there's always like a balance, and I think Katie and I are finding a balance as she's my co-host currently, and we're finding a balance too. And it's just you're great, Ben. I always sometimes I just like people there for the support, and if all they do is laugh or say a couple jokes here and there, that's definitely enough. And we all know that's all Gilmore provided. So,
Yeah. I'm definitely
okay.
The most obnoxious moment for me, I think, was when early on in my living in Los Angeles, when Gilmore and I both lived in Culver City, I would spend multiple times. I think this was before he started dating my sister. Maybe it was after. I'm not sure. But multiple drunken nights, passed out on his couch. And there was one night that a squirrel somehow got into his kitchen.
A squirrel.
Oh,
squirrel.
Do you remember the squirrel that came through the kitchen vent and started rampaging around your apartment? And I screamed so loud, like the little 14-year-old girl I was, and went busting into Gilmore's bedroom, and he was butt ass naked, covered in chicken wings. And I would come out of his room to go take care of the squirrel. I think that might have been the most obnoxious one because I just didn't care. Also, I wanted to.
You were?
Yeah, so I walked out of the room, and Ben is there, a grown man, just screaming at the top of his lungs that something's wrong, something's in here, there's something in here. And then I go to my living room. Literally, how I solved the problem is I calmly opened the door, and the way that story ends is a man got woken up by another man. Man 2 opened the door. End of crisis. That was fine. That was fine.
Wait, there's a part of the story where you said you went into Brian's room and he was covered in chicken wings?
But naked, except for
covered in chicken wings? Okay, I do know what I think you meant, which is hilarious because I remember this to this day. I had eaten a rotisserie chicken the night before, and I I had the phone on a small plate that I didn't bother to take back to the kitchen. And so I was like sleeping, and at the time I had a mattress on the floor because I was 21. And so like I put the chicken next to it, but the chicken like started getting cold and reacting, so it started oxidizing, and it looked like I just skinned and eaten a pigeon with my bare hands for breakfast before Ben got up. Like
I don't even understand.
Austin screaming, and after the ruckus was over, Ben definitely like was just like, "It looks like you just ate and killed a pigeon." Dignity after just screaming at the cutest animal that's ever been in my apartment. Like,
that's funny.
Hey, you dated my sister, you son of a bitch.
Jesus. I mean, I'll go, I guess. So try to save it.
Something making you think of something, and you're like, I need to go now.
So I think that beyond pretty much my entire personality in my 20s, when I basically was hired by Geekscape to be obnoxious at Comic-Con every year, just screaming at passersby for 6 straight days from morning until night, just coming up with stupid ways to convince someone to grab a postcard from us. That's it. I got nothing. John or Brian.
Well, next summer we're covering you in chicken wings.
I just like that I was covered in chicken wings. Like I imagined too many chicken wings. Like,
I imagine buffalo sauce all over you.
I like too.
I like that the story.
Sauce.
Somehow the story was over with opening the door, and I was like, "No, hold up, hold up."
I wanted to just pass right through that. I don't want to dwell on that. It's just chicken things on the floor.
Heidi, you live with me. What would you say is your entry into the game?
My
For me,
story or
no,
for
oh,
you?
your story or for me? Because I mean, I live a life of just
Sweet.
obnoxious behavior. It is non-stop rep. I mean, can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, like what are the non-obnoxious things I've done? Like that's a shorter list.
That's a much shorter list. Even when
I
I sleep, I snore and I'm
One
obnoxious.
hand.
So like I don't
That's
know.
not obnoxious though. Like, come on. That's just
Oh,
snoring.
it is. It is. It's very.
I mean, there was the other night where you were falling asleep, you were asleep and you rolled over and suddenly, and it was dark and I had just fallen asleep and he went, oh, oh, and he jumped up and like started like screaming at the air. And I don't know what the hell was. I was like, what happened? And he swore that he'd woken up and seen like a giant spider on his hand, but he had it. He just
In retrospect,
That was him having a
That's
nightmare about
not-
this dream.
in retrospect, it was one of the spiders that from Ralph McQuarrie's imagination that was in the Mandalorian episode earlier this season.
Oh, right.
It was next to my head in my sleep, and I woke up like I swore it was there. It was smacking at everything near me.
Yeah, but that's not that. That's come on. That's not the most
No,
obnoxious.
on the Jonathan scale, that's not it.
Yeah,
Old
but it
man
was.
scared of spiders.
I'm scared of spiders. That's what surprised me about it. He was the one that was freaking out, but I'm the one that's really scared of them.
Heidi, what would you say is your most obnoxious moment ever?
Well, I did think of something, but it's kind of sad though, like the outcome of it though, because I was in high school and my sister and we would get. I see this with you and Paul, Jonathan. Like when you get together, and I think it's with siblings, they just get really goofy. You know what I mean? And you just start laughing, and nobody gets your jokes. But you just become so obnoxious. And we were out to eat with our mom and my stepdad, and her name's Tisha. Tisha and I were just goofing off, and we started to take the piss out of my mom because our family does that. Like we tease each other. But my mom must not have been in the mood that night because she was laughing. She was laughing at us. And then she started to cry.
Oh, sorry. That's when you
And
know
Tisha and I were
that's
like,
how you win the game.
Tisha and I were like, and my stepdad looks at us and he goes, I told y'all to stop because she wasn't feeling it. But he didn't say feeling it, but you know what I mean? Like, that's probably the most obnoxious I've ever been because I made my own mother cry because I was just teasing her, but you know,
I'm going to award bonus points to Heidi because it was in public. It was in public, which goes a long way.
And
in
you
this
know
game.
Barbara and Bruce, so it's not easy to make my mom cry. She's not a crier. So.
No,
And it
she
was-
takes a
and
punch in the
she-
stomach with the
when
best of them.
When she started crying, she was like, "And I've been shopping for Christmas presents for you all day." And it was just the worst. I felt awful. I felt awful.
I just thought of Brian Gilmore's most obnoxious moment, at least for me.
Because I have nothing. That's the thing. I don't know when I'm. Tell me it.
I can't, Ben, you might have to help me with this, but I believe the story was essentially that Gilmore had the only key to a hotel room at San Diego Comic-Con that was supposed to house like 7 people, and they all just had to take refuge in John and I's room for hours waiting for Brian to come back from party hopping until 2 in the morning.
Excuse me, like 4 in the morning.
You know, in Brian's defense,
Yeah, I mean,
though-
if we're gonna go with Brian Gilmore obnoxious at Comic-Con stories, there's too many.
Yeah. In
Oh,
Brian's,
God,
in Brian's
I think
defense,
too. And I'm like, I want to know these
Yeah.
too, because it's pretty much the entire time. That's actually what I was thinking. Is just me at Comic-Con in networking mode is like the worst version of a person. And it's just so fun to just like think about. It's like, all right, which one was obnoxious? And they're like, no, they're all about the same. And then like maybe the answer is literally all of them. And because there's like a common denominator, and it's me at Comic-Con. But I've heard Comic-Con has changed completely since. Is it like completely different than it was when I used to go?
we just swapped you out with Shane. Anyway,
Oh, that's leveling up. Yeah.
That might be your obnoxious moment right there, Johnny.
the truth is, back in those early Comic-Con days, what's 7 more people in that Comic-Con room? We don't even notice them.
Yeah, it was a different time. People
We're
used to
sewn into the walls in the ceiling. It was like a hive structure in those early Comic-Con rooms. So
yeah, in the early Comic-Con rooms, we spent most of them rooming with like other Geekscapists. And I think the worst year, I mean, if I can just say, our friend Stephen Prescott's most obnoxious time
he was volunteering into the game.
Anywhere near us. He's the worst snorer I think I've heard in my entire life, and I experienced that with all of you.
Where's
And that was
Jonathan?
nice. Yeah. Oh no, Jonathan was fine, but paled in comparison to our friend Steven, who the entire time.
Impressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he chants in like ancient Aramaic whenever he snores.
Oh,
like actual
nice.
demons come out when he snores.
Just different colored coat.
whoa, Gilmore. Speaking of Comic-Con and obnoxious, I don't know what you've been reading lately, Gilmore, but have you been keeping up with any werewolf lore?
No.
I don't know. Do you remember that when Ben on the drive down to San Diego one year, we were talking about like the ridiculousness of something that had to do with werewolves. I think it was a short film or a fan
I
film
think we were
or
talking
something.
about the Underworld series.
There's the Underworld series, and
Ben
Ben
was on
goes,
a rant about the Underworld series.
he goes, "Where in werewolf lore is it established?" And immediately screech halt to the conversation. And Gilmore and I were just like, "That may have been the nerdiest thing ever said in this car, and it's my car."
Yeah, where it's just like that was so nerdy in a car. Like it was just like, oh, that was so
If you
much
want
because
to talk about
so much indignity. He yells just like, "Where in werewolf lore is it?" Blah blah blah. And then like at the end of the sentence, we're like, "Oh shit."
We need to get him one of those church signs with the yellow signs that people talk about, like walk around outside Comic-Con with, and we should just
Like
have Ben. Yeah, we should just have Ben parade the name in the name of werewolf lore and religion. Just get to walk around. I don't think people.
Yeah, with a hashtag only the lupine.
I just don't think people respect it enough. Ben's like, "Fuck you guys! I'm going back to set."
All right. I think
Yeah.
we've all shared a story, so we can move on to the next card. A moment when you try to attract someone with your smoothest move, the biggest flirt wins.
Gilmore.
Hmm.
I mean, in your defense, you have the highest to climb, so you flirting is like Like you just go
It's like
for
a panda riding a skateboard. Yeah, like it's
Gilmore early on in me knowing Gilmore messaged me one time to see if I could find a Jeff Buckley cover song for a sex mix that he was going to make.
That sounds like me.
Yeah, it was Jeff Buckley doing Sweet Thing by Van Morrison specifically.
There's nothing rapey about this at all.
Bro, weird. I don't remember doing that at all. It's great.
Hey,
I remember
Matt.
doing things, so I believe you. Like,
Matt,
thanks for writing history
Matt,
right
while you're at it, can you find me some chloroform and maybe a pendulum that can hypnotize somebody to sleep?
Oh, shit.
Just 6 sheets of clear plastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, Ben, Brian, what would your actual answer be?
What was the question again, Matt?
The time that you used your smoothest moves.
Interesting. I know Ben's answer for this.
The
Let's
squirrel?
see.
I lathered myself in chicken wings.
What was my smoothest move? I don't know, because I always just kind of Mr. Magoo my way into anything positive. Like, I think there's, let me see. There's my smoothest move. I don't know. I mean, lately, nothing fun to hear. Like, I cook like multi-course dinners when I'm trying to like bang someone. Let me see.
That went from a sweet story to an awful sentence in like one word choice.
You pan the camera over and she's just dead on the ground.
I want to hear Ben's, because you apparently know Ben's answer. I want to hear if Ben knows Ben's answer, because you said that with a lot of confidence.
Well, for one, my internet is garbage right now, so I couldn't even hear what the question was.
Oh, a time that you used your smoothest moves to woo a lady.
Right? This is Geekscape. Like, when have we ever done that on purpose? It's not in our arsenal. Next question. Like, it's not a thing. You can't do that. It just doesn't.
What did
make
you
sense.
think was Ben's answer then? That's my question then.
Oh, I think once in college, he has a karaoke song that has gotten him laid, and quote unquote, and he thinks that it will always get him laid. So whenever we were around a girl that he liked and we were doing karaoke, which was a lot at the time, he would always sing, Ben.
It was Creep
Oh,
by
you first-
Radiohead.
Yeah.
Creep by Radiohead?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep, that's your thing.
Yeah.
And that would make the girls go, "Oh, Ben,
I can change him.
Ben, I'm done. It's you, right?" Is that what they get it? Because his last name's done.
That extended hold note at the end that I can actually hit. Yeah.
That's right. You were in our musical, weren't you?
I was. The things that I've learned since, and I got married, I'm assuming because of it, is you don't need to sing, you just need to know how to cook. And I learned this from Brian Gilmore. I would say is learning to cook a good steak will get you more ladies than anything.
I mean, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I saw in you, Johnny.
Yeah, Jonathan, how do you not know how to cook yet? Like, what are you doing? I learned
He
to cook
cooks a little. He made breakfast. He made breakfast this morning. So
Yeah, he was eating Rice Krispies at the start of this.
Yeah,
That was
I did not make her Rice Krispies.
he got Rice Krispies because I made Rice Krispie treats for Paul because he's gluten free, and then I look over the next day and Jonathan's eating the entire box of Rice Krispies, so he went and got more Rice Krispies, and he's eating them now
in the
because I'm gonna make. Yeah, I'm gonna make. Well, he runs so much that he eats way faster and more than I do, so I have to.
Oh yeah, 'cause he's like running marathons all the time now and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
get
burns a lot of
bored.
calories.
Yeah, the super
But no.
action man isn't as funny because he's actually in shape now. So now it's just showing off.
gotta get Will Ferrell to do him.
That's not me. That is not me. Super Action Man is in much better shape than I will ever be.
That's true. And 10 times stronger than any man.
And hotter. I think y'all have heard this story, but when I was in the 6th grade, I wrote a note for a girl that I had a crush on. And it was, I mean, she sat in front of me in science. I was completely crazy about this person. And I wrote a note with my parents' phone number and said, call me at 5 o'clock, I want to say. That was enough time for me to get on the school bus to take me home, and then tell my brothers who were always watching TV in my parents' room, like, shh, turn off the TV, get out of here. I got to answer the phone, because the phone and the TV were in my parents' room. So I leave the note in the locker, and I see her open the locker, find the note. This is 6th, 7th grade. And she's ecstatic. And she's going to all her friends being like, I have a secret admirer.
Aww.
You know, like, who do you think it is? Blah, blah, blah. And it's got my phone number in it. And so I'm just like shaking with excitement, remembering how excited she was the entire ride home. And I get off the bus, I sprint, I make sure I'm like, whew, I'm ready to say like the best stuff whenever I reveal who it is. When the phone rings, I'm just staring at the phone, probably for 30 minutes. And I'm begging my brothers to turn down the TV or like leave the room. They didn't. And the phone starts to ring right on the dial. That is like the coolest thing ever, that something that I had planned was coming to fruition exactly as I'd planned it. And I pick up the phone and I go, hello? And she says, hi, this is blank. And I say, awesome. Do you know who this is? She says, no. And I go, it's Jonathan. And she goes, oh.
That makes me really sad.
That was about
Dumbest girl in the world.
all right, see you tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, so what happened at the end? Did you like?
I'm not going to reveal like what happened at. I mean, nothing. Like the conversation fizzled. She clearly was not interested, and I hung up the phone. I was embarrassed the entire rest of the year, sitting behind her in science class, and I've seen this human being since many times in the years as an adult.
How many kids does she have?
2, 1, 3. I don't know. But
yeah, that's like all my high school crushes.
She's still like wonderful, and
okay.
And at our 20th reunion, she recalled that we had dated once, and I was like, no, that is not how that turned out at all.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
That's really
great. Okay, so just for the sake of the game, I have like a short story of pretty much the same thing, where I would always go really hard for like the ladies in like school, and I would really I would adopt those things that, like, you know, popular girls that people like to walk around with a bunch of balloons and constantly walk around with shit. So when Valentine's Day came around, I would always do something special for people. And 2 years in a row, I did something akin to having a teddy bear the size of a human, like sitting in there for when they arrived. And both times I was broken up with right after that class.
Oh,
really? I think the problem
you tried it twice, which is impressive.
Yeah, twice in a row. Yeah.
I was just thinking about, sorry, Jonathan's story and yours is that kids in middle school and high school, they don't know how to express themselves. So when things feel awkward, they don't know what to say, so they don't say anything, or they just like slink off. They're like, okay, bye.
Oh, she's slinking. Yeah.
Or they break up with you and tell you for a half hour exactly why.
Yeah, I also had braces and bottlenose like big old
so
bottle
cute.
cap glasses. I looked like the freaking Predator's kid. I was not good
You were
looking.
really cute. You were really cute.
I look like this with a middle part and long hair.
I love it.
I looked like the kid from Coco had been slapped with an ugly stick and given.
Stop it. That's not even true. That's not even true. You just feel that way. I felt ugly when I was a kid too.
Okay, so Heidi, when is the time that you've used your smoothest moves for love? And damn it, Matt Kelly, you're not getting out of this.
I've got my answer already. That's fine.
Okay, I guess I was in college, and so tiny backstory. You know, when you're younger and like you like somebody, and I don't know, this would just be a thing that girls do. Did you ever get a note from a girl that was like, I like you. Do you like me? Check yes or no.
No, that doesn't happen to us. So welcome to Geekscape.
Well, I did that a few times as a kid. So I thought when I was in college, there's this guy I liked. His name was Nathan. Is still Nathan Smith. And
really outing him.
He's fine.
I'm on
He doesn't
Facebook
care.
checking your friends list.
He went to Harding. He probably doesn't even
Wow,
listen.
just dropping personal information left and right on this story.
What's his mother's maiden name?
I didn't know that.
You guys just social, perchance?
What's just the last
What is the big deal? Like, I don't. It's not a big.
Kidding.
He would be.
Kidding.
He would be like, "Oh, that's me." Like if he heard that I said that. So he lives nearby here. But I went to school in Arkansas and to this very conservative private school. So we didn't have like dancing or anything like that. We had like hay rides and stuff. And so I was in this social club and we're having a hay ride, and I wanted to go with Nathan. So I made a little note, but I wrote it like I put the crayon in my hand, weird. So I write it like a little kid. And I was like, will you
Maybe
go
he's
to
into
my
that.
hay ride with me? Yes or no? And I put it, we were in choir together. Okay. And so I put it every day when you come into choir, you pull out your little choir folder. It has your music in it. So I knew which cubby slot was his. And so I found this folder and I put the little note in there. And he said yes. And he went with me. And then we dated for a few months.
Heidi, you didn't find it weird that a dude was attracted to the writings of a kid? It was it was a Christian college. Never mind. It's probably par for the course.
Yeah, I get it.
He was just
But,
setting up his. That wasn't an honest question, Heidi. That was John doing a setup for his own punchline.
Yeah, thank you for letting me finish my story, though. I appreciate that, Johnny.
Hey,
No,
Is
he knew-
you running these days, Jonathan, when a woman has to say thank you for letting me finish my story with someone dude? Like, what the fuck?
So it doesn't. So it's not misunderstood. Like I think that and you're just going to have to deal with this, Johnny. I think he is brilliant. I think he's very quick-witted, and his brain works so fast that sometimes when we're sitting with friends and I'm trying to tell them something, he thinks of jokes. He's probably thinking of some right now, and he wants to interrupt me really bad to tell the joke. But after a while, it makes me crazy, and then I have to be like, "I love you. Please let me finish my story." So that's what I'm talking about.
Damn it, that hot pair of bags is talking again.
That's a good way to do that. That's like a really good way to do that. That's like really, really nice. Like, when someone else takes care of your dog and they show you something about it, like it feels like that, because we dealt with him for so many years and no one could ever get him to shut the fuck up. So it's really nice that somebody finally has been able to like corral him in. He seems so soft and nice now.
Big Yanks
Daniel.
just said any man should be so lucky to get a love note from Heidi. Well, I got a birthday love note from Heidi. Heidi, why don't you hold it up, because it just left glitter all over my table.
Are you guys in the same room?
No, we're
I'm
in the same
I'm in
apartment.
the dining room. He's in the office, so it's his birthday. But there's glitter all over this.
She was like, why didn't you take your birthday card out and leave it on the table? I'm like, because it'll put glitter on
There's
everything.
parts. But it's Christmas. My scarf has glitter in it. So, or it's the holiday season. It's Hanukkah right now. So, and but I scribbled out. It said sometimes you make me crabby, but I scribbled out. I said sometimes I make you crabby. Sometimes I like changed it.
I'm
And then
just
I
crabby all the time.
I said that we
Gilmore knows
still
that I'm
belong
crabby.
together. It was very cheesy.
Gilmore knows I'm crabby all the time.
Like one of those
I
Christmas
know, one of the
movies.
crabbiest before he learned boundaries. It was great. Like
What a grandma.
Are these
You know, sweetie, you know those things that you used to write about on Facebook all the time? The boundaries when you were doing your mindful stuff. You remember?
Oh, yeah. We were all a part of Jonathan's mindful lectures Facebook era. Like that was fun. Those were actually very nice. Like for years, John went from the person who was just like making more fun of me than anyone else in the world has ever done to like being, for all intents and purposes, like a crystal guru for like 2.5 years. And
he was like, you couldn't get.
And it's like those were always like nice words to hear on a random morning. Like it was always very fun.
I'll get back to it. Fine.
Because John, for like the first like decade that I knew John, you couldn't get an honest, emotional anything out of him ever. And now every once in a while, if you're lucky, there might be a comment or a compliment here or there, which is that's
Yeah.
called progress.
Used to drive me.
We've come a long way with him, I think.
Those posts used to drive me nuts because I'd be like, hey, Johnny, like, you know what? I know you're feeling a lot, and you just, you know what? It's probably because you're giving birth to a new person, and that is painful. Childbirth is painful, and you're giving birth to a new human. Then he would get on Facebook, and he'd be like, I'm giving birth to a new person, so that's like really painful. So, and I'd be like,
oh, is that your smoothest move? Is
Oh no! Wait, is John
The mask is off.
stealing your writing?
we were not
Well,
always. He was.
I just
he
had-
was too,
He was
I have-
inspired by
I
her
have-
words.
I have the bigger audience, so I just thought that we don't. To answer the last question on this game, my most obnoxious moment is continuing now.
Are we? Is this about to be like my mom? Like, are we taking the piss out too much? Sorry, sweetie.
I love that Megaran is watching. Megaran, I love you so much, buddy.
He will be live on the next YouTube video stream in about 15 minutes with his podcast, Matt Mania. So we can jump to the last question.
No, Matt. What is the time that you have used your smoothest move?
Sure, my smoothest
You ever
move?
seen Sleepaway Camp?
Yeah. So my smoothest move was a girl that I was friends with as far back as college, but then I finished school and she continued to go to school until she got her PhD. And she was going
You're
to
gonna say
school.
her puberty.
Yeah, she was Jesus Christ. She was going to school up in New York, and she wasn't able to come home for the holidays because she was working on her thesis, and she was kind of stressed out. And I got the address of where she was studying and had a soup and a whole dinner delivered to her as she was sitting there studying. So
That is a very smooth move.
That's thoughtful.
Yeah, you wouldn't know her. She goes to school in New York.
Yeah, exactly.
How'd that turn out?
She got married to someone, but I was invited to the wedding.
That is the most Matt Kelly ending to a story.
She immediately got married to someone. How did she do? She realized she wanted a man, not
by the way.
This soup is so good. I should find the man who made it.
And then she married that cook. Which goes back to the main point of this: learn to
cook. All right. So last one. A moment when you were totally oblivious. The biggest blind spot wins.
All of these are things that you don't really know you're doing them when you're doing them.
Yeah, but retrospectively, some people realize things and grow from it, Gilmore.
Yeah, well, Matt, you know me.
This is supposed to be funny, right? Like, mine's not funny.
Yeah.
None of these are anything but traumatic questions. Traumatic questions.
I like the game.
Put sprinkles on, but none of these are questions you friends look like. You're not trying to make friends with someone with these questions. You're not like, oh, here's a nice fun thing to answer. It's just like, what's the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
Okay, most oblivious. Y'all, I think Heidi's heard this one, but okay, I am I go through life pretty oblivious the whole time. But in high school, I had a friend who was from Utah, and she had moved to Texas to go to school with her parents moved for work. But I'm a Utah Jazz fan, like a hardcore Utah Jazz fan. John Stockton's my favorite player of all time. Robert Bacon, who is the host of 91 Donkey Lane, he knows this. I'm a hardcore Jazz fan, and she would come over and watch the Utah Jazz with me because they were on television all the time because it was Stockton Malone, and she would watch these Utah Jazz games with me, and I thought it was because she was from Utah and she liked the Jazz. One day, I'm walking into her car. This is like junior year, maybe senior. This is junior year. I'm walking into her car, and I'm like, so what do you think of the game? They're really great this year. They might be able to go to the finals. And she finally stopped and goes, Jonathan, I don't want to talk about it. I don't even like the Jazz. I just like you. And this is like months and months of Utah Jazz games into the friendship. And I had no idea. I asked her to I think the next thing we were going to, I think there was what are the dances in high school that I never went to? I went to two, not the prom, but the homecoming. And I think I took her to a homecoming, and that was it. It was. I'm sorry.
hug at the end.
I didn't want to ruin the jazz fanship. Actually, when she said
wearing the jersey every game, so I had priorities.
I mean, in my defense, when she said she wasn't a Utah Jazz fan, I immediately found her I was like, "What? I don't see anything in you anymore."
Yeah.
Why am I still talking to you?
All right, Gilmore, do you have a story for this just yet? I know I have mine queued up.
I have one.
Okay, let's jump to it.
All right, so I'm half Guatemalan, and whenever
you're half human, look how tall you are.
I'm basically I'm an ant in Guatemala. The first time and only time I've ever been to Guatemala, I stayed with my family, who's very, very poor there, and they live in one of those very developing nation, turquoise walls, very small place. There was a little building that it was a small apartment complex with one water thing in the middle, and the way it works is that they have that, and that's sort of their water. So I'll explain that more in a little bit. But I was in middle school, and I got up first morning in another country, and I go immediately to brush my teeth. And it's the first thing you do in the morning. So I brushed my teeth, and I'm like, oh, this sink seems flooded, so I'll just use this sink so I don't waste any water or whatever. And then so I just I brushed my teeth, I spat, did my entire thing, and as I was finishing and gargling, I think my mom heard me gargling, and she came in, it's like, no! And so what happened was that building doesn't have running water. Yeah. That building's water to eat and drink for every family in the building was that thing that I thought had flooded. And so it had completely basically there was just I woke up as an American that they were welcoming into their complex, and the first and only thing I did was literally spit in their water. And I had no idea what I was doing. But I did it. I did it just really, really, really casually, and then I learned that yes, I guess every day at 5 a.m. They turn the water on for an hour, and then everyone gets what they need. So I think it's probably the most oblivious I've ever been, because I had no idea I was doing that, and I still feel bad about it.
Wow,
I've heard stories like that about.
That is the most Gilmore thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
All right, so for mine, we're going back to Matt's dating life. Always an exciting topic. So there was a girl freshman year of college that I had a huge crush on, and I told her so, and she was like, "Nah, I think we're just friends." And so I took that as the honest truth. Okay, cool. We're just friends.
Trust women.
Yeah. So 2 or 3 years later, we're still really, really good friends. And she comes to visit me at work one day, and she's like, "Hey, you're done work at 5 o'clock, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Do you want to hang out tonight?" I was like, "Yeah, what do you want to do?" And she's like, "I don't know. I was thinking I would make you chicken Alfredo because I know that's your favorite dinner, and we can watch a movie or something." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." So she goes out and buys chicken and buys all the pasta, and then we meet up at my house, and she cooks everything, and then I'm like, "Well, what movie do you want to watch?" And she's like, "Oh, how about we watch When Harry Met Sally?" She pulls out a hardcore rom-com, puts it on. She's snuggling up next to me, and I'm just like, "Well, she said we're just friends, so I'm not gonna make any moves." And it wasn't until years later that I was like, "Oh," and I asked her because we're still friends. She's married now, and I said, "Hey, I just remembered this really random night. Were you coming on to me?" And she's like, "Yeah, you idiot!" So
I didn't even put on When Harry Met Sally. I put on the porno version. What is happening?
So yeah, that was my most oblivious moment for sure.
Oh, that's how many years later was it?
It was 9 years later. It was well past the time to really be able to do anything about it.
Are these coupons still good?
Pretty much.
Yeah, Matt did the equivalent of finding a Circuit City coupon.
That's better than Radio Shack.
Yeah. All right, Heidi, you're the last one.
You got any of these PS2s?
I don't know. I can't think of one that's not I don't. Johnny, can you think of anything? Because
Times you're oblivious.
Because the only thing I'm thinking of is family stuff, and I don't want to say.
Oh, I did not mean to do that. Sorry.
We'd rather look at you anyway. So I don't know.
That's the weird thing. The thing with Heidi is Heidi's incredibly empathetic, and she is in tune with everyone's energies all the time. And she is always telling me whenever I'm grumbly, and I'm always grumbly, she's like, well, whenever I am grumbly and I'm a little snippy, she's like, are you okay? Is everything all right? I'm like, I'm fine. I honestly think that I'm fine. And then like 2 days later, I'll be like, you know what? What the fuck? I'll just be in a bad mood. And I realized that Heidi is like one of those earthquake detection services for people. And she sees like the Richter scale starting to shift a little bit long before we do it as well. Like she is the birds that leave before the natural disaster.
She's
And
the control room in the movie The Core.
yeah, she would be the dolphins leaving Earth if we were going to do Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like she's like, peace, I'm out. Jonathan, I can tell that you're not doing too well. And I'm like, I'm doing fine. I'm just going to go and have a run and ignore the world.
But I don't peace out though. I'm like, talk to me. Let's talk about it.
Oh my gosh, she
What's
wants to do
going on?
that shit at 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, can I just read a comic? And she's like, tell me what's in your soul. What's troubling you? And I'm like, please. I'll tell you what's troubling me at this moment. I want to read my comic.
My oblivious moments usually are about my blind spots. And I mean, I know like there was a time, I have a half sister. We don't really talk very much, but there's some chaos in my family, blended family, divorce, some not so good stuff. But like one side of my family can be kind of harsh. And I used to have like these, what I thought were confidential conversations with my half sister. And then somehow my dad and her mom would like come back at me when they'd be mad at me, and they'd be like, well, you said this. And I'd be like, what? How do you know that? And then I would say to her, my sister, I'd be like, how do they know that? And she'd be like, I don't know how they know that. And I started to realize that I had a blind spot when it came to her. But like, that's not a funny story. It's just,
and I would agree, Heidi, that you are very much too trusting.
but I believed her for a really long time until I really realized, oh, she's telling them. And for her, it's a survival thing and whatever. And I'm a grown up. It's not like I'm going to deny that I said any of this stuff, but it's just weird. So there you go.
You see what she does?
Now everyone can be depressed.
She's all heart. It's like the heart and the fart living together in one place.
So rude.
Happy holidays.
You're watching the Geekscape Network.
Yeah. Well, we ended on a pretty sad story from Heidi, but let's pick it up just a little bit, Heidi.
Please.
Before I remove you from the feed and we move over to the next live stream, how about you tell people about the short film that you have that's playing in India?
Ooh. Well, that'll be in May. We're still waiting to get details, but yeah, Jonathan and I co-wrote a short film called Chasing Fletcher Allen. It's about a woman trying to find her way. It's about a woman really trying, like the moment that she realizes that she's had everything she's ever needed all along. And Phil Lamar's in it, Jenny Van Dien's in it, Cooper Barnes is in it, Eugene Bird. It's a lot of really cool people that you've had on Geekscape, Johnny. And Jonathan directed it, and he did a really amazing job. And I'm excited for it to be seen some more, even if it's in a country that I cannot visit. I really want to go, but maybe we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, and you Geekscape were a part of putting that movie together.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Oh my God, now I sound awful. Yes.
No, it's
fine. And yes, thank you so much to all of you who have been a part of this and it would not have happened without your support.
Well, and thank you for being the unofficial voice of Geekscape that ends every single podcast.
Until you find someone better.
No,
Gilmore's not coming back.
Brian,
right.
It's so good to meet you. Finally, I heard about you last. Yeah.
All right. Hi, Heidi.
Hi, Heidi.
Sending Heidi.
And
Gilmore.
And Gilmore.
Ooh, let's never do that name again.
Dude, I hit that view every now and then on the main show, and I cannot stand it. Brian, I got to tell you, man, I've loved having you here for this hour, and I would love for you to be part of Geekscape some more. I'll pay you what I pay Matt, and it's just been great having you, dude.
Yeah.
You are, I think, the original of my little brothers, my littles, as they say, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and I think you've turned out Okay, you're still alive. That's what I'll say. I'll say you're still alive.
We could expect, and that's fine.
So it's been great having you.
Well, there's a party each and every year on Christmas Eve, where the fun and cocktail shrimp don't seem to end. Clark and Ralphie taking turns on the TV screen, laughing, singing, yelling with all of our friends. Well, it's Christmas, and everybody's gonna spread the holiday cheer.
Hey, everybody, we are back, and man, behind the scenes, has it been fun here at Geekscape.net. So you may be tuning in for Poof the Magic Game Show. Guess what? You've got to wait another hour, but what could be better than live improv comedy than theater? So here we are doing a live performance of the Charlie Brown Christmas special script. And I couldn't do this without my Christmas 365 co-host, Dylan.
Hey, man.
Hey. All right.
My God, things have been nuts.
You got such a damn good song from Chris Mafias of Punchline.
For sure.
Thank you.
I wish we did more video stuff because I love the stock footage stuff you just did. Like I love watching our Christmas 365 video intro. So I wish we got to do more video stuff because I do love that little compilation.
Do you remember me making it like within minutes?
Yeah, I do.
You were sitting upstairs on my couch. I'm like, I think I could finish this in time.
Dude, it's so good though. Hey, Al.
Yeah, let me check one thing, and then we're going to introduce our actors for the day. Well, you have the lead role in tonight's play. You are Charlie Brown. I'm going to be playing Linus.
Yeah.
And no, we're still sitting at $1,135. So let's see if we can make that move while we're doing this live production for all of y'all.
Sure. And I think it is interesting that you and I kind of switched our roles almost in how we kind of are on the show, I feel like. I feel like you're much more of the Charlie Brownie, except for the Jesus-y thing that Chris just put in the chat.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm probably more Jesus-y than you, but as far as our opinions on the Charlie Brown Christmas special, you are way more the Linus with peace and love and understanding, and I am more the like bah humbug, it's slow and boring. But let's bring in a few of our actors. I want to bring in this actress first because man, has she been going through a whirlwind on what roles she was playing today. I never had a big sister, but if I did have a big sister, I would make her my big sister. And also, her birthday was just a couple days ago.
Yes,
so Marissa,
oh my gosh,
roles have changed so many times. But you will be playing Sally and Patty in tonight's production.
Oh, I'm so excited. Yep, I can't wait. You know what? I was really going for tree number 3, so I'm kind of mad that I didn't get cast on what I was hoping I could get, but I'll take Sally and Patty.
I'm sorry that I had to upgrade, downgrade.
No worries. I'm so excited to be here, you guys. Let's do it.
Next, let's bring in the person who didn't know about the time change until 2 minutes ago.
The real star.
She will be playing the role of Lucy, Tessa.
Woo!
I'm awake, you guys. I'm awake.
Podcast. Tessa, how many missed calls did you have?
I don't even know. I haven't caught up on the text. All I know is I'm here.
I guarantee she woke up like someone's dead. Like
Marissa died. You need to read his Patty. Yeah. We also let's bring in, because it seems weird to just have a Marissa. We need Marissa's best friend.
Yeah.
To be up in
My
here
better
too.
half.
So one of the 3 narrators, she'll be reading as narrator number 2. She'll also be reading as Frida and Violet, Jackie of the Jersey Ghouls.
Hi.
Jackie, thank you for joining us. Nothing's changed for you. You've been You didn't even have to respond to if you were cool with the time change because Marissa said yes, and I knew you were in the same house. So we were good there. And now let's bring in. Well, first of all, before we do anything, big congratulations to Jackie and Marissa for joining the Geekscape Network.
Oh, thanks, guys. We're so excited.
Yeah,
We're
they'll be
very
doing their
excited.
own segment next year for the live stream as official Geekscape members. And also joining the ranks of the Geekscape team, we've got two people. I'm going to introduce my upcoming podcast co-host first here, reading as Schroeder, Pigpen, and narrator number 3, Joe of Fright School.
Hey! Hi,
Coming
friends.
very, very soon, maybe dropping on a podcast app on Christmas Day, the White People Problems OC podcast, where we are reviewing every episode of the OC together.
It's the best name for that.
That was Joe. That was Joe. My idea was the What You Say podcast, but he said White People Problems.
I was like, no, white people problems, because then we can do other shows. We can do
Yeah,
Gossip
after-
Girl.
Yes.
Pretty
We
Little
could
Liars
do-
we've been talking about, I think.
Yeah.
And then finally, if Joe is the Fright School student, as narrator number 1, and Shermie, a character that I do not remember, Joshua is rolling in as the Fright School teacher. Have you gotten tenure yet?
I wish. Then I wouldn't have to worry so much. I have no idea what
Joshua is my horror big, and I am his horror little.
There we
Aw.
go. Yes, perfect analogy.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry some more, like I've been doing all day
No.
watching this damn stream. Every time you
Yeah,
show
you
those,
guys, a big shout out to
commercials.
all of, not just the people in the chat. Thank you for the people who've been holding it down. There has not, I am very proud to say this, from 9 a.m. when we started this stream, there has never been under 20 people watching at any given moment. And I think the fact that
That's awesome.
there have been 20 eyes on this stream for almost 12 hours now is fucking incredible. So thank you so much to everybody. Thank you for the people who are donating. If you can donate today, that would be amazing. The link is going to be active until at least the end of the year, if not longer. I would love for us to be able to hit that goal before New Year's Day. But if we can even get halfway there before today's over, I would be so thrilled with that progress.
And honestly, dude, man,
Yay.
Matt, thank you, dude. Like, this is incredible. You do this like every year, man, and you're always thanking all of us, and you're
Yes.
thanking the people in the chat. Thank you, dude.
Yes.
No, thank you. We'll do some thank yous at the end, but first,
You can thank me later.
yeah, you can thank me.
Dylan. All right.
I want us to imagine a copywritten piece of piano music that I can't play right now. Plays beautifully over this bed of music, and then Joshua.
all right. Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, there was no rehearsals for this. Everybody, have fun.
Just doing it. All right, here we go. It was finally Christmas time, the best time of the year. The houses were strung with tiny colored lights, their windows shining with warm yellow glow only Christmas could bring. The scents of pine needles and hot cocoa mingled together, wafting through the air, and the sweet sounds of Christmas could be heard in the distance.
Fluffy white snowflakes tumbled from the sky onto a group of joyful children as they sang and laughed, skating on the frozen pond in town.
Everyone was happy and full of holiday cheer. That is, everyone except for Charlie Brown.
I think there must be something wrong with me. I just don't understand Christmas, I guess. I might be getting presents and sending Christmas cards and decorating trees and all that, but I'm still not happy. I don't feel the way I'm supposed to feel.
Charlie Brown, you're the only person I know who can take a wonderful season like Christmas and turn it into a problem. Maybe Lucy's right. Of all the Charlie Browns in the world, you're the Charlie Brownest.
Charlie walks through the snow thoughtfully, goes to his mailbox, pokes his head inside, looks disappointed because it is empty.
Hello in there! Rats. Nobody sent me a Christmas card today. I know nobody likes me. Why do we have to have a holiday season to emphasize it?
Violet enters, reading a Christmas card.
Thanks for the Christmas card you sent me, Violet.
I didn't send you a Christmas card.
Don't you know sarcasm when you hear it?
Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, but Charlie Brown was still sad. Charlie sits in front of Lucy's psychiatric booth. I think you have a customer.
I'm in sad shape.
Hold up there, Charlie Brown. I need 5 cents from you for my kind of advice.
Charlie reaches in his pocket, drops a nickel in her money can.
Boy, oh boy. I love the beautiful sound of cold, hard cash. That beautiful, beautiful sound. Nickels, nickels, nickels. That beautiful sound of plunking nickels. All right. Now what seems to be your trouble?
I feel depressed. I know I should be happy, but I'm not.
Well, as they say on TV, the mere fact that you realize you need help indicates that you are not too far gone. I think we better pinpoint your fears. If we can find out what you're afraid of, we can label it. Are you afraid of responsibility? If you are, then you have hypengiophobia. How about cats? If you're afraid of cats, then you have aleriophasia. Are you afraid of staircases? If you are, then you have chlamydophobia. Maybe you have thalassophobia. This is the fear of the ocean. Or gephobia, which is the fear of crossing bridges. Or maybe you have pantophobia. Do you think you have pantophobia?
What's pantophobia?
The fear of everything.
That's it. Actually, Lucy, my trouble is Christmas. I just don't understand it. Instead of feeling happy, I feel sort of let down.
You need involvement. You need to get involved in some real Christmas project. How would you like to be the director of our Christmas play?
Me? You want me to be the director of the Christmas play?
Sure, Charlie Brown. We need a director. You need involvement. We've got a shepherd, musicians, animals, everyone we need. We've even got a Christmas queen.
I don't know anything about directing a Christmas play.
Don't worry. I'll be there to help you. I'll meet you at the auditorium. Incidentally, I know how you feel about all this Christmas business, getting depressed and all that. It happens to me every year. I never get what I really want. I always get a lot of stupid toys or a bicycle or clothes or something like that.
What is it you want?
Real estate.
Snoopy enters hauling a large brown box overflowing with colorful holiday lights, etc. Charlie follows Snoopy to his house while Snoopy creates a large roof display.
What's going on here?
Snoopy grins, hands Charlie a flyer.
Find the true meaning of Christmas. Win money, money, money. Spectacular. Super colossal. Neighborhood Christmas lights and display contest?
Even his very own dog had gone commercial. The thought of the contest made Charlie Brown feel positively sick. Was money all anyone cared about? Charlie Brown couldn't stand it. Charlie throws the flyer in the air, walks away.
Sally and Charlie enter.
I've been looking for you, big brother. Will you please write a letter to Santa for me? You write it, and I'll tell you what to say.
Charlie was in a hurry to get to the school auditorium on time to play rehearsal, but he couldn't say no to his sister. Charlie takes a pen and clipboard from Sally.
Okay, shoot.
I've been extra good this year, so I have a long list of presents that I want.
Oh, brother.
Please note the size and color of each item and send me as many as possible. If it seems too complicated, make it easy on yourself. Just send money. How about 10s and 20s?
10s and 20s? Oh, even my baby sister?
All I want is what I have coming to me. All I want is my fair share.
Charlie rushes off to the auditorium. Lucy speaks as children are dancing around to music Schroeder is playing.
Our director will be here any minute and we'll start rehearsal. Here he comes.
Yay!
Snoopy boos.
Man's best friend. We're going to do this play and we're going to do it right.
All right, I'm here to assign roles. Frida, you're playing the innkeeper's wife.
Do innkeepers' wives have naturally curly hair?
Pigpen, you're the innkeeper.
In spite of my outward appearance, I shall try to run a neat inn.
And Shermie, you're the shepherd.
Every Christmas is the same. I always end up playing the shepherd.
Snoopy was delighted to play the roles of all the different animals, from sheep to cow to penguin.
Linus, memorize these lines so you can recite them on cue.
Linus, you're muted.
This was going so well.
I definitely wasn't muting my mic to eat dinner. This is ridiculous. I can't memorize something like this so quickly. Why should I be put through such agony? Give me one good reason why I should have to memorize this.
I'll give you 5 good reasons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Those are good reasons. Christmas is not only getting too commercial, it's getting dangerous.
And get rid of that stupid blanket. What's a Christmas shepherd going to look like holding a stupid blanket like that?
All right, let's have it quiet. Places, everybody. Schroeder, set the mood for the first scene.
Schroeder begins to play piano and the cast dances.
Oh, cut! It's all wrong. Let's rehearse another scene instead.
Pigpen's dust is ruining the style of my naturally curly hair. Sally watches Linus intently, rests head on his shoulder occasionally.
Isn't he the cutest thing?
Good grief. There's no time for foolishness. Let's take it from the top again.
Schroeder plays piano and everyone dances.
What's the matter? Don't you think it's great?
Charlie shakes his head.
Look, let's face it. We all know that Christmas is a big commercial racket. It's ruined by a big Eastern syndicate, you know?
Well, this is one play that's not going to be commercial. What our play needs is the proper Christmas mood. We need a Christmas tree.
Hey, perhaps a tree. A great big shiny aluminum Christmas tree. That's it. Get the biggest aluminum tree you can find. Maybe paint it pink.
Charlie Brown left Lucy in charge of rehearsal and set out with Linus to find the perfect tree for their play.
Charlie and Linus enter tree lot, go to small green pine tree on a simple wooden stand.
Gee, do they still make wooden Christmas trees?
This one seems to need a home.
I don't know. Remember what Lucy said? This doesn't seem to fit that modern spirit.
I don't care. We'll decorate it, and it'll be just right for our play. Besides, I think it needs me.
Charlie Brown and Linus return to the auditorium.
We're back!
Charlie Brown proudly presents his tree. Boy, are you stupid, Charlie Brown. You were supposed to get a good tree. Can't you even tell a good tree from a poor tree?
You're hopeless, Charlie Brown.
You've been done before, but this time you really did it.
The children and even Charlie's loyal dog Snoopy laugh as they exit. Charlie is alone on stage when Linus approaches him.
I guess you were right, Linus. I shouldn't have picked this little tree. Everything I do turns into a disaster. I guess I really don't know what Christmas is all about. Is there anyone who understands what Christmas is all about?
Sure. I can tell you what Christmas is all about. Lights, please. And there they were in the same country shepherds abiding in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, an angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone all around them, and they were sore afraid. And then the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you tidings of great joy, which will be of all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is the Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find him wrapped in swaddling clothing, lying in a manger. And there was an angel of the multitude of the heavenly host, and God said, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth goodwill towards men. Anyway, that's what Christmas is about, Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown, inspired by Linus' story, picked up the tree, smiling, and walks outside. He stops and stares at sky.
This took a really weird turn, Linus. Linus is right. I won't let all this commercialism ruin my Christmas. I'll take this little tree home and I'll decorate it. And I'll show them it really will work in our play.
Charlie continues his walk home and finds Snoopy's doghouse with a prize on it. Charlie grabs an ornament from the house and puts it on the tree. The tree bends.
I killed it! Everything I touch gets ruined!
Charlie Brown walks away from tree slouching. Meanwhile, the other kids circle tree while Linus straightens the branch.
I never thought it was such a bad little tree. It's not bad at all, really. Maybe it just needs a little love.
As the children look at doghouse and back to the tree, they decide to take the doghouse decorations off and put on the tree, making it beautiful.
Charlie Brown is a blockhead, but he did get a nice tree.
The children begin to circle the tree and hum, "Hark the Herald Angels Sing," leading Charlie Brown to come back outside.
What's going on here?
Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown. Nailed it.
His little tree that no one had wanted, and he could hardly believe his eyes. His friends' efforts had transformed it into something truly special. And everyone sang. Surrounded by his friends, Charlie Brown realized Linus had been right about the true meaning of Christmas. This was the Christmas spirit he had been looking for all along. At last, the season seemed 100 times brighter, and for Charlie Brown, it was truly the merriest Christmas ever.
Yay, we did it, guys.
Yeah.
Well done, everyone.
Well
Well done.
within our hour.
Oh my God, how Jesus-y.
Dear Lord. I always feel, and I am positive, without even a doubt, that I am the most Jesus-y person on this call right now, and even that makes me uncomfortable.
It's so
Kinda
weird.
look
Like
like
it's so like just out of absolutely nowhere. like it's just this kid is just like depressed and he's lonely, and apparently hearing about the birth of Jesus is going to make him feel better. Like there's zero connection.
Linus really pulled a big, like, I'll be praying for you energy.
Yeah.
That was a thoughts and prayers moment, if you're asking me. That's all I'm saying.
That's what this is, Chris. That's what this is.
Yeah, we're already. Yeah, this is
We're
called
there.
Still in Time.
I am yet praying for you, Charlie Brown. I love that.
I disclosed to the group before we started that I've actually never seen a Charlie Brown Christmas before, so I guess that's on the top of the list now.
Oh wait, so
for this
It's like
season.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's 25 minutes because I can't get them back.
Yeah.
I know exactly how.
Wait a minute.
No,
Joe,
I
did
genuinely thought you meant like until today when I watched it.
you came in blind, huh?
No, I came in fully blind. I'm like,
So you had no idea where this was going.
Yeah, I
You should have
know what
changed
the
the ending.
I know what the tree looks like. Like, I know what the tree looks like because I had a buddy who he bought himself a tree, like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree, when he was stationed in Iraq, because like that just makes perfect sense. So I knew that stuff, but I've not seen the special, so I came in blind. So you were all the special for me.
I do. I love to hear that. I'm going to break a little bit of the fourth wall, but I know that there are at least two of my friends who are upstairs watching this in my living room, and they are more than welcome to come downstairs and grab a microphone and join in on the Charlie Brown post game.
Matt Kelly's pulling like a Garth. I'm having a good
time. No, so yeah, I was literally just about to be like, so let's go around and talk about our favorite thing about the Charlie Brown Christmas. No, let's talk about
And like 3/4 of this podcast, like when it's over.
yeah, pretty much. But no, like I'm gonna throw Tessa up there for a second while I set up these microphones. But you you specifically told me that you were watching game tape to learn how to pronounce all of the different diseases.
Yeah, and I still effed one of them up, but that's a lot of phobias. Lucy nails them all. So yeah, I was practicing.
That's it.
Matt's like, I was really hoping that went longer.
That's all I got.
You did great on that.
I can
Well,
say
it's
right
really
now
good.
if you'd like. I have a list.
Go through
What
and
about
read
you,
the
Marissa?
DSM.
Can
Go
you
right
talk
ahead.
about the emotions you went through as you kept getting bounced around? And could you maybe talk about it for
No, you can fuck right off. I'm not. Oh, I'm sorry. You can fudge right off, Matt Kelly.
I told my students to tune in, and I'm so glad.
I'm sorry.
I'm just
sorry.
kidding.
Okay.
I'm just
No, I will say my hot take. I don't know that Charlie Brown stands up anymore. I had to watch it with a group of kids in preparation who were very hard on me and my acting, so I was really glad I didn't have to do Lucy. But my hot take is a bunch of 12-year-olds were horrified by this in any way a human being could be horrified. So I don't know that in 20 years, when we're doing this Geekscape and we're still doing this reading, we should switch to a different show because this
Marissa, where was it cringe?
It was so
was it cringe? Did the
word cringe came up at least twice. They also said that if this was they wanted to file an investigation against the kids for bullying of Charlie. There was a lot of layers. They said that
we know why he's depressed. His friends suck.
His friends are the worst. And you know what hit them the hardest is how much his dog sucks. Because you know what, your dog should be the one thing in life that doesn't laugh at you in the face of everything, and yet that little mofo. Just throwing that out there. My hot take: Snoopy on my S list. There, I said it.
You're muted again.
So Chris had said that.
Oh my God, it's like being on with my 80-year-old uncle. Can you get this in your show? Right?
The Zoom's muted. There's a lot happening. Hold on a second. I want to show you something.
I'm sorry,
cool,
are we bothering you? Is this getting in the way of your night, Matt Kelly? I'm sorry.
No, so look, StreamYard added this cool feature where I can put a second camera up, so you can see that I've got Abby and Dave from Maximum Mediocrity trying to set up their microphones while we're talking.
That was fancy.
I love it. So, I will say, piggybacking off of what you were saying, Marissa, between Matt and I am definitely the one who likes Charlie Brown Christmas more, and Matt has I don't know, loathes it at this point. But I will say that Charlie Brown Christmas is very much a watch in the background for me. Like I just like having it on. And there's a lot of the old Christmas specials that I feel don't hold up that are really good, just, hey, let's throw this on and screw around on my phone or something just because I want to be in the spirit, but not watching this.
I think at one time or another, I've referred to it as a Yuletide Stockholm syndrome. I feel
it's not that bad.
I have to watch it every year. I'm just oh, great. It's that time of the year where I have to watch this 25-minute special. And it's mostly because my mom loves it so much that it's
But do you? You are a grown adult. You can say no.
I'm aware of, but
it's not like I'm sitting down to watch fucking Emmett Otter every.
Here's the thing.
We're working on Matt's differentiation.
Yeah, listen. If anything, I'm a slave to traditions. So for 36 years, I've had to watch Charlie Brown's Christmas. You think I'm going to stop at year 37? No, it's just going to keep on happening.
Can we put Christopher Falafius, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, in charge of programming for next year? Because I'm all about Garfield Christmas special.
Here's the problem with the Garfield Christmas special. There's going to be a lot of tears in the chat if we have to read that sad grandma speech by the window about missing her dead husband.
Yeah. All the feels.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
Yeah. I want Joshua to be Garfield because
he already kind of sounds like Garfield already. I love it.
I'm here for that. I love Garfield.
I
also, I will say,
what's your opinion on lasagnas and Monday?
Mondays can definitely fuck off, and I love a lasagna.
There we go. He's a method actor.
I'm here for it. I did want to say though, in rewatching this today, because I feel like we think that this over commercialization of Christmas is something new, it's something that's been not, everybody, you see all this conversation every year, and I'm like, God, this was written in the 60s, wasn't it? When was this released originally?
And this was an adaptation of a comic first, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, so probably something from either the late 50s or whatever. Regardless, I just found it fascinating in rewatching it today that I'm like, man, we've been having this conversation for 60, 70 years about Christmas is over commercial. I know. I have words.
1965.
Yeah,
1965.
Yeah. Look at that. We got our research team on it.
Yeah.
Woke up 5 minutes ago and she's doing our research.
Doing
and she unmutes when she talks, so she's hired.
Yeah, totally.
But I almost feel, and we've discussed this before, Matt, we have a soft spot for that commercialization, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I am totally one that's oh my God, Christmas Crunch is out. Let me grab 10 boxes of that.
And load up on it. Well, remember, this is the thing.
Captain Crunch, but Christmas shades, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, remember last
Go
year,
to the store, damn.
I think last year we were told that we had to buy the Christmas crackle or whatever.
Oh,
the
that's
poppers.
right. And we had no idea what the fuck
We did
anyone was
not know
talking
what
about.
the fuck people were talking about.
They're like Christmas crackers, but they're
Yeah.
like, yeah, we had no
you
idea.
pop them
what was
open. They're so
happening.
fun.
No,
yeah,
no
they're
clue.
super
Wait
fun.
a minute, you two never did a Christmas cracker?
Listen
yet
here, you
know
don't know what Christmas
out.
Crunch is, and it's all over the fucking grocery stores
bullshit on
throughout all
YouTube.
of America.
Okay, hold on. I support Marissa, first of all, because I support women. Second of all, like you two, like you have the Christmas podcast. I am from a full island in the Pacific and have done the Christmas cracker thing. So
my literally
I think that's
my
what
only-
we did land on, that it wasn't an American thing.
Yeah.
Like it did, like that's where
Yeah.
we landed. So
yeah, it didn't
so-
originate. But
it's a British thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say
so.
my connection with it was that I realized that
Where
it was
Captain
that
Crunch
thing-
is full American, damn it.
Yeah, I realized that it was like, oh, that's the thing that kills Mr. Bean at the end of his Christmas special. Like that was my connection with it.
That's freaking delightful.
You two not knowing what a cracker is the most American thing you could have done for your podcast. So cheers and well done to both of you. Speaking of America, what are you wearing, man? Is that a Christmas suit?
I love it.
Oh yeah, you didn't see that
Looks
earlier?
so
Oh my
good.
gosh.
No, I wasn't. I was
Delightful.
unfortunately. Yeah, that's amazing. I love that. Are they muted again? Because I'm
I
seriously
think
gonna
so.
fire
I
him.
think Matt's muted again, and I can't hear a fucking thing
How
he's saying.
does everybody put up with him all day?
Don't mess with the
every
teacher
time,
and the
dude.
muting. Like it's like stop being muted.
With the teacher.
And the muting
He's
can't
seriously
with the
muted,
muting.
yeah. Did he unplug himself? Now his plug. He really is like my drunk uncle at Thanksgiving. Who zooms
Stop
in.
using AOL, Grandma.
Hold on, he's gonna dial it back in real quick. He's sitting there talking still.
Marissa, did you have to run? You sounds like you had to run the family Zooms during the height of COVID.
bet I
Did you
did.
also have Did you also have like the family members who would like not mute themselves and talk shit about the other people? And
I am that family member,
I will
but
say I caught many a kids playing Fortnite while I was trying to teach during the Zoom era. So.
I used to joke that in the ones with glasses, you could see the Call of Duty on the
Yeah,
reflection. I'd be
yeah.
like, "Oh, good kill, good kill."
Right. I solved the mystery. So when you add the second camera, it doesn't carry over the audio to that second camera. So if I take the direct shot off, it cuts the audio.
Don't worry, we were so supportive and understanding.
No, I
while
heard.
you-
No,
Yeah.
my headphones still work.
Always. Very
Can you
kind,
guys-
very generous, for the fact that you've been doing this for, all fucking day.
Yeah. This is an exhaustion from even. I think I talked about this at the very beginning, but so from midnight until 9 a.m. I just ran a 9-hour video of like highlights from the year before, but I was so stressed out that it would like cut out
You
or
woke up
close.
every hour, didn't you?
So I had it on my TV in my
Yup.
bedroom. So if I wasn't awoken in the middle of the night by the sound of live music or like something like that, it was that I was asleep dreaming about watching the exact segment that was playing because it was like
That's
infiltrating
awesome,
my
Matt. If only you had that level of commitment to this particular shtick that we just did, we'd be in really good shape right now.
Dude, well,
Also,
this will be waking me up next year when I put
Suddenly,
it on
Marissa vanishes from the screen.
also, as a silver lining, what I really got out of this hour is that, like, Jackie and I were a little apprehensive. We were like, Geekscape, this is the next level. Like, we better be on our freaking
Nope,
game.
you're
Clean
good.
it up. You can't even remember to unmute your mic. We're going to be a great
damn.
addition. Like, we'll be good.
Wow.
These
She's
lovely people brought me an
Now
Arby's
leaving
sandwich that I
Geekscape.
desperately wanted to eat, so I kept muting my mic to eat, so you didn't hear the sweet sounds of me slopping down a beef and cheddar
he
in the middle
wants
of our
to
show.
eat. He's gotta eat.
Come on.
Because we had the plan to okay, you want to come over? Like, yeah, I know where Matt Kelly's house is.
Yeah.
So Dave texted me, he's like, you want some Arby's? He's like, hell yeah. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And also, in their defense, they were planning to get here when I wasn't going to be on camera for an hour. There's a lot of shifting of plans at the last second.
Did we say 7 or 7:30? I don't.
You said 7.
Oh,
and I was like,
okay.
perfect.
Yeah.
So
right.
let me ask you guys a question, and it's a genuine question because Chris did bring up Garfield's Christmas special. I'm open to that, but is there another special we would want to reunite this squad and do a script reading up? Because I have an idea that just popped into my head when when Marissa was talking about her kids' review of A Charlie Brown Christmas of the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer TV special script.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I want to do the
Double down the bullying, I say.
Can I be?
I
the-
wanna do
Can I
the-
be the coach that yells at everybody?
I want to do the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Hell fucking yeah, dude.
I watch
Oh
that
my
every
God.
year on Christmas, along with the Anna Nicole Smith Christmas special.
So I
'Cause
either
it's
want to do
fucking
that one
delightful.
or I want to do Abed's Uncontrollable Christmas Community.
Oh.
That would be
I don't know what that is. but I'm
wild.
down.
Oh, Joshua, knowing you,
yeah, you would love it.
love this shit. Are you familiar with the show Community?
Oh yeah. I
So
mean, I said that very excitedly, like I. I have heard of that.
I know that word.
Community engagement. That's what we're doing here. I have heard of the Community. I have not actually really watched it.
They did a bunch of different Christmas specials, but one of them was literally like it was an homage to all of the different Christmas specials of the past. So it was like all in claymation and stuff, but it was also simultaneously a person having a major mental health breakdown, and that was why it was presented as that. It was like that was how they were seeing the world. So it's a good one. And then Chris threw out here that we could do Pee-wee's Christmas special. That would be tough because there's so many like one-line celebrity cameos. But then he also said the Office White Elephant episode
I
with
love
the
that
iPad.
episode. I'd be down.
I mean, y'all know what I'm gonna say, and not because we have a podcast about it coming out, but like the best Christmaka ever, season 1 of the OC. We should definitely do. We'll just cut out a bunch of like the superfluous drama about saving a wilderness area in Orange County.
No, I think we should.
I love how this year we were like, we're gonna do Charlie Brown Christmas, a classic, and now we're like, well, what do you want to do next year? The OC season 1. You know
OC
that
season
seminal
1.
fucking.
Right.
Hey, it created. I will not sit here and for this. It created. Not since Festivus did it create a television show create a new holiday that people from all over this nation. I say this nation because I doubt anyone else. Felt seen by this representation of a multi-faith household.
Yeah,
And I'll take that defense one step further and say the soundtrack for that episode is really, really good, and those songs are stupidly better than
I just want to say, I never said it was bad. I'm just saying, going from a special that is shown every single year and is shown multiple times a year to the OC.
Yes.
Dylan, do you remember
Dylan, keep it up, and we will do the Anna Nicole Smith.
We have to get those. Oh gosh, why is my brain not working today?
It happens when you do
plugs.
a podcast
We gotta
with
get
me.
those
I'm
plugs in.
contagious.
It's the we're playing OC.
So Dylan, do you remember what the original script read idea was? Which I'm still not against doing, but it is insane.
I don't. What was the original
It
idea?
was originally to do all 2 hours of It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh shit! That was your original idea. Holy fuck! But I am down for that as well.
I think that one. I think when I,
Christmas movie house.
yeah, I think when I originally pitched that idea, it wasn't as a live script read. It was like, we'll hit up every single one of our guests and we'll assign them a role, and they can like record their dialogue on their own, and I will assemble it in chronological order. And
where's the fun in that?
I'm a little sad that everyone ignored my idea, which was anytime one of us messes up, we all have to take a shot, and hopefully by the time we're done, one of us is passed out. Why did nobody and like when I put that up there,
Jonathan had a meltdown earlier with about something earlier in the day, so I don't think doing shots live while we're doing a script reading is a great idea.
I turned in for that moment. Yeah.
We were upstairs watching this, and as we were like watching you guys do it, I said, this can be a drinking game easily.
Yeah. Thank you.
100%, $1 million idea.
no, so I'll say this again.
Yeah.
There was the wrestling show, Matt Mania, and I didn't know what the plan was for Matt Mania, but I was excited for Matt Mania. And they like get on the screen and they're like, all right, we got about 30 minutes in this joint to do our wrestling talk. And the one guy's like, speaking about joints, and they hold up two of the largest blunts I've ever seen in my entire life. And they start smoking up. And it was like within 10 seconds of that happening, they're like, all right, so we're going to just name wrestlers and try to guess what they should get for Christmas this year. Oh. And I get a text message from David that says, now this is content. And like, and then Chris Mafios texts me and goes, I didn't give a shit about wrestling talk, but I do give a shit about two dudes talking about buying wrestling tickets.
I enjoyed it. And I had no idea what they were talking about.
Amazing. I was like, this is the best thing on this entire stream. We should just shut it down. We've hit the pinnacle of this.
That was when the view count was at the highest. That was the highest viewing was in that moment.
Yeah.
It was also.
I'll tell you what. Next year we do a script reenactment of that.
Dude, nothing but love to Teak Hall and G1 to the rescue because I am.
Those are good guys.
Fun. That was
Fucking
legitimately
heroes,
like so much fun. I was like,
Dude,
this is the best.
I was pretty salty to have been invited to this and that, to be fair.
Where are they based?
They're in Phoenix, Arizona. So it's perfectly legal. He wasn't.
Joshua, we can order blunts like for delivery. You don't have to go.
Delivery service. So that's why he had some on his person.
Us too, New Jersey. Woo woo.
Yep. All right. Well, it is about that time. So I will go around and let each person do their little goodbyes. Here, just real quick, since you're down here, you two first, and then
then we cut us.
Yeah. What are you two up to?
Hello, what's going on? My name is David.
I'm Abby.
And we make the Maximum Mediocrity podcast. We also make the Your Anime is Trash podcast coming soon, where we interview people that aren't famous but should be. And then we also talk mad shit on your favorite animes.
Yeah.
Boom. All right. So long, guys. Nice seeing you. All right. So to our lovely team of actors, I'm going to go one at a time here in reverse order. So I think we start it with Joshua. So let us end with Joshua.
Yes, I'm Joshua, co-host of Fright School with Joe, where every week we watch a horror film and try to talk about it academically with our queer lens. Blah, blah, all of those things. Queer things. Thank you all. This was so much fun.
Love
So long, Joshua. All right, Joe, I think you were the next one that came in.
I co-host Fright School with Joshua, where he makes me watch things that are supposed to be horror, like The Abyss. I don't get it. I only say he's looking at that. He's yelling at me. I'm gonna get a text in a minute. And soon to come, I am also co-hosting White People Problems, an OC recap podcast with Matt Kelly on the Geekscape Network very soon. Bye, y'all. Much love.
I can't wait till you guys get to Riverdale. Like,
all right, Jackie.
So, Jackie, I am a co-host of Jersey Ghouls with Marissa, and I will let her do that spiel. I also have a podcast called The List We Missed, where me and my friend AJ are finally watching the movies that everyone else already has.
All right. So long, Jackie. Marissa.
Oh, hi, I'm Marissa. Yes, I'm the other half of Jersey Ghouls. We are a horror podcast as well. We try to put a feminist lens on things. We try to look at things both academically and also with a little bit of fun too. And we are so thrilled to be joining Geekscape. Thank you so much for having us on tonight. And thanks to everybody for tuning in.
All right. Thank you so much, Marissa. And then finally, Tessa.
Hey guys, I am excuse me. I am Tessa Markle, and I am the co-host of Femme Regard Podcast, a podcast created by women for independent filmmakers.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tessa. And there he is, my hetero life mate.
dude, for life, man. This was great. That went really well.
Our dudes and dudettes, Pirate Pete here to say happy holidays from all of us at Geekscape, but really just from me. And if you're still looking for a PS5 to give away for the holidays to that special someone, well, I've got about 20 of them on the back of a truck. I'll be posting my Venmo later in the show, so have your phones ready, okay? Starting bids are about $1,500. Oh, catch you later.
right. We got the gentlemen's. We got Flick and Scut here, guys. Congrats on the new movie, Christmas Story Christmas.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fucking Scotty kills it. Oh, so by the way, your audience, are we cursing, not cursing?
Yeah, we're cursing.
Whatever.
We're always cursing. Well, I should say that this particular segment is actually a special Geekscape. It's a fundraiser for Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Northern and Coastal Jersey, and so everybody listening, thank you so much. If you feel inspired to donate, we really appreciate it. And and if there's cursing, heads up, because it's coming. It's coming. We don't.
Have you guys seen the movie yet?
Watched it
Yeah.
last week with my whole family.
I just
enjoyed it. Yes, liked it.
So immediately, I have to say that you guys are tremendous highlights in that movie. Scott, yeah, Zach's not blowing smoke up your butt. You crushed it in that film. Like
crushes it.
Seriously, dude.
And as much as I crushed it, Zach crushed it.
Equally, Zach. Yeah, the same
I
can
got
be said about
excited
you.
I got excited when Zach came on the screen. I mean, it was just great.
My son thought you were really cool, Zach. My 8-year-old son, he thought you were really cool.
Oh, well, he's got great taste in redhead.
He does. He does.
No, Scotty. I mean, I was telling Scotty that I think he just pulled a De Niro on that one. He put on the weight. He turned himself into the type of character that's like a Joe Pesci style character.
Yep.
He just, nobody else could have done what he did. Everybody else who, if they tried to do that, it would have been an affectation. It would have been, how to say, it would have been a caricature,
Yes.
It would not have been an honest persona. And he did it so beautifully. It was such a perfect follow-up from the original film. And I just love watching him in that. And every time the photo comes up of him with the Peter and the kid, and they're looking off, and he's just, every picture is a story with him. It just is fantastic. Yeah, I'm so proud of him, man. I'm so freaking proud.
Cost me $500 a month for my PR guy, Zach Ward. It's okay.
Can I just ask, was it a real mustache?
Oh, that was all mine.
Yeah. All right. You
Yeah,
do
I mean,
it.
they had said it's going to take place in 73, and I had 3 weeks to go, and I'm like, okay, fine. And Peter said, don't shave. But the minute he said it was 73, I went right to Elvis Aloha in Hawaii. I got to do the chops.
Yeah.
And I got to do, the mustache.
Yeah.
And
beautiful mustache. So that's 3 weeks. That's 3 weeks of growth for you.
3 weeks of growth. Yeah, I just let it grow in, didn't touch it, and got to Bulgaria, and the makeup people wanted to touch this and touch that. I'm like, no, just give me a little color so I get rid of the gray. Okay, fine, And Peter came in the trailer and he goes, "Oh my God, they did a great job." I said, "They did nothing. They
did
colored
nothing.
it. It's all mine." I'm like, "It's mine, dude."
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, so I won't obviously give any details about the movie because it just came out. But what I will say is what they do with Zach, your character Scott, it feels like a natural progression. It's not necessarily a surprise the direction his character goes in. However, you kind of see where it's going the whole time. You're like, oh, okay, I know where this is headed. But it's it's so effective. And having you, we had you in the studio a couple years ago and got to know you then, and to see you on screen now, like, first of all, you haven't aged at all. You look the same, and you look great. Both of you guys fantastically. Like, I'm like, wow, these guys clean up really nice for the screen.
Age in reverse for some reason.
But you did, Zach. You did a wonderful job, and just to keep blowing smoke, it's
not blowing smoke. It's
true.
It's a lot of
not good. Yeah,
a lot of work went into this. And everybody fought for every moment of it. Like it wasn't just a walk in the park where you go, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like it mattered to all of us, and I know when it comes out, people just sort of digest it like a cookie and they go, okay, that's what it is. But for us in the process of making this, it mattered so much because we've been living with this film for 40 years that you're not blowing smoke. I appreciate the compliments. I take it very seriously. I'm very grateful that people see the character that way. It was not done alone. It was the rest of the actors. It was Peter. It was the director. It was the writers. It was myself. It was a combination of everybody working together and really creatively making the micro decisions in their department. You know what I mean? So, so that the big machine would have strong cogs, and each one of those cogs would support each other, and then they would create more together. And I'm really proud of the film. And I say that like I don't have a huge role in the film. I think the role that I have is really good, and it's impactful, and I think it's great for the character of Scott Farkas and for me as an actor. Sure, but ego aside, I think the film is a really good film, and I also think it's one of those movies. If you're an 8-year-old kid, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna enjoy the film. If you're a 20-year-old kid, you'll laugh. You like the film. If you're over 30, this is your life.
Yeah.
Because this has either happened in your life or is going to happen in your life.
Yeah.
And this film for audiences will build a legend of their life experience. And that's the thing that's so beautiful about the film, is that the characters have aged with the audience. The audience's lives have progressed, and they've gone through the different stages of their lives, and the film reflects that and makes it relevant. And I think it does it in such a beautiful way. And the fact that it all came together, I'm so grateful that it happened this way, and so happy to be part of it. It's awesome.
Well, it's a really beautiful love letter to Darren McGavin, you know.
Yeah.
And there were quite a few times when I got choked up, specifically at the end.
And Darren McGavin plays Dad from the original, for anybody who's
The old man.
Yes, the old man.
Yeah, and it's, you know, if anybody's ever lost a parent or someone close to them in that way, it's very relatable. The fact that it takes place in 73 and not now, it feels like a period piece on one hand, but like you're right, Zach, it's relatable on the other, because there's so many things that are going on that we all can connect with, you know, getting older, being in our 40s, getting bullied as a kid, or continue to be bullied, and how you deal with that. Parental struggles with parents that may drive you up the wall at times. You know, it's all relatable stuff. And I'm just curious, like, Scott, can you kind of take us into the process of how it took this long to get made, or what was finally the catalyst that got it made?
I mean, Peter had been working on the storyline for 4 years. And I think, as much as I think that he wanted to get it done, and maybe somebody at Warner Brothers wanted to get done, it just wasn't getting done. And then once Cobra Kai just went to a different level, you know, the nostalgia thing has kicked in a monster way. And even with that, it took a while for them to really go, all right, I guess we'll use the original guys, or we're going to ask them, or whatever. And they didn't know where we were. Peter knew where I was, and Zach, you know. We still had to audition for our roles. It wasn't like they said, "Oh, you're Flick, come on in, you got the..." No.
Wow.
We had to audition because they didn't trust us. They didn't know, you know, what do we look like? What do we sound like? Can we still bring it?
You had to audition for your role.
Yeah, you didn't.
No.
No, Zach's automatic.
Come on, dude. I mean, seriously, this is what I do for 43 years. It's like,
oh, come on. You've done how many? What, 40 movies?
120, Dick.
120. You know, I mean, he had, you know, he had his recurring role on Titus, you know.
Yeah, but you're right. But Zach, you wear A Christmas Story on your sleeve. I mean, the fact that you don't have it tattooed on your arm is surprising, because
I have this face, bro. Like, everywhere I go,
yellow eyes everywhere you go.
But you have such a fondness. I mean, the last time you were on the show, you spoke with it with such love, and I think, you know, to see where it's culminated to now is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, it's amazing, and it gets to do some good. So last year I did this. So in 2020, my dad got diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and I was taking care of him. And then last year, 2021, I did a fundraiser at the Christmas Story House in Cleveland, Ohio, for the Alzheimer's Association, and we're doing it again this year. So yeah, you know, I've before that I was doing stuff with bully prevention, and if this is how people know you, like I never begrudged it. I think when I was in my late teens and early 20s, and people would be like, "Yeah, you Scott Farkas." I'm like, "I've done other things too."
Right.
You know, I've done Transformers, and that movie did over $1 billion in the box office worldwide. You know, they don't run a 24-hour marathon of Transformers, and nobody walks up to me and goes, "Oh my God, I watch Transformers every year. It means so much to me." When Scorponok stabs you in the back and murders you in Qatar, like me and my family love it so much. Like, no, that's not what connects. So you do at a certain point realize that when you get to be part of something that's lightning in a bottle, be grateful, man, because it's not like I wrote, directed, produced, and acted in that film. I was a 13-year-old kid who got lucky, and I was in it and did a good enough job that Bob Clark selected me and then elevated my performance. And so, you know, be grateful for what you have and accept that. Does not mean that I sit on my laurels. Does not mean that I walk up to people and go, "Hi, I'm Scott Farkas. I mean, Zach Ward." Oh, you may know. No, I'm not that guy. That's not interesting to me. And I'm always pushing myself to see what I can do next because that's what's exciting. But goddamn, I'm grateful. It's awesome.
Absolutely. You mentioned the fundraiser in Cleveland. When is that this year?
That's going to be December 17th. And so this is very cool. Warner Brothers and HBO have agreed to give me a screening of A Christmas Story Christmas on December 18th at 11 a.m. at the, I gotta look it up, in the theater in Akron. I can't remember the name now. It'll be posted.
You tell us. We'll, yeah.
But we're going to do a screening of A Christmas Story Christmas to raise money for Alzheimer's. So I'm not sure if the tickets will be $5 or $10, something pretty small, and there'll be a raffle, but the money will go to raise money for Alzheimer's. And that's Warner Brothers and HBO letting me use the film for free.
That's great.
So that's really cool of them.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And you guys know the house is up for sale now, the original house.
Yeah.
So that's interesting as well.
It's 15 million.
15 million.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, so
let's pool our money together now. And
there's nobody that's jumping forward yet to go, "Oh, I got it," you know. But
I mean, it's a slow process, and the reality is, it's not just a house. You got to understand, there's the house here. There's another house beside it, which
the
is
Bumpus house.
There's
the Bumpus house.
Yeah.
Campus.
Across the street is a museum. And next to that is a gift store. And then also they do like 70% of their revenue online. So it is a huge money-making machine, and tens of thousands of people, over 100,000 people go through it a year.
Wow.
If you're flying into Cleveland and you got one of those on-flight magazines, it is the #1 tourist spot, beating out the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Cleveland Cavaliers games. So yeah, it's a big deal. Like it's something that Brian Jones, you know, built up over, 15, 20 years of hard work.
Yep.
And busted ass to make something happen. It's the epitome of the American dream. So whoever's going to buy that house is going to be buying into a very successful, beloved business that is going to continue having an audience for at least the next 20 years, with a fantastic infrastructure and an incredible fan base. So whatever price it goes for, it'll be worth more than that. And whoever buys it, I'm happy to help them out, as I'm sure the rest of the cast. So yeah, that's happening, but it makes, I understand, Brian, when you work on something for that long and you want to have an exit strategy, good. That's what you're supposed to do.
Totally.
Yeah. When you guys sell your podcast to Spotify for $2 billion, I won't be making fun of you. You know, I'll be happy for you.
No, you
Appreciate
guys
that.
will both be on. Scott will be joining us. We'll be doing a wrestling podcast with Scott.
Yeah.
Primarily wrestling and a little bit
Spin-off.
of pop culture sprinkled in there. But and Zach will just talk about Transformers all the time.
Oh yeah,
Postal.
Great.
I want to know, Scott. So in the trailer, Flick is a bartender, and by the way, the storefront of the it looks fantastic. This was all shot in Bulgaria.
Yeah,
is what you said. So Scott, did you have any input into like once you got the role where your character was going to go, or was it pretty much it was on paper?
No, I mean pretty much written. I mean there was a few things that had to be discussed and worked on and fought for and all those things, but for the most part, what they did originally is there. A few things I had to add, but that was fine.
What's it like shooting in Bulgaria, of all places?
Boring.
Not much different than any place else. Yeah, kind of boring where we were.
We were basically quarantined for 2 months.
Oh, of course.
I think you guys have seen the film. You know that Scotty and RD have a lot of scenes that they do a bunch of stuff.
It's so good. Yeah.
It really is. Hey, they're so good. I love watching Scotty in the movie. He kills me. Triple dog dare ya. So good. And but like there was nothing to do. And ironically, he may have been the bartender, but Scotty's not a big drinker. I don't drink at all. I'm happily married. There were COVID restrictions. So what are you gonna go do?
Right. We had breakfast together, lunch together. Then we go to a mall, the movies here and there. Saw a couple of absolutely horrific films, whatever. Listen, you guys have to understand something, okay? We don't have it because they wouldn't let me do it. Zach and RD sitting at dinner, sitting in the cars. They had me rolling because they were coming up with some of the most hilarious shit you've ever heard. The two of them. And I'm like, somebody give me your phone camera. I have to shoot this. Look at 50 hours of footage. And I was just going to call it buddies. And it's basically just two guys either in the car or at a dinner. And it's just them bantering back and forth. And I almost peed myself several times with them because they were so funny. Wouldn't let me do it.
It was like I've known Scotty better, and over this process, RD and I got to be very good friends. But in the beginning, I just wanted to murder him. And that's where comedy lives, right? Making a friend, you're like, what? What's wrong with you? What are you, an idiot? What are you talking about? What? Pull your head out of your ass, man. So that would be our back and forth constantly. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
We're all in the car one night, and this. Oh God! And it's dark, and all of a sudden Zach sees what looks like ski slopes in the mountains, and it's all lit up. And Zach goes, "Oh, that's pretty cool. The lights, up there, the night skiers." And RD goes, "Who's skiing?" Zach's like, I don't know skiing, but they got lights up. Well, why are they skiing? Zach's like, I don't know. What the hell are you asking me these questions for?
Oh no!
Give it. But now they're skiing at night. This went back and forth.
Oh my God!
It was like who's on first, third base. It was ridiculous. Yeah.
But why? Why are they skiing?
Why are they skiing?
Nighttime.
Who's skiing? How many people are skiing? And Zach is going bananas.
Yeah.
Zach is the Costello to RD's Abbott.
Yeah.
It was just great stuff.
Actually, Zach, if you grew a pencil mustache and you slicked your hair back and darkened it, you could totally pull off a Costello.
Oh, I could, man. Yeah, that's a good call.
You should do that.
I will do that.
Get RD Rob, in there, and RD Rob, by the way, for everyone wondering, he plays Schwartz, and he and Scotty are gold. It's Flick and Schwartz feels so authentic. The performances you guys give in that movie. It doesn't feel like all this time has passed and we're having to get to know these characters. Yeah. You already know them and their banter. I'm so glad they didn't cast somebody else in your role, Scott. It would have been.
They tried, eh? They tried.
They tried.
Yeah, they tried to. They tried to cast names in the roles, and it didn't
work.
And I mean, to think about it, dude. Like somebody watches the.
Ryan Reynolds as Flick,
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that would be hilarious, but it's more like, imagine getting that audition as Flick or Schwartz, and then you watch the first one and they're children,
Yeah.
and you now have to extrapolate that to modern times. That had to suck for those actors. And then they realized it just came off as really,
It's a gimmick at that point. I mean,
it came off as gaggy and heartless. And that's when they,
Oh.
Schwartz, VID Rob, yeah.
He's here.
Hashtag VRD Rob.
Yeah, that's leave it alone, Scotty.
That's an inside between me and Zach. Oh yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, they tried and it failed, and I'm so it works because all the original guys are there, and we all knew that because we deal with the fans all the time, and we love them, and we know that that's the interaction that they adore. And if they got, like, I don't know if you guys ever saw this, like there was the musical, A Christmas Story musical.
Familiar, but never saw it.
The musical on Broadway, beautiful, fantastic. Then they did a live TV version on Fox.
Oh yeah.
Oh right.
Horrible, dude. It opened up with like a Katy Perry song ripoff,
That's
and
right.
it was so cheesy. And the kid who played me, God bless his little soul, was so pretty. He looked like a Abercrombie and Fitch model. I was like, that looks like Tiny Thor. Like, what is that? That's not me. I was a hideous dork at the age of 13. I had a big honking schnoz and braces, and like, this kid is gorgeous. Everybody was too right out of central casting and
Yeah.
just, too pretty. And we're not pretty. We're very real, and I think that's the other part of it that makes it so enjoyable.
Yeah, it doesn't work if Zac Efron is playing Scott and Eddie.
By the way, Jane Krakowski playing Miss Shields.
No.
Now,
no offense.
Listen, I've known Jane since she's a teenager, okay? And of course, seeing the character of Miss Shields in such a hot, sexy way, okay, which was certainly not Miss Shields.
No.
So the scene is on, and I had to call Teddy. So I called up to Toronto to Teddy Moore, who played Miss Shields in the movie. And I'm like, are you enjoying this? And she's like, well, yeah, but I didn't really look like that. I said, Teddy, honey, I said, you never looked that hot your whole life, baby. This is great stuff, And I had her laughing on the phone because, to have Jane Krakowski playing Miss Shields.
Yeah.
It was just horrible. It's when they try to polish it up and make it commercialized for everybody. And that's the other thing I love about the Christmas Story Christmas is it's not woke and it's not right-wing Republican.
Yeah.
It's not either extreme. It's
life. It's just real life.
And it's like, nowadays in movies, men are either jacked, muscly superheroes, fast-talking pretty boys, or buffoons.
Well, yeah.
None of those. Like, he has a great relationship with his wife and his kids. They all talk to each other with respect and love. He's a man who's making his shoulders wider to carry the burden of the pain that he's going through for his family. That's what a man does. That's what a woman does who loves her family. That's what a man does who loves their family. That's this heroic journey that we go on that never gets applause, that never gets a parade. No one gives a crap. And that's the reality of life.
Yeah.
And they capture that part of it. He never complains. He never sits there and whines about how it's not fair that he doesn't get this, that, or the other thing. Nope. He takes care of his family. He takes care of the people he loves the best way he can. And sometimes he screws it up and he's sorry and he does his best. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Real.
Yeah.
Real type of thing. You don't get to see that.
No, so not to spoil anything, there are the classic fantasy scenes in the film, which are gold, by the way.
Yeah.
But the root story, you're right, Zach. The root story it's a very simple one. It's a very small one, but it's again a very relatable one that you're talking about seeing beautiful people on screen with flawless, not a wrinkle in sight, not a pimple to be popped. You know, I don't have a problem with those actors at all. However, there's something about watching movies from the 80s. One of the many reasons we love it is because everybody looks normal, quote unquote, you know, and that's the beautiful thing. Like you guys, you aged, I told you, you look good. You look great for your age, quote unquote, whatever that means, whatever that expression is. It's my fancy way of saying you look good.
54, 55.
But that's what you look like when you get
not
older.
55 yet. Don't be in a rush. Slow it down.
Sorry,
But
Chief.
that's real though, you know,
Yeah.
and that's important too. When you see a movie and go, hey, that guy looks like me. He's got wrinkles. You know, Peter Billingsley looks like Peter Billingsley now. You know, his face isn't stretched back. He's not like trying too hard or whatever.
Yeah.
But but there's that little Ralphie. You see the little Ralphie still in there. You see the little flick still in there.
The
You
eyes.
see
The
Scott's still
eyes,
in
the
there.
Ralphie
The
eyes.
eyes of Ralphie.
Yes.
And that's a beautiful thing.
Yes, I totally agree.
It is. Can you guys comment? Were those Peter Billingsley? Were those his real sideburns?
Yeah.
No. Yes. Oh, we have two different
Oh,
conflicting.
I thought they were. I thought they were.
I think so.
Oh, then they were makeup. Mine were fake too. I don't grow very good facial hair at all. I don't know. Scotty killed, but that was RD's real pompadour. His hair was killing me. It was
that hair was phenomenal. I was like, wow, what does it look like when there's no shoe polishing or like shellac or whatever the hell he put in that thing?
It was awesome.
So really quick, Julie Haggerty plays the mom in this, and who, by the way, if you guys haven't seen Julie Haggerty in years, like I hadn't seen her in a while, like she hasn't missed a beat from her comedic timing from like Airplane days.
Airplane, what about Bob? She's wonderful.
She's so and naturally funny. Like you meet her in person, and you're cracking up.
Yeah.
She was the mom in Just Friends, Zach. If you had been catching up. If you haven't
Sorry.
seen
In Just Friends with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
No, I don't watch Ryan Reynolds movies. I don't watch his
Oh,
movies.
Just Friends. Okay, so who's the guy who plays his younger brother in Just Friends? Because I was at an autograph convention recently, and he was there, and that guy is freaking hilarious. That's one of my favorite parts in that movie. You got to see it, dude. Is the relationship between Ryan Reynolds and his younger brother?
Yes.
Okay, I got to watch it.
Oh, you do. I laugh just thinking about it. It's so funny.
Very underrated comedy.
Yeah.
But I can't remember who the younger brother is. Yes.
Chris Marquette. That's Chris Marquette. Yeah,
Chris
I
Marquette.
gotta give him props. The guy is hilarious in that film, bro. I cry. He makes me laugh so hard. He's a talented, wonderful, very sweet guy. So if you ever have him on, please let him know I love him much.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Deal.
So Scott, you said it took you 3 weeks to grow that mustache out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So any pointers? Because Dustin's been wanting me to grow a mustache out for the 3 years we've been doing this podcast.
Yeah, become a little short, fat Jew, and you can grow it super fast.
No, Zach, you don't need pointers. You just give up on it.
Yeah.
You just pull the ripcord.
I do. It's hard.
If you can't, you won't.
If you can't, you won't.
Okay.
That's
fair.
the slogan for everything.
Fair. So Scott, Zach just threw you under the bus. Now it's your
totally.
chance. Now it's your chance to throw him under.
No, I never throw him under the
Kidding.
bus.
You guys,
Over
you
the
guys
bus.
have known each other since the movie A Christmas Story, but and Zach, you were saying that you and Scott have a tight relationship. Have you guys? Do you continue to hang out through the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s?
The 80s, I think late 80s.
Late 80s.
We met up again. Yeah, we met up again. I think you had Kidco coming out.
Kidco! Dickie!
Wow. You and I and my
Dickie.
mom and your uncle went to a movie theater in Toronto, Scotty.
Yeah.
And there was, and then in 94, something like that, Scotty called me. I was doing a TV show called Boogie's Diner. I get called by production to come to the production office, and there's a phone call for me. I'm like, hello. He's like, hey, buddy, it's Zach. It's Scotty. How are ya? What's going on? And he had seen a picture of, you see my picture in a newspaper or something about the TV series. and he just got it because Scotty will do this. Just reach out, get the information, called me, and then I moved to LA in '95, and then shortly, not too long after that, I got in touch with him, and then we would start to hang out every once in a while, and our lives would go, back and forth as we had different experiences, and this, that, and the other thing happened. But we've known each other now for 40 years.
Almost 40 years.
Yeah.
This is my photo on Zach's phone.
Wow.
I don't know why you tell people this. You're just making it hard.
Because you said the short, fat, whatever, and you love to do
That was
that.
funny.
So
You couldn't let it go. It was about the mustache. Come on.
I think that's hysterical.
And
That
but
was a-
people should also know this. If you look at the movie, Scotty put on about 20 pounds for the role, and now has taken off about 20 pounds. Like, nobody asked him to do
Over
that.
20.
We had
Right.
talked
Wow.
about it in the
Over
beginning.
20.
Amazing.
When he got the role, and we were discussing going out for it and all, going out to shoot it, and we were talking about the type of characters and how to look for it and back and forth. And he wanted to put on the size, and I wanted to put on size as well, but not chub, because as the character I'm playing, not to give any spoilers away, the musculature would come across in the face and the neck and so forth.
Yeah.
So I was lifting every day while I was out in Bulgaria, and he was eating. So they were both
Got the better deal.
They were both commitment. And he has taken the 20 pounds off. And within the year, within like 5 months after he got back, it's pretty legendary. So
That's fantastic.
I stopped eating the pasta every day, having the pasta and the sugars and the candies and the cakes and the sodas. And I've dropped 25 and, still going and feel good. And, but listen, as much as Zach compliments me, I compliment him. We are, a band of brothers, and we support each other. We love each other. We care about each other. We give a shit, as they say, and I always appreciate when he gives me the compliments, and, he knows that. And I think he's wonderful in this as well. There's nobody that could do it like him.
And for those that couldn't see the photo, that looked like a well-endowed mini horse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is Zach's favorite photo of me. Absolutely.
That's his avatar on my phone. Well, because the doctor told me he was as healthy as a horse.
No, I said that.
No, you told me that the doctor, because I was making fun of you for putting on the fat, because we're boys. Look, this is what boys do with each other privately. Scotty is the one who then airs this publicly, and now I have to explain this.
Wow.
He's throwing me under a bus. He's
Listen,
throwing me under the bus.
I gave him the opportunity.
Guy shit, okay? So then he tells me, I'm like, you put on the weight. I don't want you to be unhealthy. He's like, oh, no. Doctor said I was as healthy as a horse. I'm like, well, there are a lot of horses. Let me see. I think you're as healthy as this horse.
Yep.
Look, Scott, I
And
gave
I
you the
take pride in
opportunity. I
that.
wanted you to. Yeah.
I listen, I take pride in the fact that he found such a wonderful photo of my my stunt double. It's great,
Well, what you just said, what both of you just said resonates though, because when you guys have known each other as bros for so long, and that love is so genuine, it is all about that. It's all about the goofing on each other. It's all about the ribbing on each other. Throw out the political whatever, who cares? It's all about that love. It feels so palpable. I mean, the energy, I know we're Zoom screens away, but you can feel the energy with you guys. It's on fire.
Listen, we go back and forth, not in any negative manner whatsoever, but we banter.
Yeah.
And we love each other. And it's like we're brothers from another mother. And we could do this. We've been doing it for decades now. And it don't matter if I see Zach once a month, once every 2 months, we'll talk, whatever. As soon as we sit down, we pick off where we left off. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Mi casa, su casa. And, if he needs me, I'm there. And if I need him, he's there.
Yeah, that was probably the most enjoyable part of the whole process, was being stuck in a hotel with 3 of my brothers and hanging out with them. And also it was great because we were all in different rooms, all hotel rooms. And then at a certain point when you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. Good night. And then you just leave. You don't have to get in a car and drive away and make a deal out of it. You're like, hey buddy, how's it going? No, tuck.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night. See you tomorrow. Breakfast 9:00. That was it.
That is fantastic. Okay, so quick reminder. Yeah, this is a fundraiser for Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Coastal and Northern Jersey. So again, thanks to everybody who has donated this far. And if you'd like to donate, the link is down below. And we appreciate that. And we appreciate you guys coming on with us today.
Pleasure.
Christmas Story Christmas. You can watch it right now. HBO Max. Everybody do that.
Coming December 3rd, I think it goes to all the other streaming platforms and pay-per-views and all that stuff.
Go watch it, guys. Go watch it.
come on home. Just 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 come on home. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks, person who just introduced us. Oh my gosh, hello, happy Merry Chrysler to everybody. It's me, Biddy B, and my gal pal, Allie B.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to a very BB Christmas. Fundraising, ooh. And yeah, we're gonna do a little, drags, a little singing, a little pianing.
Just a little.
Just a pinch of pianing for you tonight. Give them a little preview of the pianing. That's live pianing for you
That's
right
a
now.
chord.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow, those notes, they remind me of the first song we're gonna sing.
What?
It's a Christmas song, I think.
Is it?
Oh my goodness, I think it might be. And it's particularly fun because it's about nuts. Really delicious nuts. And here's the thing, it's a classic Christmas nut, but who's eating it? Probably not you. There's no way you've eaten it. And that's okay. Because chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose.
He's naughty.
Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. That's pretty old. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
I think you want to hear it again, and they know.
I think they do. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase, very simple, to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas, here we are just being Yuletide and celebratory, and there's a whole drag show awaiting you. Did you know? This is this is my hair. I don't wear wigs, but this is not what I usually wear to work. It's surprising. So, yes, it's a drag show.
What do you usually wear to work?
Usually I'm wearing like a G-string underneath.
Of course.
And that's about it, though. It's just underneath the imagination. That's the only thing covering it up.
I see.
So, but yeah, you know, it's what happens when you work in, when you work down in the South, you know, where it's humid. Places I wish I were. I wish I was a Mormon in the South and in a G-string. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Now you can imagine that.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. But we have more songs. We're going to sing some songs for you as you're fundraising for a beautiful cause. Hello, Boys and Girls Club, Slay, Jersey Slay. Yeah, let's get to another song for this beautiful audience.
So this one's a little less Christmassy and more just musical theater.
Yeah.
Which is what we do.
It's
in
kind of what
BBB
we do,
world
yeah.
is musical theater.
It's a lot of theater. Lots of drama. I dreamed a dream in time gone by, when hope was high and life worth living. I dreamed that love would never die. I dreamed that God would be forgiving.
Then I was young and unafraid, and dreams were made and used and wasted. There was no ransom to be paid, no song unsung, no wine untasted.
But the tigers come at night.
Tigers come at night
with their voices soft as thunder, as they tear your hope apart,
as they tear your hope apart,
as they turn your dream to shame.
He slept a summer by my side.
We spent our days in endless wonder. He took my childhood in his stride, but he was gone when autumn came. And still I dream he'll come to me, that we will live the years together. But there are dreams that cannot be, and there are storms we cannot weather. I had a dream my life would be so different from this hell I'm living, so different now from what it seemed. Now life has killed the dream I dreamed. That's a musical theater. Just a little musical theater moment.
Christmas time is here.
Christmas time is here, and for a lot of people who aren't wearing G-strings in the South, it's a time with a lot of coldness and ice.
Lots
and
of
maybe
ice.
you might even be a little frozen too. You know? And so, if you couldn't tell, I'm like dressed up a little like Elsa, you frozen-y.
All right, Matt, we are here. We've come to the end of the Polka Party album.
Yes.
We're
What a
doing
journey! What a
live
journey
stream
it has been.
charity thing right here. I mean, some magic is about to happen. I am so excited for this guest. This is a friend of yours.
Yes.
I think I've interviewed him once years ago, but I've been a longtime fan of his music. So this is very exciting to have MC Frontalot jumping on here to talk about Christmas at Ground Zero, a song that you asked to talk about specifically. Is there a reason why you chose this of all the Owl songs?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, my 7 other favorite ones were already taken by goddamn greedy ass podcast guests. This one, it stuck with me all these years. I also certainly, like all of them from that era, listened to it a lot at a certain age. But it would come around on MTV and remind me of itself every year around Christmas time.
Are you another one of the guests that desperately wanted to talk about something on the first album that Matt and I foolishly were like, no one wants to talk about these songs?
Actually, I'm not sure what I would have picked, but I did throw a couple over. Probably I asked for Yoda, right?
You did ask for Yoda, and of course, our friend Brendan got Yoda. He claimed that early on. Yes.
Yeah, Matt chose nepotism on that one.
I did.
Always first in line, that guy.
I know. It's save some space for the rest of us, Brendan.
I can tell you this. I have always loved this song, so I'm excited to talk about this. I mean, we have to talk about the Phil Spector of it all, right? Like, this is such a great send up to the Phil Spector Christmas songs.
Yeah, Phil Spector.
I have never listened to that Phil Spector Christmas compilation record. There's like a specific record. Right?
Yeah, I mean, even if you haven't listened to it, though, you must know because there's so many. Like the most like.
I must know all the songs, right? Like,
yeah.
What are the songs on there?
Like the Ronettes doing Sleigh Ride, right?
Yeah,
it's all the Motown. A lot of the Motown.
What Christmas song is Sleigh Ride? Are these original? These are all original songs. They're not standards.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring ting,
yes.
jingling. Yeah, of
okay.
course you do.
Thank you. Would you please use you singing that as the name of the song and not just the name of this useless to me?
Yeah, no, the Phil Spector Christmas record is like, in so many ways, is like the definitive version of a lot of those very, very classic Christmas songs. So even if you don't know that record, the odds of you've certainly heard on the radio those renditions a million times.
Yeah.
Any version of a Christmas song that sounds like Christmas at Ground Zero was from that Phil Spector record, for sure.
Pretty much. That's the main vibe. And this is another one of those classic. I can't believe how many times we've talked about this story in the 4 albums that we've covered on this, but this was another, the Scotti brothers asking for something and Al giving the most fuck you punk rock response imaginable to them. So the Scotti brothers pitched him an idea of, hey, you should do a Christmas song because like Christmas records do really well and like they're kind of just a never ending money chain. And Al decided to write a cheery little Christmas song about death, destruction, and the end of the world, which the Scotti brothers were like, we can't put this out.
I was reading the I don't have the depth of historical knowledge that you two must have, but I was reading the Wikipedia page about the song, and there was sort of a reverse fuck you also, because once he gave it to them, they were like, oh man, tried to put it under the edge of the carpet, would not make a video for it. And then, so he made his own video out of pocket, directed it himself, his directorial debut. And then, I don't know whether he just mailed it to MTV using his own stamps, or once they saw it, they were like, well, we've never turned our nose up at a free video asset.
We have spoken before on this show about it seems like a consistent thing for Al on his records that he has like one video with a real budget, and then the second video is very, very, very cheap. And this is the cheapest one by far. I mean, it's all stock footage except for one shot at the end of him with the carolers in gas masks, which apparently he shot in the Bronx because that was the most destructive looking area they could find to emulate Ground Zero.
Well, and the other thing that I think that the video works out best because it's so cheap.
Oh, the video is really effective considering what it is. It's really effective.
It's much like a video one would have to produce after society had collapsed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The availability of production resources was slim.
Exactly.
And the gold mine of, like, can you imagine you're Weird Al Yankovic? You're sitting there, you're making this music video for Christmas at Ground Zero, which, for historical noting, I threw this in here, that this is like 2 or 3 years after the day after plays, and everyone is terrified of like nuclear fallout. So it's a pretty hot topic at the time that he's doing this, right? To go through all this stock footage, and you find that clip of Ronald Reagan saying, "Oh well, the big day is finally here." Like, you must have just been like, whole video. I've got this is like the closest thing to like a legitimate political statement Al has ever made in the middle of a music video, and I love it.
I think that's why I went to this one for my
I had not seen this video in a long time, and when I rewatched it for this and Reagan appeared with audio, I literally gasped. I couldn't believe that he put that in this song. And I mean, of course, the song is full of all of this, like, you know, it's a very, very political song for him. But to add the audio to the video, I was like, wow, that's really, for Al, that's very, very on the nose political.
These days, you wouldn't, blink an eye.
No.
If Trump or Biden or Obama or someone showed up in the middle of a music video. But then, when Reagan was in office, like, things like spitting image were scandalous. Like, people would clutch their pearls if you maligned the office of the presidency with some kind of satirical material on network television.
Yeah,
like Saturday Night Live has always been allowed to do that, and I feel like record companies were very hands off with anything.
And it's another element.
about
We use this. Yeah, we use this term on the Girls Just Want to Have Lunch episode. Levi gave it to us, but Al is a big fan of the malicious compliance. And this song is very much malicious compliance to the Christmas song and to the video. Even to that, like them being like, well, we're not going to pay for a video. So he did it himself and gave them this. And of course, it's this great feeling of like, well, we should probably use it because it's a video that was given to us.
I'm not sure that I believe. I think to add another very thin layer of punk rockiness to it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I believe all of those clips in the video are public domain. I think that Clarabelle the Clown clip, I think somebody still maintains ownership over that IP in 1986. I think
I was thinking that too. When you said it's all stock footage, I'm like, I don't know. There's some like Disney and Looney Tunes animation clips that made their way into this as well.
It's true. And if Al was paying out of pocket, I can't imagine he was licensing.
No, he definitely grabbed all of that out of the 16 millimeter clip jar down at the branch library.
I was going to say, yeah. Also a good reminder of how that is a lot harder back then to do this than now, just going on YouTube and downloading footage and making a video together. This was still a good amount of effort from Al to make this happen. This must have been important to him.
Footage collection effort. That's
footage
just
collection
a concept that doesn't exist anymore.
It's so true.
And
this is definitely like watching the video now. That's a good point because when I was watching this, I was like, I could assemble this. This isn't that far off from like the bumpers that we play on this, but you're right. We have the aid of
YouTube. Now it's so easy.
I can just be like, oh yeah, these are the clips I want. I want to pull some footage from like old Christmas movies and throw like a punk rock Christmas cover over top of it and turn it into a 30-second bumper, no problem. You had to go and track down as all of these clips, and then this is when you're still editing with like film and a razor
blades. Yeah, exactly.
Taking it together.
Razor blade.
Dear God.
So, I mean, talking about the song again for a moment. I had this thought just as we were getting ready to start recording. The melody of this song, in my mind, is so completely Christmassy. Like, it has all of the markers. Like, the melody of the song is such a Christmas melody that for a moment I thought maybe he lifted this in some way, or it was referencing something else, but I don't think it is.
It's not. He handcrafted something for the American Songbook.
I mean, that's amazing.
Right there.
Because it really feels like it feels so fundamental, and I don't even know how to obviously the production of the song has the jingle bells and all this kind of stuff that feels very Christmassy, but I don't know how the melody of the song feels Christmassy to me.
It's evocative of the have a hot jolly something Christmas, whatever sort of Christmas you're meant to have in that song. But it's not a lift, I wouldn't say.
It's not a lift, no, and he is the sole credited writer of this track. It's just amazing to me how much this just feels like it could have been a parody of an actual Christmas song, but is not. Once again, Al, the style parody, his ability to replicate an existing style is stunning to a degree that I second guess myself hearing it. I'm like, wait a minute, is this actually referencing another thing that I'm forgetting?
Well,
But it's not.
A big part of that has got to be, like we said, with some of these Phil Spector Christmas songs are so embedded into our brains because they're inescapable on the radio at this time of the year. And a big element of that is, you already mentioned the bells like kind of just coming in as like pseudo bell solos in the middle of songs. But the big thing for me is that horn part that's playing in the background is
the
like
air raid siren.
Well, no, not that. That's a nice, but just a bump, ba-da, bump, ba-da horn piece.
The actual horn. Yeah.
That is such like a, when I like, you just play me that with no lyrics, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is probably like a 1960s Christmas song. Like, it just has that vibe to it right out the gate.
Totally.
Do you guys not play the week's song in question for the audience at the beginning here?
Oh, we do.
They'll hear it. They'll hear it in my editing. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there's going to be editing.
Yeah. For these people who are watching us experience it live, they're not getting the song before the thing, but in the podcast,
they were expected to have guessed what this week's song was, reviewed ahead of time, and arrived at class prepared.
We expect a lot from the live audience.
We do, and you know what? Someone that's in the chat, Chris Afios, he has informed me. This filled me with joy that he literally, before he listens to our podcast, will pull up the song that we're discussing that day and listen to it once on a streaming app, and then listen to the episode.
There you go.
Discussing it.
There you go.
I don't know if he sits down and watches all of the Al TVs before.
Yeah. So if you're watching this and you have not heard Christmas at Ground Zero, just go ahead and pause the live stream and listen to it. We'll just be waiting here for when you're done.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And if you would like to listen to the other at Ground Zero hit of that immediate time period, switch over to Fishbone right after. Party at Ground Zero.
Yeah,
if you're feeling really enterprising, get out your Ableton and make a mashup and create Christmas Party at Ground Zero.
I forgot about that one.
And post it in the comments.
Yeah.
Oh, I am never not thinking about a party at Ground Zero.
Oh my God.
Speaking of Ground Zero,
I was gonna say, yeah, there you go.
This is probably one of the first Al songs to have a slight controversial radio band. Many years after the fact, but this was part of that almost bordering on hilarious list of songs that we were not allowed to play on the radio following September 11th. That list, if you look at the full list, is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
With some of the stuff that gets included. But at the time, I get it. But yeah, this was... I don't think you'll turn on the radio and hear Weird Al's Christmas at Ground Zero anymore. I don't think he plays it, or for a long time he didn't play it.
He did start playing it again on the Vanity tour.
Yeah.
He stopped for a very, very long time. It's so interesting that Ground Zero has become synonymous with September 11th when it is just in fact a term for I guess it's a blast site or right? Isn't that the actual definition, or am I oversimplifying it?
Yeah, I think it's the same as like a patient zero, like where the destruction took place.
Yeah,
or like
yeah.
where
It's the epicenter of
exactly
the nuclear blast, because
Exactly.
the nuclear blast is wide ranging.
Right.
So you need to pinpoint.
As someone who literally for research watched the day after to prepare for this podcast.
Did you also watch Testament?
I did not. I didn't get around to that. I did watch, but man, day after is wild.
Milligan, you're too young. There were two competing nuclear annihilation TV movie of the week event films that the whole country was expected to watch. Day After won the ratings battle.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was like the cover of Newsweek's like, "What will America watch?" While contemplating their own mass mortality.
My favorite thing about The Day After is when you're doing research on it, and there's like a quote from Reagan that's like, when I watched that, I thought, man, this could be some serious stuff. And I'm like, that's what made you realize it could be some serious
And if we did not understand the dangers of having a TV president,
oh boy,
at that moment, then it was clear we would never learn.
At least we all learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah, yeah. We never voted.
We never
in
made
a
that mistake
celebrity
again.
TV president again.
I wish we could skip the TV phony personality smiling garbage person era of democracy and move into the just get the professional wrestlers. like in the movie,
in Idiocracy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just like shooting the machine gun in the air, and you do like a couple of bumps and like tumble off, like go through a table or whatever, hit somebody with a chair, and like that's the whole job.
Look, I will take the professional wrestler over the smiling TV guy any day, because even Macho Man has that incredible, like, what is it, like a 40-second speech on Arsenio Hall. When Arsenio's like, but does the Macho Man cry? And he's like, part of being macho is being able to cry. Like, that's what I want. Like that. He's at least in touch with his emotions more so than like the frozen smiley face on television.
Yeah.
There was a review that I saw about this song, because it was a pretty, even when people were absolutely dunking on Polka Party at its release, this was usually one of the like two songs that they'd be like, but this song was okay.
I did not realize this record was not a hit. Like, to me, in 6th grade when this record came out, like anything Weird Al did was literally the greatest new music available to humanity, and the idea that one could prize some other album, like one of his, even above the 50% mark, and this one below, like that was a foreign idea to me. Like, the critics didn't like it, the public didn't like it. Is that what happened?
Kind of both, yeah.
The thing that's been the weirdest thing to learn while doing this podcast is, especially in the 80s, how many critics were like, ugh, but these originals. And now I feel like those are the ones that people cling to with way more nostalgia. Case in point, not to fanboy too much, but literally this morning I listened to your cover of Please Don't Wear These Shoes. But like the diehard fans love the originals almost more than most of the parodies at this point.
Yeah.
Because there's something super special about those originals. But at the time of the release, the critics were like, why is he wasting any energy writing original music? This should just be a 5-song parody EP. And like, how quickly his career would have collapsed if he had followed that route.
Polka Party's like half and half, yeah?
It's about half and half. And we've talked before about...
Is that heavy on the originals, or no?
It's usually heavier on the originals than the parodies ultimately. It's usually, if it's not half and half, if it ever does lean more into a higher percentage, it's usually a higher percentage of originals than parodies ultimately.
Which I think he said before is purely like financial from his perspective. If the more originals on his record, the more money he's going to actually make from sales. At a certain point, too many parodies, and it becomes really hard for him to, start making money on his records.
Yeah, and I mean the polkas alone, I'm sure, like tank the overhead of those albums right out the gate.
Well,
but what I was going to say is this review
those
that
ones,
I found.
The polkas he's paying Fox agency like compulsories on the cover, right? He doesn't have to.
He has to be, but
new title the way he does with the song parodies, right?
He shouldn't have to, but it is complicated because of the nature of to be honest, I don't know the exact ins and outs of how he licenses the polkas, but because he's using such a small section, and in some cases is changing the music underneath the original, like he's using the lyric and the melody, but he's recomposing. He is credited as a writer in all of the polkas because of all the interstitial stuff that he does. So it is indeed like a split between all of these people. So
maybe he's credited as a writer in a medley that credits the other writers, and he's still not claiming a new title on any of that material.
Basically,
so if you look at every one of the polkas, it'll have a list of all of the artists and their copyrights, and then it will say the Ear Booger Polka by Weird Al Yankovic, and he said that literally covers any piece where he is not singing a lyric written by somebody else as part of the Ear Booger Polka by Weird Al Yankovic. But yeah, the one review I want to call out, because I kind of agree with this, is the critic said, while Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer was old even decades ago, this musical dose of sick holiday humor has not lost its novelty one bit. And then in the book, The Weird and Wonderful Christmas, the author Joey Green ranked this the weirdest Christmas song of all time. And I love
weirdest.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, let's ask the age-old question, because it's going to be a while till we get there. I personally picked this over Santa Went Crazy as far as even just Weird Al Christmas songs.
I was not familiar with Santa Went Crazy, and I gave it a spin last night, and it didn't appeal to me. Is that a style parody of like modern country?
It's not even. I don't even know if that counts as a style parody of anything. That might just be a true original of his.
The closest that you could say that's a style parody of is that the opening guitar riff is very similar to a combination of "Mama, I'm Coming Home" by Ozzy and "Black Gold" by Soul Asylum, but the rest of it is wildly original for him.
It's funny. I have to go back to it now. As a kid, and like when I was a kid, Baird Hair Day was my intro to Al record. So I loved The Night Santa Went Crazy. Like that ranked very high for me. And I remember thinking it was funnier than this. But now looking back, I think this is a more impressive and actually just a more. This is like a satire and a really clever song in a way that one is just like a goofy like. Al writing a horror movie into a song, basically, as he has done many times.
Yeah.
I think they're both good. I might even like musically enjoy the other one a little bit more than this one.
Music kind of just, once you get it, it doesn't do anything interesting.
Because this is just, again, this is following a very sort of like traditional pattern, and it's great. Don't get me wrong, it's super, super well done. But the other one has some interesting musical moments by comparison. It always surprises me. But yeah, I think this is probably, if we're gonna pick one Al Christmas song to hold closest, I think it probably is going to be this one, because it really is. And it's, I also was just reading interesting, like even when it came out, Scotty Brothers did push it to radio, and even before 9/11 there were apparently a lot of radio stations who were not playing this song because they were like, this is not comfortable.
Well, of course.
Yeah,
they saw the day after on TV, and they didn't.
Yeah, it was just not what people.
It's all cozy and nostalgic now, but living in the second full generation of like Cold War children, that was rough. Like every day you woke up knowing that you were as likely as not to perish in nuclear fire, along with everyone you love, everything you hold dear in the world itself as you know it, leaving only smoking, poisonous rubble, and maybe the few survivors who would envy the dead. This was your daily breakfast thought, and also what kept you up shivering under the blanket as you fitfully and fruitlessly attempted to sleep. It fucking sucked.
I'm glad that we don't live in fear of nuclear holocaust anymore.
Oh God.
No, this is Matt. I think you said this the other day, but it's almost frightening how this song is still at least a little bit relevant.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it doesn't. I think again we can laugh at it more now than at the time. I mean, obviously Al wrote this as a piece of comedy. He wanted people to laugh at it even in this moment in time, but it is clear that he is like, I mean, there's some real anger in this presentation.
And the laughs are like genuinely dark. Like it's the usual kind of light tonal treatment. But
yeah,
the subject is so different than lunch, and
he has some. I mean, like I'm looking at the lyrics, like some really wonderful turns of phrase. Like I love that we can dodge debris while we trim the tree.
Underneath the mushroom cloud.
Underneath the mushroom cloud. Like I mean, it's amazing. It is really, really effective, and it just like inserts the horror is inserted just in the right spots.
Even the last line, the like, what a crazy fluke, we're gonna get nuked on this jolly holiday. Like, what a fucking dark, weird line to close your song on, with the children's choir in the background, and like it's just he does a great. This song is. Are we ready to rank this? Because I think I'm ready to put this.
I think we're getting close. Yeah, this is really like it's funny too, because like listening to it again, I just like it's fun and happy, and just looking at the lyrics on my screen right now, like it is harrowing, truly.
I don't want to. I don't know how long ranking takes. Don't let me keep you from it.
Oh, no, you're good. Go ahead.
I don't want
in 3 minutes.
I don't want to underplay like how much nuclear fear pervaded all of American culture.
Totally.
In like these last 4 years of the Cold War here, where this song comes from.
Yeah.
Like all pop culture in some like way was about how we are fucking doomed, and violently and tragically.
Yeah.
And like a lot of pop songs would like be oblique about it. Like, 2000 party over, oops, out of time.
Yeah.
I'll stop the world and melt with you. Right. Like these are vague allusions to our mutual destruction. And actually singing about it like straight ahead, that was the realm of punk rockers.
Totally.
And Weird Al.
Yeah.
Just further points to the Weird Al's punk as fuck argument that we've been making on this podcast from episode 1.
He is punk. And also another thing, just to I think he does not get enough credit for the social commentary that he inserts into his music. Because it's not all the time. Al will just sing a song about lunch, but he will also regularly really have something to say and do it through these, again, this is very outwardly political, especially with the Reagan line being dropped in there. But if you really look at Al's lyrics and the sentiments he puts in his songs, it's not that surprising. Like his politics and his beliefs about the world are very much in there if you're willing to look and give a listen to deep cuts. Like, I guess this is a deep cut. I don't know. It was a single, but
fan favorite more than a hit.
It's there you go.
I'll tell you the one that surprised me a little by how overtly and specifically political it was in more recent years was Party in the CIA.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you're talking about our nation's war crimes.
Totally. Party at the CIA is
over a Dr. Luke jam.
That was really, really tough. And coming up in a few years, he has the song Trigger Happy.
Yeah.
Which is really I actually heard that he had been they had rehearsed that for the Vanity tour, and right before the tour started, I don't even remember which one it was, there was another shooting, and he was like, I don't feel good about doing this.
Well, because he even says in that Weird Al Seriously book, he talks about like the amount of people who came up to him and was like, I'm just so glad you wrote a song about guns, because like I love guns and no one writes songs about them. And he's like, are you not getting that the lyrics are not about how great it is to walk around packing at all times? Like,
yeah, never make anything for a general audience that you hope they'll have to understand.
Before
they
talk.
It's so true.
That's
people who specialize in satire. It is a dangerous game.
There was a line. I was listening to an episode of the Gilmore Guys, and Kevin from the Gilmore Guys says like, I hate when my satire is interpreted as racist. Like it's like there is this weird horrible line where it's like you are trying to be comedic and thought-provoking, but like someone somewhere is going to listen to it and just be like, oh, that's one of my guys. Like they're just like it's gonna go right over their head, and you've suddenly aligned yourself with the very people you're trying to mock subtly. Isn't it great? All right. We ready to rank this, Matt?
Yeah, I think so.
How does the ranking work? What's going on here?
We're gonna rank it for ourselves because we have a list. We're ranking parodies versus originals, all this stuff. But then you are gonna have something to rank.
There's
Front a lot, yes.
Many lists.
Yeah, we actually have quite a few things.
Yeah, we got a couple
here.
for this one. But Matt, I've picked my spot for this. Christmas at Ground Zero is in my top 10 right now. I put it right between Checks in the Mail and Slime Creatures from Outer Space.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's good. That's a solid ranking for this song. I like it.
Yeah, so the things I put above it thus far in his career: Checks in the Mail, One More Minute, Dog Eat Dog, This Is the Life, Nature Trail to Hell, and Dare to Be Stupid are the originals I've ranked above it.
I will always admire your affinity for the Checks in the Mail. That's just
It's a great song.
That's, I think I'm actually gonna put this in a very, very similar spot to you. I'm gonna rank it fairly high as well, and I think I'm going to put it in between This Is the Life and Midnight Star.
Okay, there we go. So you've got it just below Midnight Star, Mr. Popeil, I'll Be Mellow When I'm Dead, Dog Eat Dog, Nature Trail to Hell, and Dare to Be Stupid. Where do we want to put the music video on our individual lists?
The music video. This is such a weird one to rank because I actually really think this is a very effective music video. Considering, well, again, we were talking about like how cheaply made it was, but then I also feel like it's not as, it's harder to have made than we're appreciating, really. Excuse me.
I got crazy. I put it in my number 2 slot right below Dare to Be Stupid. I
Wow.
think Dare to Be
Holy
Stupid,
cow.
Christmas at Ground Zero. I put it above Eat It, above Like a Surgeon, like above Ricky, my beloved Ricky. I think that the amount of work that was put into this and how effective it is for something that took only one shot of new footage is wildly impressive, and this should be taught in film classes when they're doing their music video session on like how to do a lot with a little.
Wow, that's very impressive. Okay, I'm not going to rank it that high, but I'm going to put it in between. I'm going to put it above This Is the Life and just below Like a Surgeon.
All right, so that's not too bad. You put it above the other video that's made up of a lot of stock footage.
Exactly. Yeah, This Is the Life, the Johnny Dangerously music video.
And then the very last thing before we let Frontalot do some rankings is, where are you putting Polka Party ultimately on your weird albums list?
Oh, right. We have to rank the whole album. Oh, my God. So much work.
How many... There were no like super giant hits that got parodied on this record. That was its problem.
That was a huge strike. Yeah.
The biggest parody on this record was Living with a Hernia.
Yeah.
Which, Living in America, he didn't write that for Rocky 4 or 3 or whatever, did he?
Oh, I think he did.
I think he did. Well, actually, James Brown didn't write that song. That was
written for him by someone else. Yeah.
So that's 2 movie soundtrack minor hits that got parodied on the same record.
There's a lot of
was really playing with fire.
Almost the entire Polka Party album is movie soundtrack songs, with the exception of Addicted to Spuds. Because he thought, oh, well, this Ruthless People movie will probably take off. So he did a parody of that with Toothless People. And I forget what the other one. Oh, Here's Johnny. He thought the song Here's Johnny.
That's another one. Good Lord. These are all...
This is part of why this record is kind of forgotten for him, is because he did all these parodies of stuff that did not really hold up like so many of his
Spuds was... I mean, Addicted to Love was big.
Was that Addicted to Love is the one that has held but it stood the test of time the best.
No video and no radio signal.
Yeah. Living in America is written by Dan Hartman, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
Fun fact. That was James Brown was, I think, at that point having a tough time. So they were starting to give him stuff to do.
I mean, let him rest. He'd written a lot of songs.
Oh, no, he's there's no
32,000.
No shade to James Brown.
Yeah, this hack James Brown not writing.
Yeah, this guy. Can you believe? Overrated.
Pick up a pen.
I'm putting Polka Party at the bottom for now, and that is the main thing I'm going to stress on this. Is that
I think I have to as well. I think I have to put this at the ranking the lowest of the 4, but I do think this record is, considering its front. We said in a previous episode, Al has publicly stated that he thinks Polka Party is his worst album of his whole career.
Well, then you won't offend him with your current rankings.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's underrated, honestly, in the grand scheme of his stuff. I think the originals on this record especially are quite good. Dog Eat Dog is like top tier original Al. We talked about Good Enough for Now is really good. This is great.
Don't wear those shoes is on this as well. Like, please don't wear those shoes is from this one. So
Don't Wear Those Shoes is
That's
good.
another of my favorites.
Yeah, all of the originals are great on this.
And I think the parodies in most cases are just unfortunately poor choices.
Yeah.
Not that they're even bad. They just don't hit the way that a lot of his parodies do still, because he picked songs that have stuck with us so well.
Yeah. All right. Well, the last thing that we have to do is you get to do some rankings. So
All right.
the way our crazy show works is every single time that we have a guest on the show, they can rank their song amongst all of the other songs that guests have come on to discuss. I
As
believe
though your guests share a hive taste.
So I think Matt sent you a screenshot of the rankings, but for the people listening, I will tell them real quick. At number 1, we've got One More Minute. At number 2, we've got Yoda. At 3, we've got Good Enough for Now. At 4, we've got Living with a Hernia. 5, we've got Like a Surgeon. 6, we've got Hooked on Polkas. 7, we've got Nature Trail to Hell. 8, we have Eat It. 9, we have I Lost on Jeopardy. 10, we have The King of Suede. 11, we have Don't Wear Those Shoes. 12, we have It's Still Billy Joel to Me. 13, we have Slime Creatures from Outer Space. And at 14, we have Girls Just Want to Have Lunch. So, Front, you get to do 2 things. First, you get to place Christmas at Ground Zero wherever you want. And then you can take any song on that list and re-rank it to where you think it deserves to be.
Tricky. All right.
Yeah.
Why doesn't everyone just put their episode's song first in the hopes that the archive audience will then go and view them?
That often happens, but every once in a while, someone will just be really honest and put their song that they picked and love. Like, they're like, well, it's definitely not better than I Lost on Jeopardy, so they'll put it down below.
All right. Well, we're going to take Living with a Hernia and skip that down under Slime Creatures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slime Creatures. And where are you putting the Christmas at Ground Zero?
After Like a Surgeon. So it's in the new 4 position.
So One More Minute, Yoda, Good Enough for Now, Christmas at Ground Zero.
Yep.
I love it.
All right. It's in there. It's locked in.
That's a very respectable, and I agree with you, Bump. I don't know why Living with a Hernia was that high for that long. That's confusing.
It's nice that it has that the whole thing is like a meta joke about how about the famous trademark singing of James Brown, right?
Yes.
He sounds like something just really, really hurt his back.
I'll have to figure out what happened when I start editing the Polka Party episodes. I will figure out what happened, but I'm pretty sure that our guest who did that episode put it at the bottom of the list, so someone moved it higher up on
it. Was a rescue.
I think that's right. Yeah, that sounds
it's like
right.
Getting a dog from the pound.
Because I remember that was like our favorite thing was that he was like, "Yeah, put it at the bottom."
Yeah, I like the honesty of someone putting their pick way at the bottom.
Right.
Hey, for the live viewers here, can I plug something real quick?
Of course you can.
I was literally just about to say, hey, let's do some quick plugs before the next segment.
I and some of my nerdcore pals, MC Lars, Mega Ran, and Schaefer the Dark Lord, we have one of our famous streaming concerts that we do a few of every year. It's our Boxing Day, our 3rd annual Boxing Day show, so it's on December 26th. Tickets start at $5, but if you want, you can spend $5,000 on a ticket. All these different kinds of tickets. They got VIP shit. You get a free T-shirt, or we'll write a song about your mom. Whatever you want. Read the ticket link lists, all the things, VIP tiers. I don't have ad copy, so
no, that's
bad
great.
At freestyling apparently. 4, the number 4, EYED, 4 EYED. .square.site. That's where the tickets are, and we are the Four-Eyed Horsemen Collective.
I love it. As someone who has purchased a ticket to one of their events before, I can vouch for the fact that they put on a spectacular live stream show. It is absolutely fantastic, and it's probably gotten way better since I even last saw one. It's been a minute.
Who knows?
So. Or maybe it's gotten worse. It's possible you guys have gotten lazier. I can't rule out the possibility that you guys have started to slack off.
Oh My this time. Oh My is opening the show. It's going to be a good one.
Well, and people stay tuned because we will have during this live stream a live set from both Mega Ran and Lex the Lexicon artist will be dropping on this 24-hour live stream event that we've got going today.
Wow.
So making sure that the underrated genre of nerdcore is properly represented here at Geekscape. As always, thank you so much, Front, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
and
thanks,
among
man.
other performances that are coming up. Matt, we'll see you again around like 4:15 during the Wheatus set, correct?
Oh yes, the Wheatus is also getting together today to do a live stream for this very special event. It's going to be fun. 4 o'clock, you say, right?
Yeah, 4:15.
It's a live event, so we use
Yeah.
margin of error here, but we're going to say 4 o'clock.
Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? Oh, I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Tell me now, baby, is he good to you? Can he do to you the things that I do know? I can take you higher. Oh, I'm on fire. Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, put a 6-inch volley through the middle of my skull. And at night I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. Only you can cool my desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire.
Lil Springsteen for you there. My name's Adina V. I'm so happy to be here on this 24-hour live stream. So cool. I'm a singer-songwriter based out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I'm going to share some covers and originals with you today. Let's move on to an original. This is one of my most recently released singles called Admit It. And if you like what you hear here, you can find it full band version on any streaming platform of your choice.
You're on the other line. Do you realize we can make a big mistake? You talk, but I don't say a thing. Too busy listening to the sound your breath
Yeah, so that was Admit It, my second most recent single. And again, you can find that on any streaming platform that you enjoy, or Bandcamp if that's your jam. I'm gonna move on to another original. This one is unreleased. It's called Again.
Oh no, it seems I've done it again. He's fallen in love and I'd rather be friends. In all my dreams I'm seeing the end. The look in his eyes as I'm dropping his hand. And I know it's coming. The reckoning of how my heart beats half as strong. I'm trying to try, but the feeling's all wrong. And I could start new with another, but I know that it never comes out from under the covers. And I guess I'm running, but I don't know what I'm running from. But I know it's something that I won't admit until I'm too far gone.
Well, I've reached my last song, of my set this evening. Thank you again for having me. It's been a real pleasure. I'm going to end off with a cover that I'm sure you will find familiar. This is Tom Petty's Free Fallin'.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus and America too. She's a good girl, crazy bad Elvis, loves horses and her boyfriend too. Yeah, yeah. It's a long day free falling, falling. Ooh.
One hit is all you need to make the money guaranteed, and you can live off royalties forever. And it makes me wonder, is it just a wonder, or is it one hit thunder?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the One Hit Thunder Music Trivia Game Show. I'm Chris Fafalius. I'm the host of the One Hit Thunder podcast, and I'm very happy to be hosting today's show as part of the Geekscape Livestream-tacular. And we got ourselves some amazing contestants today, all of which will be competing to see who has the biggest brain, or at least can fit the most useless music knowledge in their very small brain. So, with that being said, on to some introductions, if that's cool with everybody out there. All right, first off, some of you may know her as Leonore, and some of you may know her as Jeff the Girl. But either way, let's give a big round of applause for Five Iron Frenzy saxophonist and host of the Too Punk to Be a Hippie podcast, Leonore Ortega Till. Woo!
Good morning. Hi.
Thanks for being here.
Oh, yeah.
Next up, you may know him from Nerf Herder. You may know him from Girinus. You may even know him from his appearance on TNT's Rizzoli and Isles. He's worked with everyone from J-Lo to Cheap Trick. Everyone, please put your hands together for singer, songwriter, multi-instrumentalist, and producer, Linus of Hollywood!
Yay! Oh, shit.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I'm ready. I've been studying all night. I know a lot of random trivia facts, and I'm ready to win.
Yeah, no, nice. You got some help.
I've got my secret weapon. He knows all the answers.
Nice. And last but not least, he's the pride of Port Charlotte, Florida. In fact, when you read the newspaper headline, Florida man dresses as Yoo-Hoo representative and passes out chocolate water to everyone at music festival, it's most definitely referring to him. He's the co-lead singer and guitarist of Less Than Jake and the host of Krista Makes a Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Krista Makes!
Yay!
Cool. Well, everybody's here. Are you guys ready to do this?
Yes. I am ready.
Okay, so on to the rules. In the first round, each contestant will get a choice between two categories. So I'll give you a choice, and I'm gonna go around. We'll start with Leonore. We'll go around that way. We'll go clockwise. If the contestant can answer the question correctly without the multiple choice, you'll get 10 points in the first round.
Okay.
If you answer it correctly with the multiple choice, you'll get 5 points. So you can get double the points if you can answer it with no multiple choice. In the first round, each contestant will get a shot at 2 questions. We'll go around question. We'll get a score check before we go into the second round. I'll tell you guys the rules after that. We'll get into that. But that's about it. That's all that's going on so far here. Are you all ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. So first, we're going to start with Leonore. You're going to get to choose between punk rock or get weird.
Punk rock. Punk rock.
You're going with punk rock. Okay.
Yeah.
Your question is this. The term punk rock was first printed in April 1971 by Dave Marsh when he used the term to describe this one-hit wonder known for their hit 96 Tears.
A one-hit wonder. See this? I'm screwed. Okay, I need the multiple choice.
Okay, your choices are A, MC5, B, the Yardbirds, C, question mark and the Mysterians, or D, Paul Revere and the Raiders.
Can you read the question again, just real quick?
The term punk rock was first printed in April 1971 by Dave Marsh when he used the term to describe this one-hit wonder known for their hit 96 Tears.
I think it's the MC, the first, number 1.
Sorry. It was question mark and the Mysterians.
Okay.
We recently
now I learned something. Thank you.
Do you know that song? Do you know that song 96 Tears? If you heard it, you would know it within 2 seconds. It is so recognizable.
Okay.
Once you're done, you'll be like, oh my God, of course I know this song. Anyway,
Okay.
sorry, Leonore. Okay, Linus, you ready?
Yep, let's do it.
All right, your choices of categories are Beavis and Butthead commentary or sleigh bells, spelled S-L-A-Y bells.
That seems kind of metal. So I think I'm going to do sleigh bells.
Okay, sleigh bells. In this category, let me pull up what's going on here. Hey, producer Matt, can you explain this? Would you jump on and explain this one?
Sure. So my horror movie night co-host Scott Roger is also the brainchild behind all heavy metal cover band called Console Crash, where they cover video game and horror movies. But for this one, he's done 3 thrash metal covers of songs from Christmas movies. We'll play a 30-second clip of the cover, and you have to guess what movie the song is from.
Ah, man.
Okay. That's fun.
All right, here we go. Here's the first.
Wow.
Okay, first of all, that song was awesome. The performance was great. I enjoyed it as a metal fan, but I have no idea.
I think I know which one it was, but Matt, can you jump back in and make sure that I don't give away the next one?
Well, I mean, when the category comes up, we'll get the next one, but I think for at least 5 points, Chris or Leonore thinks they know it, they can try to steal it.
No, I don't know it, but that's a cool song. I don't recognize it.
I liked everything about it. I like the guitar. I like the playing. I like the production. I like the background ambiance. Yeah, but I don't know the song either.
I think we should all get points just for being so positive.
Yeah. What song is that?
It was the Gremlins theme song.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
See,
This is not easy.
You're turning this into movie trivia. I listen to Dokken albums all day. I don't watch movies.
I'm sure we'll get there. Okay. No score yet. Chris, your categories are cartoons, spelled C-A-R-T-U-N-E-S, cartoons, or I Want My MTV.
Let's go MTV.
Okay, here we go. Which Phil Collins song was the most played music video on the first day of MTV?
Wow. Is that going to be Against All Odds? You Can't Hurry Love. Since no one's on the board yet, I'm going to go with a multiple choice, but I think those are going to be in the answers. Let's see here.
Okay. Your choices are A, I Missed Again, B, One More Night, C, In the Air Tonight, or D, Don't Lose My Number.
Okay, well, I know that Don't Lose My Number was later. Go through the choices again. The first one I don't know.
A, I Missed Again.
Okay.
B, One More Night. C, In the Air Tonight. Or D, Don't Lose My Number.
Yeah, I'm going with C, In the Air Tonight. I believe that was 81 when MTV started, and the other two were later, and the first one I don't know. I'm going for In the Air Tonight.
You're on the board with 5 points.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to keep going here. It's 5 zip right now. Leonore, we're back to you.
Physical challenge.
We'll set one up real quick.
Dance move.
Your choices are fake bands or Christmas classics.
Fake bands. Fake bands.
Going with fake bands. Okay. This band spent most of the film Can't Hardly Wait breaking up instead of playing.
Is that the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones? No, that's the wrong one. That's Clueless. Oh, I said it.
You were just thinking out loud.
Thinking out
Okay.
loud. Chris thought
Can't
out.
hardly wait. Can't hardly wait. I know the movie a little bit. Okay, multiple choice.
Multiple choice. Your choices are A, Citizen Dick, B, Lustra, C, Love Burger, or D, Sonic Death Monkey.
How about Love Burger?
You got it.
Wow.
You're on the board.
Nice.
Good job. Good job. Okay. Leonor is on the board. Linus,
What's in a love burger?
Yeah, I don't,
Don't ask.
Good answer.
Chris, it would be good if it said "Welcome to Good Burger." That's all. That's a
I
Chris
know,
question.
I mean,
You all
geez.
right? That's why I picked Love Burger, because you're here.
that's a touchy subject.
Okay, moving on.
Linus, you got to get on the board.
All right, here I come.
Your choices are hair metal or ska bands.
Hair metal, 100%.
Dude, we both Chris and I both wanted to see if our bands are in this, and you just failed us.
Sorry. If I don't get a hair metal question though, I'm gonna turn the computer off and leave.
Okay, here we go. In 1983, this band's album became the first metal album to reach #1 on the Billboard charts.
Quiet Riot, sir.
Wow, 10 points. Boom.
If we made this hair metal, I would clean this place up.
I guess that was a gimme. Chris DeMakes is probably pissed right now. All right. Hey, everybody's on the board now. And Chris, this is last question of round 1.
All right, let's do it.
Your choices will be ska bands or One Hit Thunder.
This is for Leonor. I'm gonna go with ska bands. This is for her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Okay, this is a good one too. No Doubt founding member Eric Stefani left the band at the peak of their popularity to do what?
I know the answer to this, but I can't think of it. I'm gonna have to go multiple choice. I want to say, and I'm just thinking out loud, I want to say like an animator, an illustrator, but I don't recall. So hit me with the multiple choice, please.
Your choices are A, train for the Olympics, B, write for Saturday Night Live, C, animate The Simpsons, or D, score the John Candy movie Canadian Bacon.
Wow. I don't recall him being affiliated with the Simpsons, but I got to go with my gut here, because when I don't go with my gut, it's always bad. And sometimes when I go with my gut, it's bad, but I'm going with my gut. Simpsons.
You got it.
Ah.
Okay. Hey, that was a great round. Everybody's on the board. 10-10-5. Leonor, good news. A lot of good news for you as we start round 2. The good news is the point values are doubled, so you're barely behind. And the really good news for you in round 2, Leonor, is this.
Yeah.
We all know this is being presented by Geekscape. So we had to make it a little bit geeky. And I don't know if anybody in here plays Mario Kart, but if you play Mario Kart, you know that if you're in last place, you can get a thing called a blue shell. And when you get the blue shell, you throw it and you hit the person in first place and knock them out. So you being behind right now, you get the blue shell. And this is the way it works.
Okay.
When you get a question and either A, you don't know the answer to it, or B, you think the person in first place doesn't know the answer to it, then you can throw the blue shell at them.
I like it.
And they get the chance to either, but here's the rub, is that if they get it, they get the full 20 points and they get the multiple choice.
It's like gambling. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it'll be gambling.
Okay.
But if they miss it, Leonor, it's 20 points. It's a 20-point thing. If they miss it, they get minus 20 points and you get plus 20 points.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay, let's play.
So it's serious now. It's very serious. And if these two guys are both still tied, when you throw the blue shell, you can decide who you want to throw it at. but if they're not, if somebody's ahead, you got to throw it at the person who's in the lead. And like I said, now if you get it without the multiple choice, you get 20 points. If you get it with the multiple choice, you get 10.
And just remember, we did ska tours together back in '96.
Remember, I played Nerf Herder and you were there. And
Chris did some chiropractic work on me once.
I did.
I have a gift certificate for a chiropractor I can give you. No.
And this round, it'll be 3 questions each. And then at the end of this, whoever's in last place they're not in the final round. It'll be down to the last 2.
Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. Leonore.
Yes.
Your categories are Get Weird or cartoons spelled TUNES.
Let's try cartoons.
Okay.
Okay.
So in this category, I'm going to give you the first line of a cartoon theme song, and you got to tell me what cartoon it is.
Okay.
Okay. Your clue is life is like a hurricane.
Multiple choice.
And if it's any, I guess I can do this.
Okay.
The melody is
Oh yeah.
life is like a hurricane.
DuckTales.
Got it.
Wow.
You got it. I'll give everyone that same respect of, I should have done that from the start, but wow.
Yeah, right? If you sing
20
it.
points. 20 points. Pretty damn good.
You
Leonore.
sang really well. You're usually tone deaf. That was great.
Yeah. Pumped right into the lead.
Yeah. Life is like
That's why he plays bass.
That's good. That was fun.
All right. So moving along, Linus, your choices are I Want My MTV or punk rock.
Let's go MTV.
Okay. Pull that up. Okay. What artist had 11 music videos played on the first day of MTV, with 5 of them repeating for a total of 16 appearances in 24 hours?
I'm definitely going to need some multiple choice on that, but I bet I'll get it.
Your choices are A, Rod Stewart, B, Phil Collins, C, Peter Gabriel, or D, David Bowie.
I'm going to say David Bowie because he had a lot of like promo videos and stuff that predated MTV, and they played him a lot. So I'm going to say David Bowie.
I think it was Rod Stewart.
Damn it!
I think it was Phil Collins.
It was Rod Stewart.
Damn it. All right. Well.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think because like MTV was like born. Like, yeah, people did performance videos. I know Queen did, but I don't recall why Rod Stewart would have 11 performance videos. That seems strange.
Yeah, that is crazy. And I watched a lot of MTV, and I don't remember that many Rod Stewart
I don't
videos.
remember Rod Stewart very much at all.
Yeah.
So we did one of the very first videos that we did when we started producing YouTube videos for Geekscape was the 10 strangest videos that played on the first day of MTV. And to do that, I watched the full 24-hour run of videos. And it's because of Top of the Pops. Like when you would do that show, you were supposed to perform, but if you had a song hit #1 for multiple weeks, people would just record like a music video for it for Top of the Pops to play. And Rod Stewart in the 70s had so many hits that it was just like these boring videos of him just in like a black room with a backup band, and that was all MTV could get access to for that.
So it's kind of like karaoke videos.
Yeah, pretty much.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. Well.
All right.
I guess now I need a blue shell to throw at somebody.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I got to consult with Matt for a second. Does the blue shell now change to whoever's in last? That's a good question.
It depends on if DeMakes gets his question, then he'll still be in the lead. But yeah, I would say that the blue shell might change hands by the time we get to Leonore for the next round.
That's how it works in Mario Kart. Is whoever's in last. So yeah, right now, for the moment, the blue shell has moved to Linus.
Okay.
because Leonor's in the lead right now. You can't have a blue shell when you're in the lead. That's not how it works. You just get bananas. You drag bananas behind you. Mario Kart players will know what I'm talking
Crazy town.
about. All right, Chris, you ready to rock?
I am. Let's do it.
Okay, your choices are Christmas classics or One Hit Thunder.
Well, I love Christmas. I love the holidays. I do not like Christmas songs in general. They make me want to gouge my eyeballs out. So I'm going to go One Hit Thunder.
Okay. The vocal track on this massive 2006 international hit was recorded in a single take.
Gonna have to go with some choices.
Your choices are A, David Archuleta's Crush, B, Peter, Bjorn, and John's Young Folks. Folks. I don't know how to say that word. C, Jet, Are You Gonna Be My Girl? Or D, Gnarls Barkley, Crazy.
I don't know the answer to this. I would think just from vocal abilities of this person, I'm going to go Gnarls Barkley. That's my answer.
You got it.
All right.
A single take. Crazy was done. And the entire song was just those two guys, him and Danger Mouse messing around. He did it in one take, and that is the take that we all know and of that song. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's so good.
I love the Jet song, but it's not that technically hard to sing. I could see them doing that in one take, but the Crazy performance is pretty epic. So I figured that gentleman could really sing.
Yeah, that gentleman. Okay, Leonor, we're back to you.
Okay.
I believe is in the lead. Hey, scorekeeper, what's the score right now? I lost track.
We've got Linus in third place, now owning a blue shell with 10 points. In second place, we've got Krista Makes with 20 points. And in first place, Leonor with 25.
That's insane. Okay.
All right.
So wait, I got 20 points the second round?
Total.
No.
Total.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, because I had to use the gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, right. All right.
Okay.
Leonor, your choices are Beavis and Butthead commentary or Get Weird.
Okay, let's do Get Weird now. Let's try it.
Get Weird.
Yeah.
Okay, in this round, I'll be naming the actual song, and you got to tell me what Weird Al's parody song was called.
Okay, I'll try.
So we're going on this one with Huey Lewis in the News. I Want a New Drug.
Multiple choice. Oh, Chris knows that. Okay, multiple choice, please.
Your choices are A, I Want a New Pug. B, I Want a New Duck. C, I Want a New Slug. Or D, My Brother's a Stud.
I'm going to try My Brother's a Stud.
No, but that's an awesome. That's wrong, but that's really funny if that's what it was.
My brother's a stud.
My brother's a stud.
Yeah. What was it? What is it, Chris?
It's
I want a new duck.
I want a new duck.
And the horn solo is actually a duck quacking solo in the song on Weird Al's version. Yeah.
Okay.
Not one of his big hits though, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, don't feel bad.
Yeah, deep cut.
Yeah, it's Geekscape. We had to get some Al in there.
Okay.
But the good news is you're still in the lead. We'll see what happens here. Linus, who is holding a blue shell right now, keep that in mind.
Be nice to me.
Okay. Your choices are Sleigh Bells or Geek Rock.
Ooh, oh.
Oh man. I guess I'll go Geek Rock, although it's going to be sad if I don't get this right.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I get that. Nerdburger is the band that coined the term. Am I right about that? That says on Wikipedia anyway.
Yeah, they're going to kick me out of the band if I don't get this right.
Okay. Here we go. Declan Patrick McManus is well known by what stage name?
Elvis Costello.
You got it. Whoa.
Nice.
20 points. 20
Good
points.
job.
That was
And
strong.
I think with that, the blue shell, unless I'm mistaken, I think the blue shell moves to Krista Makes. Am I right, producer Matt Kelly?
Chris is now the owner of the blue shell. And next up for a question.
Yeah. So,
All right.
Chris, you have the blue shell right now. Keep that in mind.
All right. Got it.
Your choices are Sleigh Bells or punk rock?
Oh,
Gotta go punk rock. I don't know what the sleigh bells. Did we do sleigh bells yet?
That's where it's the thrash metal covers.
Oh,
of,
that scares the heck out of me. Yeah,
That's
let's go punk-
hard.
let's go punk rock. But now I'm trying to determine, if I don't know this one, who the bigger threat sitting across from me is. Is it Leonore or Linus? I just
it
don't
has
know
to
yet.
go to whoever's in first, who is Matt. Fill us in. Who's in
It
first?
would go to Linus if you were to blue shell it to someone.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's ahead right now. The blue shell can only go to person.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Man, this lead is bouncing around too. This is wild. All right, you went with punk rock, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What did the letters CBGB stand for in the club's name?
Country bluegrass. Country bluegrass.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, what's the last two? I know this. Country bluegrass, CBGB, country bluegrass. Oh, I wanted to know this one so I could get all the points. I'm not going to get the last two. I'm going to have to go multiple choice, but I'll get it here.
Okay. Your choices are A, Connor, Bishop, Greggs, and Benoli. B, Come Back, Get Back. C, City Beat, Garage Beat. Or D, Country, Bluegrass, Blues.
Oh, that's why I was confused.
You're like, keep saying two, but it's only one more.
It's only one more. Yeah, it really is, because the G isn't it's the last one. Country bluegrass blues.
You got it.
Why is the G in there? That's why I was confused.
Grass, bluegrass.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, bluegrass. Sorry. Duh.
It's
I thought you were really smart.
Thanks for pointing out the obvious. No, I'm not. I'm smart to an extent.
It's like Buffalo Wild Wings, and they call it BW3.
Makes no sense.
Well, it used to be called Buffalo Wine Wings and Weck.
Yeah, Weck. Yeah.
Weck is what they call sauce. Weck
I
is
know.
the
Well,
sauce.
last
It's like
time I was there, I ordered some Weck, and they said they were out of it or something.
Yeah, Weck is, I think, an Australian a slang term for sauce. I could be wrong. Yeah.
Pass.
All right, so hey, this is the last round of questions before we go to the final round.
Do I get the blue shell? Do
I was
get
going to say
the blue
the
shell?
blue falls back to Leonore. It's now
Oh.
a tie lead between Chris and Linus.
Oh, I'm so ready for it.
All right, so what's the scores right now, Matt? We need to know this.
So it's a tie of 30 for Linus, 30 for Chris, and 25 for Leonore.
Wow, this is intense. Okay, here we go. Leonore, you are holding the blue shell right now. Your choices are One Hit Thunder
Okay.
or Sleigh Bells.
Sleigh bells. Come on, I watched Ricky Rackman every Saturday.
Yeah.
I know what's up.
All right, we're going with another Sleigh Bells. Whoa.
Oh,
I was short.
that is a song from Home Alone.
It sure is. 20.
Yeah.
Leonore. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. That was awesome.
I know that.
Well done.
That's killing it on this. All right. Leonore jumps to the lead. So right now, there's no blue shell.
It's really Linus or Chris can throw a blue shell, I guess, until one of them gets.
Yeah. I guess we'll allow that for the moment. For the moment, you have a blue shell, Linus. You can use it if you want to.
Okay.
Targeting Leonore, who's sitting at the top right now. Okay. Your choices are Geek Rock or Beavis and Butthead commentary.
I'm going to go with Geek Rock again.
Okay. Geek Rock. Your question is, John Flansburgh and John Linnell front this Brooklyn-based band that began in 1982.
They Might Be Giants.
Got it. And you jumped into the lead.
That dog.
He's giving me all the answers.
So, Chris,
yes,
you got the blue shell, and you got a little bit of desperation here because I believe, I mean, it just kind of worked out that way, but I believe that this is a must answer for you. Am I right, Matt? This is a must do for Chris?
Do we say that if the person, I mean, if he throws a blue shell and it hit, does he get any points for throwing the blue shell?
If the other person misses it, yeah.
Yeah, so he could still use the blue shell to win this.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, or he could answer the question, right?
All right. Here's the thing: can you throw the blue shell after you've asked for the multiple choice?
Yeah. Yeah. The blue shell has to be decided before the multiple choice, but the person will get the multiple choice anyway, so it doesn't matter really.
Okay.
You know, it's either way.
Well, the other person will get the multiple choice if I throw the
Yeah.
blue. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, Chris, your choices are One Hit Thunder or Christmas classics.
I was hoping that heavy metal category would come up again. My wheelhouse, but I'm gonna go for One Hit Thunder. I'm afraid of the Christmas classics.
Okay. Christmas. No one wanted to mess with the Christmas classics.
I do. I just haven't gotten it yet.
The Archies' hit song "Sugar Sugar" was originally written for what band?
I could be wrong about this, but I gotta go for broke here. I can't throw a shell. I'm all in. For some reason, the first thing that popped in my mind was the Monkees.
You got it.
Yeah.
Good job, dude.
All right.
Awesome.
Rest in peace to Michael Nesmith. And
yes,
Chris got it right. So Matt, where are we at? Who's out of here?
Well, sadly, this is the end of the line for Leonore now.
Oh no!
She can still hang out in the green room and enjoy the final round if she likes. But
I feel very Vanna-esque.
Leonore, you were an amazing contestant. This
I
was
thought so. I thought I was better than I thought I was going to do.
We did great.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was like I didn't realize this was like Survivor, and we're gonna start like voting people off the island. And
well, it's just for the final round. It has to be 1-on-1.
All right. Keep me in the green room. Have fun, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Leonore.
Good to see you.
Now it's just a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, it's like a smelly locker room.
Just because he recorded it, I real quickly just play the final Sleigh Bells cover because he put some work into it. So why not? So before we go to the final round, enjoy Scott's cover of "It Feels Like Christmas" from the Muppet Christmas Carol.
Nice. Cool. That's our theme music going into the final round here. So I'm sure that both of you guys are familiar with the game show Name That Tune from back in the day. I think it might be back on. It might be like Jane Lynch was hosting it or something, or somebody. Or no, I think Randy Jackson and what's her name from 30 Rock were hosting it. Whatever. Point being that the idea was I can name that song in 3 notes, or I can name that song in 4 notes. So this is kind of a play off of that. What it is so I believe Chris had the higher score, right, Matt, between these two guys?
No, it was a tie. It was 50-50.
Okay.
It was 50 points and 50 points.
All right, I'm gonna flip a pick then. This punchline pick, that's heads that has the logo on it. This is tails. I'm gonna flip a pick for who gets to who would be like in the lead here. So Linus.
Yes.
Heads or tails?
Tails.
It is heads. It is heads. So it doesn't really matter. It's just that Chris. So we're going to start with Linus. Here's what's going to happen here. Do They Know It's Christmas was released in December of 1984 in reaction to television reports of the famine in Ethiopia. I'm sure you guys are both familiar with this song, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Linus, here's the deal. You're going to say, how many people that performed in that song can you name? Okay. And then Chris can either say, go ahead and name them to win, or Chris can say, I can name this many. Then the ball's in your court, Linus. You can either say, go ahead and name them, or I can name this many. So it's kind of like who thinks they can name more people that are in Do They Know It's Christmas?
So wait, you have to decide ahead of time how many people you think you can name?
So Linus, say right now your number was 3. Okay. You say, I think I can name 3 people that are in Do They Know It's Christmas. So Chris goes either, you know what, I can name 4. Or Chris goes, go ahead and name them. And if you can't name them, Linus, then Chris wins. It's over.
Oh my God.
Or, and it goes back and forth until one guy finally goes, well, go ahead and do it, So it starts with you. How many people do you know you could name in Do They Know It's Christmas?
All right. Do I get a chance? So I get a second to think about it here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I wouldn't name them out loud.
Well, I'm not going to. I'm gonna
He's gonna Google it real quick.
No, I'm gonna write them down. I'm writing them down on my pad. I should Google it actually. Wait, we can Google? I didn't know.
This isn't Ian from Newfound Glory when we're doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. The other thing that's hard is not confusing this with the other 4 songs, We Are the World and all that stuff.
Who could forget Hearing Aid, Stars?
Oh, yeah. We're Stars! I had the 12-inch single of that.
I did too. One of the worst songs ever recorded, but I loved it.
The funniest part about that is they put Yngwie's solo right next to the guy from Blue Oyster Cult. So he's like, blink, 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 and then Yngwie comes in and he's like, anyway, sorry, I digress. Let's see. I'm gonna say 3 people.
Okay, Chris, you either tell him name them or you say you can do more.
Name them.
Whoa. Okay.
Duran.
Matt has to come here to verify these.
I'm looking on my phone. So okay, yeah, Duran.
Okay, you got one.
Okay. Wham.
Yep.
U2.
Now I want to ask you a question real quick. It's fair. Can you at least name one member of each one of those bands?
Oh, of course. Yeah. So Simon Le Bon, George Michael.
I would have said Andrew Ridgely, but whatever.
Bono.
All right, you got it.
Yay!
I knew none of those.
I thought you guys.
I didn't know anybody that was in. I don't know anybody that was on that.
I'm surprised I knew 3. There's probably 100 people. And 3 is not very much, but
if I knew 4, I would have said I knew 4. I didn't know any. I remember.
Leonore, how high would you have gone, Leonore?
I remember Bono in it. I keep also messing it up with We Are the World. I just keep thinking of that one, so it's hard to.
Who else is in it? Who else is on it?
It's a lot of white European guys.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not going to name all of them, but Cool from Cool and the Gang, Phil Collins was there, Chris Cross from Ultravox was there, Bananarama was in there. Chris, I never remember this band's name. The one that did True.
Spandau Ballet.
Spandau Ballet.
Yeah, Spandau Ballet. Was there. The Boomtown Rats were there. Paul Young was there. David Bowie and Paul McCartney were just some of the big names that were part of.
That's what I said. White European guys. Mostly.
Hey, Linus, congratulations. And everybody, thank you for being here. Before we go, I do want to mention this whole thing is to benefit big brothers and big sisters of coastal and northern New Jersey. In particular, a kid named Liam. We're trying to raise $2,000 today for a kid named Liam. That's the cost of 1 year of the Big Brothers Big Sisters program. Liam, he loves video games. He wants to be a YouTube content creator when he grows up. He is looking for someone to play sports with. He's from a single parent home, and he's a cool kid. And if anyone out there has a few bucks that you can donate, I want to talk about this real quick. Leonor, you said you were a big sister, right?
Yeah, I did that for a while. I made my girl really mad at me because her name was Shalon, and I thought it would be cool to try to dress like her. So I got cross colors clothes.
Nice.
And she just was more embarrassed. She's like, "Don't sit by me." but I did it for a year. It was a really cool program.
Nice. That's awesome. Really, really cool. Really, really great cause today. And the live stream continues till when, Matt?
So if you're on Eastern Standard, it will end at 1 a.m. Actually, no, that's not even true. It would end at 1 a.m. At 11 p.m. Eastern Standard is the Geekscape 15-year anniversary live show, which will then be followed by, I believe, an hour performance of Scott Koppenstein's band, the Littlest Man Band. And that will be the end of the event, is the sweet, sweet, sultry sounds of Scott Koppenstein. So stay tuned. We've got a ton of great stuff coming up. Soon is a live performance of a multi-instrumentalist named Brian Fitzy, who builds full songs just using his loop pedal. So that's going to be a 15-minute performance. And then newest Geekscape podcast, Before My Time, in which people come and talk about things that they loved from well before they were born. We're going to be talking about the first 5 years of Saturday Night Live, the 70s Saturday Night Live for the live stream. But how about we give everybody on this stream right now a chance to promote what they're up to as well?
Yeah. What's everybody have going on? We'll go. We changed our direction. So Linus over here. What do you got going on?
Mostly I just hang out in my pajamas and I watch old reruns of Three's Company. So yeah. So watch for me doing that in 2022.
Nice.
Cool.
Chris DeMakes, what do you got going on?
Well, first of all, I'd like to tell Linus that let's go for a drink later at the Regal Beagle. I'll meet you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime,
And
anytime.
I have the same Mackie 824s in my studio, so we're sharing some stuff here. But I want to thank everybody. Thanks to Chris and Matt Kelly. I want to thank Jonathan over at Geekscape. Happy anniversary. Happy holidays to everybody. Good to see you, Linus. Good to see you, Leonor. I'm still doing Chris DeMakes a podcast. Have one of my favorite episodes coming up this week, a Christmas episode that was really cool. Still playing in Less Than Jake and touring.
Hey, I think you can tell them. Tell them who's coming. We gave a clue. People know who it is.
I got D. Snyder breaking down We're Not Going to Take It on the show this week.
What?
Yeah,
And
amazing.
it's awesome.
Holy
It's
shit.
awesome.
That's cool.
He was on fire. I listened back to the episode, and it almost sounds like when you can listen to podcasts and like at 1.5 speed. Like D's just so amped up on coffee, and you hear me just like by the end of it, I sound like I'm on speed with him. It's just crazy. I'm just so excited.
Wow.
That's
So,
amazing.
Awesome.
A lot of fun. But hey, thanks to each and every one of you. That was a lot of fun, and
Yes.
thank you so much.
Leonor, what you got going?
Well, 5 Iron Frenzy put out an album called Until This Shakes Apart, and we're practicing. So hopefully some shows next year. And sometimes I do a podcast called Too Punk to Be a Hippie, where I talk about my efforts to be green living, like healthy earth living stuff. And I'm really stuck at it, but it's fun. It's a fun podcast. So check it out too.
Nice. Hell yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much. This was a lot of fun, and I hope to do it again sometime. You guys were all great contestants.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Matthew here from the Weird Algorithm podcast on the Geekscape network, and also a member of the band Wheatus. We were asked to contribute some music to this live event today, and we love the cause, love Geekscape, of course, so we really wanted to do it. And look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. We really wanted to do it live, and the scheduling just did not work out. We couldn't be live together in a room on this date. So we did the thing where we pre-recorded something over Zoom, and we were gonna, run it and act like we were live. And I'm just sorry that we even considered lying to you people like that. You know, I looked at the footage and I just I couldn't be so dishonest. So I'm being straight with you guys. And I'm not just saying this because we forgot to record a real intro. This is the intro. This is footage of us from about a week ago, doing rehearsals for this show in Florida that we, at the time you're seeing this, just played. And the rehearsals went well, we thought. We recorded it over Zoom, so, you know, audio's a little bit weird compared to what we usually do. The guitar is a little quiet, the bass is a little bit loud. You know, it's live music over Zoom. You know, it is what it is, you know, in the name of it being live, which again, it was not. I mean, it was played live, but now it's pre-recorded. But if you pretend it's live, you'll think that the quality was actually really good, which is what we were going for with the whole deceitful side of it. You understand. I feel like you get it. Anyway, this is Wheatus live from our studio 1 week ago and not today. Full disclosure, because we respect you guys so much. We hope you enjoy it, despite it being recently pre-recorded. Now you know. Enjoy. And please support this wonderful cause and the people at Geekscape who are doing this. Thank you guys very much for including us. It is my pleasure to be part of the Geekscape community, and I look forward to more time with you all.
You ready, Sturbs? Oh, you just get... pretty good. Hey.
Pretty darn good.
They really can't hear me?
Just tell me his name. Just tell me you didn't get laid in our bedroom. And was it the same? Just tell me if his dick is bigger than mine. Do you remember the way it was when I was home before I left you all alone? I wanna be on a portrait every day with you, and that is all that I think about when you tell me that you cheated. On a portrait every day with you, and that is all that I think about when you tell me that you cheated on me. I knew that you would. I knew 'cause you told me your friends and family, and I did the same. So I guess that I deserve half of the blame. Do you remember the way it was for us before our love blowjobs on the boys? I wanna be on a portrait every day with you, and that is all that I can think about when you tell me that you cheated. On a portrait every day with you, and that is all that I can think about when you tell me that you cheated. Tell me that you cheated. Why should I care about the long run? What should it matter to me? I always knew I'd end up with no one. Now I know that the end is near, 'cause you've replaced me. Just tell me his name. Just tell me you didn't get laid in our bedroom. Was it the same? Just tell me if his dick is bigger than mine. Just tell me his name. Just tell me you didn't get laid in our bedroom. Just tell me his. Just tell me you didn't get laid in our bedroom. And was it the same? Just tell me if his dick is bigger than mine. Tell me that you cheated. Tell me that you cheated on me.
My back hurts.
Dirtbag rounds out this one.
Dirtbag wraps it up. Dirt biggity bag. Dirt diggler. Ready? Teenage Dirtbag. Up.
Her name is Noelle, and I have a dream
walking over to me. This must be fake. My lip starts to shake. And how does she know who I am? And why does she give a damn about me? She said I got tickets to Iron Maiden, maybe. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe. I'm just a teen.